The Spanish Republic and Civil War. The Spanish Civil War has gone down in history for the horrific violence that it generated. The climate of euphoria and hope that greeted the overthrow of the Spanish monarchy was utterly transformed just 5 years later by a cruel and destructive civil war. Here, Julián Casanova, one of Spain's leading historians, offers a magisterial new account of this critical period in Spanish history. He exposes the ways in which the Republic brought into the open simmering tensions between Catholics and hardline anticlericalists, bosses and workers, church and state, order and revolution. In 1936, these conflicts tipped over into the sacas, paseos, and mass killings that are still passionately debated today. The book also explores the decisive role of the international instability of the 1930s in the duration and outcome of the conflict. Franco's victory was in the end a victory for Hitler and Mussolini, and for dictatorship over democracy. Julián Casanova is professor of contemporary history at the University of Zaragoza, Spain. He is one of the leading experts on the Second Republic and the Spanish Civil War and has published widely in Spanish and in English. The Spanish Republic and Civil War. Julián Casanova. Translated by Martin Duch. 1. Until the beginning of the Second Republic, Spanish society seemed to have managed to avoid the problems and troubles that had beset most other European countries since 1914. Spain had not taken part in the First World War, and therefore had not undergone the upheaval that this war had caused, with the fall of empires and their subjects, the demobilizing of millions of ex-combatants and massive debt caused by the vast spending on the war effort. The Spanish monarchy was overthrown not by a war, but by its inability to provide the Spanish with a smooth transition from an oligarchic and cacique-style regime to one of reform and democracy. The fall of Primo de Rivera's dictatorship on January 28, 1930, in power from September 1923, led to a process of political radicalization and an upswing in republicanism. This surge brought together old conservatives who had decided to abandon the king, lifelong Republicans, new Republicans, socialists who felt the need to influence the movement from the inside, and prominent intellectuals. Together they made a commitment to prepare the uprising against the monarchy and to implement the republic. The insurrectional approach, with its long history of setting the military against politicians, failed in Jaca in December 1930. Just 4 months later, the local elections of April 12 were turned into a plebiscite between monarchy and republicanism. It was soon clear that the Republicans had won in most of the provincial capitals. Admiral Juan Bautista Aznar's government resigned, Alfonso XIII abdicated, and a good many cities and towns proclaimed the Republic on April 14, 1931. By the end of that year, with Niceto Alcala Zamora as President of the Republic and Manuel Aznar as Prime Minister, Spain was a parliamentary constitutional republic. The first 2 years of the Republic were given over to the organization of the army, the separation of church and state, and the implementation of comprehensive, radical measures with regard to land distribution, workers' wages, employment protection, and public education. Never before had Spain experienced such an intense, rapid period of change and class conflict, democratic advances, or social conquests. But at the same time, Republican legislation was responsible for bringing into the open some of the tensions that had been germinating during the previous 2 decades, with industrialization, urban growth, and class conflicts. This opened up a breach between various clashing cultural worlds, between practicing Catholics and hardline anticlericalists, bosses and workers, church and state, order and revolution. As a result of these clashes, the Republic had vast problems in consolidating itself and had to confront firm challenges from above and below. It went through 2 years of relative stability, followed by another 2 years of political uncertainty and a final few months of disturbance and insurrection. The first firm challenges, which were the most visible as they usually ended up as confrontations with the police, came from below, first as social protests and later as insurrections from anarchists and socialists. However, the coup de grace, the challenge that finally overthrew the Republic with the force of arms, came from above and from within, that is to say, the military command and the powerful ruling classes that had never tolerated it. The division of the army and police forces thwarted the victory of the military rebellion, as well as the achievement of their main objective, the rapid seizure of power. But by undermining the Republican government's power to keep order, this coup d'état was transformed into open violence such as had never been seen before, by the groups that supported it and those that opposed it. It was July 1936 and thus began the Civil War. There were several distinct conflicts during this war. Firstly, a military conflict was initiated when the coup d'état buried political solutions, to replace them with arms. It was also a class war, between differing conceptions of social order, a war of religion, between Catholicism and anti-clericalism, a war revolving around the idea of patria and nation, and a war of ideas, beliefs that were at the time at loggerheads on the international stage. It was a war that was impossible to reduce to a conflict between communism and fascism, or between fascism and democracy. In short, the Spanish Civil War was a melting pot of universal battles between bosses and workers. Introduction 3. Church and state, obscurantism and modernization, settled in an international context that had been thrown out of balance by crises of democracies and the onslaught of communism and fascism. The destruction of the opponent became the primary objective. The policy of extermination initiated by the military rebels was fervently supported by conservative sectors, landowners, the bourgeoisie, property owners, and respectable people, who rejected once and for all the defense of their order via the law. Wherever the military coup was unsuccessful, it was time for the long-awaited revolution and the final judgment for the wealthy bosses. With no rules or government, with no mechanisms for forcing people to comply with laws, revenge and class hatred spread with a devastating force to wipe out the old order. The Spanish Civil War has gone down in history, and in the memory that remains of it, for the way it dehumanized its adversaries and for the horrific violence that it generated. Symbolized by the sacas, paseos, and mass killings, it served the two sides in their struggle to eliminate their respective enemies, whether natural or unforeseen. While carrying out this extermination, the rebels were also given the inestimable blessing of the Catholic Church from the very beginning. The clergy and sacred objects, however, were the prime target of popular rage, by those who took part in defeating the military rebels and who played leading roles in the popular terror that took place in the summer of 1936. Thus, Catholic religion and anti-clericalism were passionately included in the battle involving basic themes related to the organization of society and the state that was being unleashed in Spanish territory. The international situation at the end of the 1930s was hardly conducive to peace, and this played a decisive role in the duration, progress, and final result of the Spanish Civil War, a conflict that was clearly internal in its origin. International support for both sides was vital for fighting and continuing the war during the early months. As the war progressed, non-interventionism, imbalances in the material resources of the two sides, the participation of Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy and, in most cases, the non-involvement of the Western democracies were, together with disunity in the Republican camp and unity among the Francoists, decisive factors in tipping the balance towards the final victory of the military rebels. Spain began the 1930s with a republic and finished the decade immersed in a right-wing authoritarian dictatorship. It only took 3 years of war for Spanish society to undergo a wave of violence and an unprecedented disdain for the lives of others. Despite all that has been said about the violence that preceded the Civil War, in an attempt to justify its outbreak, it is clear that the coup d'état of July 1936 marked a watershed in 20th-century Spanish history. Furthermore, for at least 2 decades after the end of the Civil War in 1939, there was no positive reconstruction such as had occurred in other countries in Western Europe after 1945. The climate of order, patria, and religion overrode that of democracy, the Republic and Revolution. In this respect, there was not much difference between Spain and other European countries. In 1920, all but 2, Bolshevik Russia and Hungary, under the right-wing dictator, Horthy, of the 28 states in Europe could be described as democracies or as having restricted parliamentary systems. By the beginning of 1939, more than half of them, including Spain, had succumbed to dictators with absolute powers. 7 of the democracies that were left were dismantled between 1939 and 1940, after being invaded by the German army and incorporated into the new Nazi order, with France, Holland, and Belgium being the most significant examples. By the end of 1940, only 6 democracies remained intact: the United Kingdom, Ireland, Iceland, Sweden, Finland, and Switzerland. But this should never be used as an excuse, a convenient argument for offloading the responsibilities of broad sectors of the Spanish population, the better educated groups, the owner classes, the political and union leaders, the military and the church, who did little to conform to the rules and respect the law or the election results, or to defend the freedoms of expression and association, or civil rights. Thus there is no simple answer as to why the climate of euphoria and hope in 1931 was transformed into the cruel, all-destructive war of 1936. The Republic lasted for 8 years, 5 in peace and 3 at war, and interpreting them still arouses passionate opinions rather than historical debate. What I offer in this book is a history of the Republic and the Civil War, based on my own research and the large output of the best specialist historians of the period. I have examined the most significant events, drawn up an account with the main players in this fiesta that ended in tragedy, and have attempted to provide answers, without compromising the historian's constant quest for accuracy and truth, to some of the basic questions that a good many Spaniards have asked in the 70 years that have passed since the Civil War. My personal view, the representation that I offer of those years of tumult, also appears explicitly at different stages of the account. The book's structure, the organization of the chapters and their titles, are a component of this view. It is not a detached view, or one from somebody who has been commissioned to write a book. Neither can it be a dispassionate consideration, because I have spent over 20 years researching and revealing the darkest and most convoluted part of this past. It is left to the reader to judge whether this history contributes to a better understanding of these events. Part I. Republic. 1. The winds of change. The elections held last Sunday clearly show me that I do not have the love of my people today, wrote King Alfonso XIII in a farewell note to the Spanish people, before leaving the royal palace on the night of Tuesday, April 14, 1931. According to Miguel Mora, the monarchy had committed suicide, so he, the son of Antonio Mora, former leader of the monarchist conservatives, had decided to join the Republic almost a year before it was proclaimed, as he stated in an address in the Ateneo, Literary Society, in San Sebastián on February 20, 1930. Mora was joined by other distinguished monarchists who realized that it was better to defend legitimate conservative principles within the Republic, rather than leaving the way clear for the leftist parties and workers' organizations. 1930 was a year of noteworthy resignations of politicians who had hitherto been loyal to the crown. José Sánchez Guerra, the former leader of the Partido Conservador, took this step in February, a few days after Miguel Mora. Niceto Alcalá Zamora, a liberal minister under Alfonso XIII, did so in April. In little more than a year, the period that spanned the fall of the military dictatorship of Miguel Primo de Rivera, which had seized power in September 1923, and the abdication of the king, hostility towards the monarchy spread unchecked through the medium of meetings and demonstrations throughout Spain. The death throes of the monarchy. The first signs of the suicide of the monarchy began to be seen in the last 3 years of Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, when his refusal to return power to Parliament, and the king's inability to force him to do so, reinforced people's perception that they were one and the same, and gave way to a period of plots and pronunciamientos to overthrow the dictatorship by military means. They did not succeed, but Primo de Rivera was put into a difficult position, with his credibility shattered. On January 26, 1930, he asked his captains general to express their confidence in him. As no one offered it, he resigned 2 days later. The same day, January 28, 1930, Alfonso XIII asked General Damaso Berenguer, head of his military household, to form a government, which was to include certain aristocrats who had the king's confidence and former politicians of the cacique system. Attempts to organize the political system, returning to the situation prior to the coup d'état of September 1923, failed because the dictatorship had destroyed the two parties on which the Restoration regime had been based for 50 years, the liberal and conservative parties, and had left Spain without a constitution. That left the caciques and their network of clients and political friends in the rural world, but this, by 1930, was not enough to maintain order and constitutional normality. Indeed, many things had changed in Spanish society during the first 3 decades of the 20th century. The repatriation of capital after the colonial defeats of 1898 and Spain's neutrality in the First World War had prepared the way for the spectacular growth of the 1920s. This growth was mainly concentrated in areas that had already had an industrial infrastructure in the last quarter of the 19th century. The first of these was Barcelona and its area of influence, which experienced notable financial activity and greater industrial diversification, and where, despite the continued dominance of the textile sector, major new companies in the chemicals and metal sectors were being founded. Much more marked and precipitate in the early decades of the 20th century was the industrialization of Bilbao and the Nervion estuary. As Vicente Blasco Ibáñez noted in El Intruso, a forest of chimneys sprang up there, with multicolored smoke that radically changed the landscape too. It was Spain's second most important industrialist area, more diversified than Catalonia, with insurance companies, chemical works, power stations, banks, machinery manufacture and, above all, steel companies. The repatriation of capital, the effects of the Great War and the building boom of the 20s had also left their mark in other cities such as Madrid, Valencia, Seville, and Zaragoza. These were industries of modest proportions, small workshops, never large factories, mostly dependent on agriculture and building, but they changed the face of these cities and enlarged their urban space. All these cities doubled in population between 1900 and 1930. Barcelona and Madrid, with over 500,000 inhabitants each in 1900, reached 1 million 3 decades later. Bilbao went from 83,000 to 162,000, Zaragoza from 100,000 to 174,000. Admittedly, these populations are not particularly significant if we compare them to the 2.7 million in Paris in 1900, or the number of European cities, from Birmingham to Moscow, including Berlin and Milan, whose populations were higher than Madrid's or Barcelona's in 1930. But the demographic panorama was undergoing a notable change. The total population of Spain, which was 18.6 million at the beginning of the century, reached almost 24 million in 1930, due mainly to a sharp fall in the death rate. Up to 1914, this demographic pressure had given rise to a high rate of emigration, but from the First World War onwards, it was Spanish cities that experienced mass immigration. The surge of industry and the growth of the population transformed the old-fashioned medieval cityscape that many Spanish cities still maintained at the end of the 19th century. Imbalances in this growth were reflected in the social division of the cities. The new suburbs, built to control chaotic growth in the inner cities, were where the middle and business classes, traders, industrialists and well-to-do professional people were concentrated. On the outskirts, around the factories, were the working-class slums, and it was in these very districts and run-down areas that diseases and epidemics originated. This was because this urban growth also spawned speculation and get-rich-quick building schemes, with no thought for social justice or shared interests. This urban explosion, and its accompanying social disparities, also saw the germination of the seeds of republicanism, anarchism, and socialism, seeds that had been sown in the last third of the 19th century. They germinated in response to the solid dominant social bloc, which was made up of the heirs of the old privileged classes, the aristocracy and the Catholic Church, as well as the rural and Basque and Catalan industrial oligarchy. From this bloc came most of those who governed in the corrupt pseudo-parliamentary system that had held sway in Spain between 1875 and 1923, the system that had excluded, either through restricted suffrage or electoral fraud, what began to be called the pueblo, the urban proletariat, craftsmen, small industrialists and traders, and the middle classes, which many people termed the bourgeoisie, but who in fact earned their living from their professions, independently of the capitalist business concerns. Many of these professionals became Republicans in the final years of Primo de Rivera's dictatorship. The fall of the dictatorship effectively caused a sudden process of politicization and a surge in republicanism, which had hitherto been weak, incapable as it was of breaking the stranglehold of the caciques and of suggesting real alternatives. Various Republican sectors had already joined to form a Republican alliance in 1926, which took its lead from Alejandro Lerroa's old Partido Radical and from a new group, Acción Republicana, led by Manuel Azana, which had broken with Melquiades Alvarez's reformists in 1923. The extreme left wing of this new Republican initiative was occupied by the Partido Republicano Radical Socialista, founded at the end of 1929 by two Alianza Republicana dissidents, Marcelino Domingo and Álvaro de Albornoz. The right was catered for by the Derecha Liberal Republicana, founded in July 1930 by Niceto Alcalá Zamora and Miguel Mora, the most legitimate representatives of the monarchist sector that embraced the Republican cause following the fall of Primo de Rivera's dictatorship. In just a few months, the old form of republicanism, made up of small discussion groups, transformed into a movement of various political parties, with recognized leaders and new social foundations. Among these names were conservatives and Catholics, such as Mora and Alcalá Zamora, passionate defenders of anti-clericalism, such as Álvaro de Albornoz, as well as nationalists in Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya, such as Francesc Macià and Luis Companys, or the Galician organization Republicana Gallega Autonoma, led by Santiago Casares Quiroga. Together, despite their noticeable differences in ideology and principles, they formed a comprehensive Republican coalition, which came into being on August 17, 1930 in San Sebastián. From what was known as the San Sebastián Pact emerged the Revolutionary Committee that made a commitment to channel the demands for autonomy by the Catalans, to prepare an uprising against the monarchy and to proclaim a republic. The meeting in San Sebastián was attended by the socialist Indalecio Prieto, on his own behalf, without representing anyone, since the dominant feeling in the Partido Socialista Obrero Español, PSOE, and in the Union General de Trabajadores, UGT, was one of complete lack of confidence in any chance of taking joint action in league with the Republicans. The Republicans insisted that the proposed revolution needed the socialists, although Julián Basteiro's dissent and the numerous doubts expressed by Francisco Largo Caballero delayed any commitment by the PSOE and UGT until October 1930. Several conversations and meetings were needed between the Republicans, represented by Alcalá Zamora and Azana, and the socialists, with Largo Caballero, Basteiro, and Fernando de los Rios, to solve the dilemma facing the socialists and the UGT syndicalists, either stand back or join in the call for a republic. An essential factor at that point was the attitude of Largo Caballero, who ended up convinced that the socialists had to help the Republicans to have an influence from within on the orientation of the revolution, and thus enable a peaceful and gradual move towards socialism. As Santos Julia has pointed out, the same arguments that Largo Caballero used to commit the UGT to participating in the corporatist system of Primo de Rivera's dictatorship served him in the autumn of 1930 to persuade them to follow the path leading to the Republic. 3. The decision was taken at the meeting of the Executive Committee of the Partido Socialista on October 20 of that year. It was decided, by 8 votes to 6, to accept the 3 posts the Republicans had offered them on the Revolutionary Committee and to call a general strike wherever there were committed elements so that, as soon as they found themselves on the streets, they would be helped by the people who would spur them on. The three socialists designated to enter the future provisional government of the Republic were Francisco Largo Caballero, Indalecio Prieto, and Fernando de los Rios. While these meetings and preparations were going on, the Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, CNT, the other big syndicalist organization that had become established during the final years of the Restoration, emerged from the silence and repression imposed on it by Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, and its leaders, except for the odd name, such as Angel Pestana or Joan Piro, showed very little interest in the Republic, a political entity that, for the moment, had nothing to do with the revolution that will transform all political and economic values, which they, as anarchists and revolutionary syndicalists, claimed to support. So wrote Valeriano Orobon Fernandez, a CNT delegate at the 8, the initials of the Spanish name for the International Workers' Association, in a letter from Berlin on July 2, 1930 to Eusebio Carbo, an anarchist of the old school. The liberal constitutional breeze blowing through Spain at the moment, wrote Orobon, would not be enough, we shall need a hurricane, for in fact, what was blowing through Spain at that time was more a gale than a breeze, and much of the responsibility for the stirring up of the atmosphere and morale of the Spanish was borne by the intellectuals. During that year, 1930, distinguished writers and university professors defined themselves, as their contemporaries put it, to express their rejection of the monarchy and support for the Republic. This unrest began just a few days after the fall of the dictator, with the return from exile of Miguel de Unamuno, who was acclaimed by crowds at every stage of his journey from Irún to Madrid, and it ended with the famous article by the philosopher José Ortega y Gasset, published in El Sol on November 15, 1930. The Berenguer Error, as the article was entitled, gave the lie to the idea that everything would return to normal after 7 years of dictatorship, as if nothing had happened. The monarchy was now beyond hope of salvation. Delenda est monarchia, concluded Ortega, in a phrase that summed up the anti-monarchist feeling that was rife among politicians, intellectuals, and the common people at that time. These speeches by politicians and intellectuals, demonstrations, and mass Republican meetings, such as the one held in the Bull Ring in Madrid on September 29, with Aznar, Alcalá Zamora, and Lerroux as the main speakers, all ultimately led, as Miguel Mora said later, to a tragic outcome for the king. Leading politicians and ex-ministers deserted the legal framework of the monarchy, some turning openly Republican and others moving for the Cortes to be called without the king, so that the decision as to what to do next would be made there. But before any future Cortes could resolve such a momentous matter, Republicans and Socialists together put into practice the insurrectional option, an option that had had wide acceptance in contemporary Spanish society. Once again, the plan was for a military insurrection, organized by a revolutionary committee and backed up in the streets by a general strike called by the workers' organizations. Also involved in the plan were certain anarcho-syndicalists, who for several years had been in contact with radical sectors of the army, and the less hardline leaders of the CNT, who pledged their support for the insurrection with a general strike. Such was the plan that failed in Jaca, in the province of Huesca, on December 12, 1930. Captain Fermín Galán, born in Cádiz in 1899 to a military family, arrived in Jaca at the beginning of June, 4 months after he had been released from the Montjuic military prison, having been granted an amnesty after serving his sentence for actively taking part in the Sanjuanada, the military plot that had tried to overthrow Primo de Rivera in 1926. He already had firm links with Catalan anarchists, who had visited him in prison, and in Jaca he came into contact with other officers who were prepared to take part in an insurrection against the monarchy, particularly Captain Angel Garcia Hernandez, born in Alava in 1900, who, like Galán, had served in the Tercio, infantry regiment, of Africa. From there he extended his network of contacts to include syndicalists in Zaragoza, as well as Ramón Asen, an anarchist, painter and sculptor, and lecturer in drawing at the Huesca Teacher Training College, and he traveled to Madrid to talk to the Revolutionary Committee, a meeting that was reported by Marcelino Domingo. If we are to believe this radical socialist leader, Galen was willing to take part if action were taken swiftly. He and Leroux tried to convince Galen that unless a tight control is kept on all elements, the revolution, with more options and requirements than ever, will once again fail. 6. But Galen did not wait until December 15, the date that most sources say had been set by the Revolutionary Committee for the uprising. At 5 o'clock in the morning of December 12, 1930, a group of officers called out the troops in Jaca, arrested the military governor and his staff and seized the telephone exchange, post office, and station, after killing, in an exchange of fire, a civil guard sergeant and 2 carabineros who opposed them. At 11 that same morning, they proclaimed the Republic in the town hall, on behalf of the Revolutionary Provisional Government. From Jaca they sent 2 columns to Huesca. Officers of the 5th Military Region, based in Zaragoza, put down the uprising. They arrested Garcia Hernandez and, in the general chaos, Galen surrendered. As a backup to the insurrection, the CNT and UGT had called a strike, which received limited support in Zaragoza and Huesca, as well as in certain locations in the 5 towns, the district where socialism was most firmly entrenched in Aragon. On Sunday, December 14, a summary court-martial sentenced Captains Galen and Garcia Hernandez to death, and they were shot immediately afterwards. Even before its birth, the Republic already had its first martyrs, and King Alfonso XIII was held responsible for failing to grant them a pardon. The monarchy committed an outrage in executing Galen and Garcia Hernandez, an outrage which in no small way led to its destruction, wrote Manuel Aznar. 7. The uprising set for December 15 also failed, in spite of the fact that General Gonzalo Quippo and Major Ramon Franco managed to capture the Cuatro Vientos aerodrome for a few hours, from whence they fled to Portugal when they discovered that troops loyal to Berenguer's government were approaching, and that no one had gone on strike. In Madrid, the socialists did not go on strike because they did not think that the officers would go through with the uprising, and the committed officers hesitated because they thought they lacked the vital backup of the strike and demonstrations in the streets. Meanwhile, most of the members of the Revolutionary Committee had been arrested. In the end, it was not insurrection that would bring about the Republic. Nor did the return to constitutional normality proposed by General de Maso Berenguer's government produce concrete results. Firstly, it decided to hold elections in the autumn, convinced that Republican advances in the cities would be counterbalanced by the strong conservative support and by vote rigging in the rural areas. Next, following the failure of the Jaca uprising, it announced that elections would be held on March 1, with the unanimous rejection of Sanchez Guerra's constitutionalists, Republicans, and Socialists, who wanted nothing to do with a return to the 1876 Constitution, and they called for elections to the Constituent Cortes. Berenguer stood alone, abandoned even by members of his government with strong loyalty to the king, such as the Count of Romanons, and he resigned on February 13, 1931. Alfonso XIII, after an unsuccessful attempt to persuade the liberal Santiago Alba, living in exile in Paris because of his disagreements with the dictatorship, asked Sanchez Guerra to form a government, and he went to the Modelo prison to meet members of the Revolutionary Committee to ask them to take part in the new government. "We refuse to have anything to do with the monarchy," replied Miguel Mora, the most conservative of all those who were there. 8. With no hope of any agreement, a government was finally formed, on February 17, by Admiral Juan Bautista Aznar, another government loyal to the monarchy, with the Count of Romanons keeping a close eye on the admiral's every move. He only had time to call municipal elections for April 12. The provincial and general elections would have to be held in May and June, because 2 months later this government and the monarchy had ceased to exist. The calling of elections caught the traditional parties of the conservative and liberal right in complete disarray, and the extreme right, those faithful to the deposed dictator, in the process of rearming and powerless to mobilize their counter-revolutionary forces, although they did try to with the formation in July 1930 of the Union Monárquica Nacional, a pale imitation of the Union Patriótica de la Dictadura, Among the members of this party were certain ex-ministers, such as the Count of Guadalhorce and José Calvo Sotelo, the intellectual, Ramiro de Maestu, and the ex-dictator's son, José Antonio Primo de Rivera. Their old politics were in their death throes, and the new authoritarianism had yet to find a niche. As José María Gil Robles wrote later, those select groups that used to attend monarchist meetings or acclaim the Queen were now merely a small minority as opposed to the vast masses hostile to the regime, made up mainly of rightists that supported Revolution 9 for the Republicans, both those of long-standing and new adherents. Their moment had come. On February 10, 1931, one of the last intellectuals to define himself, José Ortega y Gasset, together with two other prestigious intellectuals, Gregorio Marañón and Ramón Pérez de Ayala, signed the foundational manifesto of the Agrupación al Servicio de la República, which asked all Spanish intellectuals to contribute to the victory of the Republic in elections conducted under the maximum guarantees of civic integrity. The moment had also come for street politics, propaganda, meetings, and calls for action to support the Republic. On March 20, at the height of the election campaign, the imprisoned Revolutionary Committee faced a court-martial, an event that was transformed into a major manifestation of Republican avowal, another triumph for this combination of Republicans and Socialists who now had power in their reach. Having recovered their freedom, the members of this Revolutionary Committee, future members of the Republican Provisional Government, concentrated all their efforts on transforming this election day, April 12, into a plebiscite between the monarchy and the Republic. And that is how it turned out. Up to the very end, the monarchists thought they were going to win, confident of their ability to manipulate the mechanism of government, which is why they showed their consternation and surprise when they learned very soon of the Republicans' victory in 41 of the 50 provincial capitals. Only Juan de la Cierva proposed resorting to arms to prevent the rout of the monarchy. But the other ministers, headed by Romanons, acknowledged defeat. Aznar resigned on the night of April 13. The following day, many municipalities proclaimed the Republic. Alcalá Zamora called for the king to leave the country. He did so from Cartagena, and when he arrived in Paris he declared that the Republic was a storm that will soon blow over. It was to take longer to blow over than Alfonso XIII thought, or indeed wished. This republic was to experience over 5 years of peace, until a military uprising and a war destroyed it by force of arms. Republican dawn. The republic was welcomed by celebrations in the streets, a great deal of rhetoric and a holiday atmosphere that combined revolutionary hopes with a desire for reform. Crowds thronged the streets, singing the Himno de Riego, the Republican anthem, and La Marseillaise. Workers, students, and professional people all joined in. The middle class opted for the Republic because of the disorientation of conservative elements, wrote José María Gil Robles a few years later. And the scene was repeated in every town and city, as was borne out by the press, photographs of the time and the large number of accounts by contemporaries who wished to testify to the great change that had something of a magical quality about it, having arrived peacefully and bloodlessly. However, certain authors, including Enrique de Cal and Stanley G. Payne, attributed it to a street plebiscite, popular pressure orchestrated by the Republicans and their worker allies, who occupied town halls and other political premises everywhere before the official handover of power. 11. The Republic was received with joy by some and misery by others. The Catholic Church, for one, was not at all happy with the arrival of the Republic. Juan Crespo, then a student in a church college in Salamanca, told Ronald Fraser how the headmaster delivered a sermon that day on the tragedy that was looming. He criticized the ingratitude of the Spanish towards the king, praised the service the monarchy had given the country, and reminded us of the example of the Catholic monarchs, who had united the nation. At the end, he was almost in tears, and so were we. 12. Indeed, it was with grief, prayers, and pessimism that most Catholics, clergy and bishops reacted to this republic that was being celebrated in the streets by the people. And their reaction was logical. Also logical was the confusion and bewilderment of the landed gentry and the large number of titled industrialists and financiers. The power block was the name given by Manuel Tunin de Lara to this convergence of the old and new nobility. Spain in 1930 had some 1,900 titled people. The problem was not their number, but the influence they wielded and the type of background, far from democratic or bourgeois, in which they had been born and raised. They had suddenly lost the king, their faithful protector, whom many of them had abandoned. "They made us a gift of power," commented Miguel Mora. "All we did was carefully, lovingly, and peacefully take Spain into our hands, a Spain that they had left in midstream 13, and as well as leaving her in midstream, they had left her without money, with a state in crisis and a paltry budget. Between April 1 and June 30, 917 million pesetas was withdrawn from bank accounts, an amount equivalent to 15% of total deposits. Loans granted by the private banks fell by the same percentage. The share index fell sharply between 1931 and 1933. The issue of shares in the Madrid stock market plummeted. The Republic, as the indicators show, was not welcomed by a certain sector of the money masters, and they were not prepared to see how these indicators would develop either. The background and habits of this oligarchy were very familiar to the proletariat that served it, land workers who lived in the areas of the large estates in Andalusia, Extremadura, and La Mancha. They had no land or basic living resources, and from the outset these agricultural day workers were highly confident that the Republic would abolish excessive class privileges, mobilized as they were by socialists and anarchists under the banner of share-outs and collectivization. The socialists, and we include here the affiliates of the UGT, had seen massive growth in the final years of the dictatorship, and there were over 300,000 of them by the time the Republic was proclaimed. Their leaders decided that this mass of affiliates and the working classes they represented should be incorporated into the new regime, even though not everyone supported the Republic for the same reasons. Indalecio Prieto, the leader of the Basque socialists and representative of one of the three tendencies in Spanish socialism at that time, thought that the Republic needed to be democratic, liberal, and parliamentarian, and that for this to come about the socialists needed to build a coalition government with the Republicans. Such a coalition was also defended by Francisco Largo Caballero, the leader of the workers' sector, because he felt this would be the best way of strengthening the UGT, achieving more power for the organized working class and progressing towards socialism. Julián Basteiro, on the other hand, with the support of other UGT leaders, wanted to keep the party and the syndical organization apart from alliances with the Republicans and governmental responsibilities. His posture was overruled, and for the first time in Spain's history, the socialists formed part of the government of the nation. For Largo Caballero, the Republic was a means, and for Prieto an end, and both came together in the establishment of democracy. When they left the government in 1933, these two differing conceptions were translated into deep discrepancies. Thus it is probably true to say that for broad sectors of the organized labor movement, supporting the Republic did not mean supporting a liberal, parliamentary democracy, such as those that had been established after the First World War in certain countries of Western Europe. This was certainly true for the workers' sector of socialism, and more so for the CNT, the revolutionary syndicalist organization that competed with the UGT to defend the interests of urban workers and agricultural day laborers. At first, the anarchists joined in the festive atmosphere, the air of expectation and boundless enthusiasm that the Republic brought with it. The Republic opened a great many doors to this revolutionary syndicalism that had been crippled 10 years earlier by gun-wielding anarchists and bosses, and silenced by Primo de Rivera's dictatorship. It enabled it once more to come out into the open and implement all the resources it used to employ that were the trademark of the anarchists: propaganda, demonstrations, rallies, and incitement to revolutionary action. Of this Republic, originating from the people, preferable to a monarchy by the grace of God and made possible by a good number of CNT votes, many things were asked, but above all freedom. Indeed, the CNT, aware that governments would probably not make any changes to the class-based social structure, at least hoped for a package of freedoms that would enable it to provide better organization for the unions and transform the proclamation of the Republic into a revolution that will essentially change all political and economic values. 15 But instead of doing this from within the government, which was Largo Caballero's dream for socialism, the anarchists would employ their trademark methods, direct action and taking the struggle to the streets. Although they were anti-parliament and pro-revolution, they debated long and hard as to whether they should oppose the Republican regime from the outset, just one more manifestation of the feelings that impregnated the atmosphere in Spain at the time of the king's abdication. Galo Diaz, one of the movement's most respected leaders, was in no doubt, and he said as much to his comrades at the extraordinary Congress of the CNT held in Madrid 2 months later. There was a need to talk to the people not only of their revolutionary dreams, but also of their wishes, their needs, their misfortunes, and their rights. Compared to Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, the Republic offered much more and, therefore, it was not wise to sacrifice what little we have by chasing something much more unattainable. Most Spaniards, thought this syndicalist, were like children with new shoes with their Republic, and under the circumstances, it was better not to get caught up in the movement of reaction. 16 Reaction, at that moment, was not apparent. The last monarchist government no longer represented anyone, nor did the officers mobilize the troops to confront the masses of people demonstrating in the streets in cities all over the country. Those who did take action were the members of the Revolutionary Committee, the ones who were most hopeful that this new democratic and liberal state would become the instrument of social change. Without waiting for the transfer of power, they formed, following the outcome of the election and in response to public pressure, the Provisional Government of the Republic. It was the evening of April 14, a few hours after the Republic had been proclaimed in other locations, the first to do so having been the City Council in Eibar, and Francesc Macià had proclaimed in Barcelona the Catalan Republic within the federal Spanish state. Niceto Alcalá Zamora went out onto the balcony of the Interior Ministry, and in a message broadcast by radio, officially proclaimed the Republic. At a meeting the same night, the Provisional Government drew up its own legal statute that would define its situation until the Constituent Cortes was called. The government was headed by Alcalá Zamora, an ex-monarchist, Catholic and man of order, whose role was essential in ensuring the necessary support of the more moderate Republicans for the new regime. Another conservative latecomer to the Republican cause was Miguel Mora, the Interior Minister, whose idea of authority soon came into conflict with that of other Republican ministers and politicians. More to the center was Alejandro Lerroux, the old Emperador del Paralelo, born in 1864, 13 years before Alcalá Zamora and 16 before Manuel Aznar, who was the leader of the main Republican party, the Partido Radical. However, he was given a minor post as Minister of State, and was therefore kept separate from major decisions by some of his own colleagues, or enemies if we are to believe the various testimonies they left behind, as they did not trust him or his party for its long history of corrupt practices. The other Partido Radical minister, Diego Martínez Barrio, a Masonic Grand Master, a Seville city councillor in the first decade of the century and a resolute plotter against Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, was put in charge of communications. Catalan nationalism was represented in the government by Luis Nicolau d'Olwer, the founder in 1922 of Acció Catalana, and leader of the recently created Partit Catalanista República, a tiny party compared to Esquerra Republicana, the runaway winner of the municipal elections in Catalonia. Nicolau d'Olwer became the Second Republic's first Minister of Economic Affairs. Leftist Republicans were represented by Manuel Aznar, a former member of Melquiades Álvarez's Partido Reformista, and spokesman for Alianza Republicana, who was appointed Minister of War. Santiago Casares Quiroga, a lawyer and leader of the Organización Republicana Gallega Autonoma, was appointed Minister for the Navy. Development and education were given to the two Partido Radical Socialista ministers, Álvaro de Albornoz and Marcelino Domingo. Finally, There were 3 socialist ministers in the first government of the Republic: Fernando de los Rios, a professor at the University of Granada and veteran PSOE militant, became Minister of Justice; Indalecio Prieto was given finance, and Francisco Largo Caballero became Minister of Labor. 4 of the ministers were from Andalusia, 3 from Madrid, 2 from Asturias, although Prieto had lived in Bilbao most of his life, 1 from Galicia and 2 from Catalonia. 8 of them were university graduates. Marcelino Domingo was a teacher, and the 3 others without academic qualifications, Martinez Barrio, Prieto, and Largo Caballero, were successful self-made men. They represented the professional middle classes, the petite bourgeoisie, and the militant working class or socialist sympathizers. None of them, except Alcala Zamora, had held a high political post under the monarchy, although they were by no means young untried amateurs. Most of them were in their 50s and had spent a long time in the political struggle, at the head of Republican parties and socialist organizations. Nor, despite what has often been said, was it a government of intellectuals. Except for Aznar, in the government as leader of a Republican party, none of the intellectuals who had done so much to goad the monarchy with their speeches and writings in 1930 were given ministries, neither Unamano, nor Ortega, nor Pérez de Ayala, nor Marañón. Indeed, they very soon disappeared from public life, or were even rejected by the Republican regime. What this government did in the early weeks, with popular jubilation still in the air, was to legislate by decree. Indeed, it is hard to imagine a government with more plans for political and social reform. Before the inauguration of the Constituent Cortes, the Provisional Government implemented a Military Reform Act, drawn up by Manuel Aznar, and a series of basic decrees issued by Francisco Largo Caballero, the Minister of Labor, whose aim was to radically modify labor relations. Such a reformist program embodied the government's faith in progress, and a political and social transformation that would sweep away the cacique system and the power of the military and ecclesiastical institutions. What happened, however, was that the Republic could not neutralize these power structures with such a long history in Spain, and this is where some of its major problems were to arise. The Republican government's first serious encounter was with the Catholic Church, although this institution desisted from direct confrontation at the beginning. One of the reasons for this was that on April 24, with the Republic barely proclaimed, the papal nuncio, Federico Tedeschini, wrote to the Spanish bishops on behalf of the Secretary of State at the Vatican, Cardinal Eugenio Pacelli, the future Pope Pius XII, recommending them to respect the constituted powers and obey them so that order may be maintained, and for the common good. 17 Around that time, the Vatican was much more prudent and diplomatic than the Spanish ecclesiastical hierarchy, with its internal letters and circulars. "We have now entered the vortex of the storm," wrote Isidro Goma, then Bishop of Tarazona, to Cardinal Francesc Vidal y Barraquer of Tarragona on April 15, 1931, the day after the proclamation of the Republic. "I am thoroughly pessimistic," continued Goma. "I cannot begin to fathom the monstrosity that has been perpetrated. History has had many examples, but none such as this. God save the house and peace be to Israel." 18 The monstrosity was simply the fact that the overwhelming victory of the Republican candidates in the big cities in the municipal elections had shown that the king, as he himself said, no longer enjoyed the love of his people. Meanwhile, saving the house, order, and property became a genuine obsession for Catholics. On April 12, the day of the elections, their main mouthpiece, El Debate, asked the faithful to vote for those who respected the great institutions that sustain today's society, the church, the family, and property. And on April 17, Cardinal Pedro Segura, then Archbishop of Toledo, in a confidential and secret circular, recommended his brother bishops to wait and pray constantly. With family misfortunes, the links binding brothers grow stronger, and this is what I feel should be happening to us now. In spite of his recommendation, however, the primate of the Spanish Church, a post to which he was elevated in 1927, during Primo de Rivera's dictatorship at the age of 47, did not wait long. A fundamentalist and bitter enemy of republicanism, he published on May 1 a pastoral letter warmly praising the dethroned Alfonso XIII, who, throughout his reign, has kept the old tradition of faith and piety of his ancestors. Following this untimely outburst, in that it went against the advice issued by the Secretary of State for the Vatican, Cardinal Seguro was engaged in a struggle with the Republican authorities that ended in open conflict. Seguro left Spain, but a month later, on June 11, the frontier police informed Miguel Mora, the interior minister, that the cardinal had re-entered the country via Roncesvalles. Mora knew that he was in Pastrana, in the parish priest's house, and he ordered his expulsion, an event recorded by the famous photograph that was to be found in all Spanish Catholic homes, with the cardinal leaving the Pauline convent in Guadalajara surrounded by police and civil guards. It was presented as unmistakable evidence of the persecution of the Church, which moreover was brought to public notice at a time when Spain was still feeling the impact of the incendiary events of the previous month. Apart from the bizarre Segura saga, which lasted until September 30, 1931, when, under pressure from the Vatican, he renounced the Toledo See, it was the sudden explosion of anti-clerical rage on May 11 that marked the mood of many Catholics. This was not so much for the magnitude of the event, highly localized and with very few people involved, as for the way it was recalled afterwards in books and the Catholic memory, as the event that changed the course of the Republic. On Sunday, May 10, a group of young right-wingers, assembled in a flat in the Calle Alcalá in Madrid to inaugurate the independent monarchist circle, placed a gramophone playing the marca reel near the window, just when a good many people were returning from the Retiro Park. Some of those who heard it became outraged, and they made their way to the headquarters of the monarchist newspaper, ABC, whose owner, Juan Ignacio Luca de Tena, they held responsible for the provocation, and then to the Interior Ministry. 2 people were killed as a result of confrontations with the civil guard. The following day, the protests escalated into the burning of churches, religious schools, and convents, but Mora was unable to obtain authorization from his cabinet colleagues to deploy the civil guard against the fires. On May 12, the unrest spread to other localities in the Levant, and particularly to Malaga, where the bishop's palace was burnt. According to the telegrams that the civil governors sent to the interior minister, panic-stricken monks and nuns fled from their convents in certain towns in Teruel, Valencia and Legrano. By May 15, when it was all over, around 100 buildings had been subjected to arson. Naturally, this disproportionate action of burning churches was a surprising reaction to an apparently insignificant incident involving some young monarchists. It was not the first time in Spain's history, nor would it be the last, that arson was used against religious symbols and sacred property. But the burning of convents was barely repeated during the Republic, except for the revolutionary events of October 1934 in Asturias, and the previous time it had occurred, the so-called tragic week of July 1909 in Barcelona, was under the monarchy, and that was of far greater magnitude than the fires of 1931. This time, there was no popular uprising, and it was minority groups, Republicans and left-wingers with anarchist tendencies who were involved, although even that is not clear. The main significance of these events is that they occurred barely a month after the proclamation of the Republic and that they were imprinted in the collective memory of many Catholics as the first attack against the Church by a secular and anti-clerical republic, a dress rehearsal for the catastrophe that was on the horizon. The consequences were disastrous for the Republic, wrote Niceto Alcalá Zamora in his memoirs later. They created enemies that it previously did not have, they damaged its firm foundations, they tarnished its credibility that up to then had been open and unlimited. A somewhat similar view was expressed by Cardinal Francesc Vidal y Barraca in the protest note he sent to the leader of the provisional government on May 17. Events of this type diminish the confidence that the tactful action of the government in many of its early decisions had inspired in a great many Catholics. 19. Elections and the Constitution. Apart from these early conflicts, which, as we shall see, were soon joined by the most radical sector of anarcho-syndicalism. The provisional government's main concern was to call a general election and provide the republic with a constitution. Elections with universal suffrage, representative governments that answered to parliament, and compliance with the law and the constitution were the distinguishing features of the democratic systems that were emerging or being consolidated at that time in the main countries of Western and Central Europe. And this is what the Republicans and Socialists who governed Spain tried to introduce during the early years of the Second Republic, to a large extent successfully. The general election to the Constituent Cortes was held on June 28. According to the election writ, which modified the 1907 Electoral Act, there would be a single chamber, instead of the two that made up the monarchist parliament. The voting age was lowered from 25 to 23, and suffrage was restricted to males, although females could now stand for election, with the decision on female suffrage to be taken during the future legislature. To thwart any of the traditional fraudulent cacique-type practices, the first-past-the-post system was to be replaced by open lists, with constituencies by province. Provincial capitals with over 100,000 inhabitants were to have their own district, including their judicial district, and in Madrid and Barcelona the district would take in their municipality only. Seat distribution would be by a majority system, although with the application of a corrective factor that would permit voters to pick only 80% of the deputies for their constituency, with the rest coming from minority lists. There would be one deputy for every 50,000 inhabitants, plus a further deputy for every 30,000 inhabitants after that, which would make up a Cortes of 470 deputies, and the automatic designation of unopposed candidates, as stipulated in the famous Article 29 of the 1907 Electoral Act, was invalidated. This electoral system favored the major parties and coalitions, so that there would be governments with substantial parliamentary support, but it also enabled small parties on the fringes of the political scene to obtain, by entering these coalitions, a larger parliamentary representation than their electoral results gave them. This system favored the coalition of socialists and republicans in 1931, was detrimental to them in November 1933 when they went to the country divided, as opposed to the right, who had reorganized and were united, and contributed to the polarization of the Cortes that was elected in February 1936. But above all, it was a system that, by doing away with the small districts, attacked the roots of the cacique system and introduced free, legitimate elections for the first time in Spain's history. The electoral campaign found the right still in disarray and lacking a firm policy, with some of its leaders having fled to other countries in case they were brought to trial for their actions during the dictatorship. Angel Herrera, the editor of the Catholic daily, El Debate, and other members of the Asociación Católica Nacional de Propagandistas who had accepted the Republic as the only scenario possible, created Acción Nacional, whose primary objective was to promote a firm grassroots policy, act within the bounds of the Republic, following the creed of the accidentality of forms of government, and defend the interests of order and the Church in the Cortes. Given the papal blessing and supported by a large number of bishops, this was the beginning of the Catholic grassroots movement that burst with unexpected vigor onto the political stage 2 years later. But in June 1931, still in its embryonic phase, Acción Nacional could only field 39 candidates in 16 constituencies. The victory of the Republican, Socialist coalition was overwhelming. Between the first and second ballots, envisaged by the election writ of May 8, 1931 for those constituencies where no candidate obtained 20% of the votes, the Cortes voted in by the first of the Republic's elections was made up of 19 parties or groups, 6 of which had fewer than 5 elected representatives. The principal modification to the electoral map was the fact that the Partido Socialista, which had never had more than 7 deputies under the monarchy, now had 115, and was the majority political force, with its votes coming mainly from the large estates areas of the south. The second biggest group was Alejandro Lerroa's radicals, with 94 deputies, a very important result that enabled the Partido Radical to occupy the Republican center, especially because the conservatives, led by Alcalá Zamora and Miguel Mora, the provisional government's prime minister and interior minister respectively, obtained only 22 seats. The 59 Partido Radical Socialista and 30 Acción Republicana deputies also showed the notable strength of the Republican left, reinforced by the domination of Esquerra Republicana in Catalonia, which obtained 35 of the 49 seats contested there, and the 16 deputies provided by the Federación Republicana Gallega. The non-Republican right-wing organizations obtained barely 50 seats, and their results were only favorable in the Basque Country and Navarre, where 16 of the 24 seats were won by the alliance of Carlists, Basque nationalists, and independent Catholics. Even so, although few in number, there were some distinguished names among the right-wing deputies, with members of rich land-owning and industrial families, such as José Luis de Oradol, Julio de Urquijo, the Count of Romanons and Juan March. The common interests between landowners, order, and religion were perfectly embodied by the agrarian deputies of Acción Nacional and by the Carlists and fundamentalists. The Count of Rodezno, a grandee of Spain, owned large properties in La Rioja and an estate in Caceres. José María Lamame de Cleric was one of the most powerful landowners of Salamanca, as was Francisco Estevane of Burgos, both being spokesmen for cereal growers' interests in Castillo. All the deputies, bar 28, were entering the Cortes for the first time. There were many intellectuals, journalists, teachers, and lawyers, as well as members of the working class. And for the first time in history, there were 3 women, the Republicans Clara Campoamor and Victoria Kent and the Socialist Margarita Necken. The Republican vote had come mainly from the Mediterranean provinces, Aragon, Andalusia, Extremadura, La Mancha, and Madrid. The old monarchist and Catholic right maintained its influence in Castillo, Galicia, Navarre, and the Basque Country. At the opening session of the Constituent Cortes on July 14, 1931, the anniversary of the storming of the Bastille, Alcalá Zamora declared that today marks a high spot, a summit, a pinnacle in the history of Spain. A few days later, the Cortes, with the socialist Julián Basteiro as speaker, gave a vote of confidence to the provisional government, thereby making it the first official government of the Republic. There was no sign in that parliament of any radicalization or polarization of Spanish political life. There was no solid extreme right, let alone a fascist party, while the Communist Party, at the time vehemently opposed to the bourgeois republic, had obtained very poor results and no seats. 2 essential ingredients of the process of radicalization on the European stage, fascism and communism, were missing in Spain, although there was a powerful anarcho-syndicalist movement outside this constituent Cortes, an institution that was viewed by its most extreme sector as a bourgeois mechanism whose purpose is to consolidate the regime of constant exploitation. It was the only established force that clearly had no place in the system at that time. What was important was that the main party of the left was in the government and that a large proportion of the deputies of the Constituent Cortes, more than half of them, represented intellectuals, the middle class, professionals, and tradesmen. 1/4 of the radical parliamentary group, as Nigel Townsend has pointed out, came from the world of business, while of the leftist Republican deputies, only 1% came from this sector. 20. What set this parliament apart from those of other republics that emerged from the breakup of empires following the First World War was that most of the deputies belonged to the coalition of parties that formed the government. Only around 50 seemed willing to defend the interests of traditional order and the Catholic Church. This did not reflect the views of large sectors of Spanish society, who had strong economic, social, and cultural power, but they were not in the Cortes and were not going to be able to have an influence on the drafting of the Constitution. This was because the Republic arrived not as the result of the success of a Republican movement with deep social roots, but because of a popular mobilization against the monarchy, which reaped its rewards just when the monarchy was losing social and institutional support. But this did not necessarily mean that the foundations of the Republic and democracy were shaky from the start. The results of the June 1931 elections showed that a large proportion of the Spanish had placed their hopes in the Republic. and they showed it via the exercise of popular sovereignty, in elections with only a 30% abstention rate, in a vote of confidence for a constituent Cortes and a parliamentary government. Everything that happened later, the strengths and weaknesses of the system, its successes and failures, up to the coup d'état of July 1936, have their historical explanations, and no predestined fatal outcome was to be found in the origins of this democratic republic. One of the fundamental tasks of this constituent Cortes was to draw up and pass the first republican constitution in Spain's history. And this is what it devoted its energies to during the first few months. Before the elections, the provisional government had commissioned a draft constitution from a legal committee presided over by the lawyer Angel Osorio y Gallardo, a conservative politician under the monarchy, a monarchist without a king in 1930, and a monarchist without a king in the service of the Republic after the proclamation. The text of the draft, which reflected the idea of a republic of order held by Alcalá Zamora and the deputies of the Derecha Liberal Republicana, which became the Partido Republicano Progresista after August 1931, failed to win the unanimous support of the leftist Republicans and was rejected by the Socialists. The government then commissioned a new draft constitution from a parliamentary committee presided over by the socialist Luis Jiménez de Azua, with the radical, Emiliano Iglesias, as vice-chairman, and Alfonso García de Valdecasas, of the Agrupación al Servicio de la República, as secretary. Within barely 20 days, they submitted the new draft, which was debated in the Cortes between August 28 and December 1, in long evening sessions that often went on until dawn. The constitution resulting from this long debate defines Spain, in Article 1, as a democratic republic of workers of all types, structured around freedom and justice. All its authority comes from the people. The republic constitutes an integrated state, compatible with the autonomy of its municipalities and regions. This constitution also declared the non-confessional nature of the state, the ending of state financing of the clergy, introduced civil marriage and divorce and banned teaching activities for those in holy orders. Article 36, following heated debates, granted the vote to women, something that was being done in the democratic parliaments of the most enlightened countries during the interwar years. It was a proposal defended by the Partido Radical deputy, Clara Campo Amor, in spite of the fact that a good many leftist Republicans, including the socialist radical Victoria Kent, feared that women would be influenced by the clergy to give their vote to right-wing organizations. With socialist support, despite the misgivings of Indalecio Prieto, the article was passed by 160 votes to 121. In short, it was a democratic, secular constitution that confirmed the supremacy of legislative power. The most serious crisis in the debate on the constitution was provoked by the matter of religion, which left in its wake disturbances, quarrels, insults and angry declarations by the fundamentalists and the most incendiary and anti-clerical elements of the left alike. José María Lamamita Cleric threatened to oppose the republic, because the constitution, nourished by a spirit of sectarianism, does not exist for us. The lawyer and journalist Angel Samblancat wanted to see the humanization of priests via marriage 21, and many Catholic women began to send telegrams from all over Spain to the Interior Minister, Miguel Mora, asking him to defend the matter of religion in Parliament. 22 Final approval was given to Azaña's proposal made in his famous speech of October 13, which moderated the original plan by restricting the constitutional precept of the dissolution of religious orders to the Jesuits only, and ratified the ban on teaching activities for those in holy orders. The text, which was put to the vote in the early hours of October 14, was passed by 178 votes to 59. 233 deputies were not in the chamber at that moment, many of them because they did not want to commit themselves to a viewpoint in such a complex matter. Lerroux, for example, stayed away from almost all these discussions, and left it in the hands of the party's spokesman, Rafael Guerra del Rio. The agrarian and Basque Navarran deputies walked out of the Cortes after Article 26 of the Constitution, the matter of religion, was passed, and they published a manifesto declaring that the constitution that is going to be passed cannot be ours and that they would employ all their efforts in mobilizing public opinion against it. Alcala Zamora and Miguel Mora, the Prime Minister and the Interior Minister, who had voted against it, resigned. The person who came out of all this best, Manuel Aznar, was proposed as the new Prime Minister. He took possession of the office on October 15 and introduced just one change: a new member of his party, José Giral, came in as Minister for the Navy, to replace Casares Quiroga, who in turn took over the Interior Ministry in place of Miguel Mora. After more than 3 months of debate, the Cortes finally passed the Constitution on December 9, 1931, with 368 votes in favor, which were later to be joined by a further 17 votes from absent deputies, and none against, as the representatives of the right-wing organizations had stayed away from the chamber for the vote. Thus, the Constitution was born with the opposition and rejection of the non-republican right, which made up its mind, from that moment, to revise it or, in the case of its most extremist elements, to abolish it. Gil Robles, who at that time was already one of the most notable defenders of the accidental nature of forms of government, of hoisting the flag of order and religion in Parliament, and who did not agree with Catholic deputies abandoning it, as they had done after Article 26 was passed, declared that this constitution in terms of public liberties is tyrannical, in terms of religion it is persecutory, and in terms of ownership it is shamefully Bolshevik leaning. 23 Now that the constitution had been passed, it was time to elect the President of the Republic. He was to be elected not by direct universal suffrage, as had been envisaged at first, following the pattern in other European republics, but by the Cortes. The government had agreed that the man for the job was Niceto Alcala Zamora, in an attempt to bring back into the fold the conservative sector that had expressed its opposition to the articles regarding religion. It was also agreed that the Cortes would not be dissolved until certain fundamental laws envisaged in the Constitution had been passed. Alcala Zamora called on Manuel Aznar to form a government. Aznar's intention was that all the political forces that had been in the government since the proclamation of the Republic should continue to be represented, in a similar proportion. Lara refused to carry on in the government with the socialists. Aznar would have to make a choice, either the socialists or the Partido Radical. And he opted for the socialists. Sending the socialists into opposition would turn the Cortes into a madhouse, he wrote in his diary on December 13, convinced as he was that introducing representatives of the working classes into the government of the nation was an indispensable condition for stabilizing the republic and democracy, as had been the case in other European countries after the First World War. 24 At that time, the crucial issue in all these democracies was the search for a stabilizing coalition that would be able to incorporate the most democratic sectors of the middle classes and the more moderate fringe of the workers' movement to defend constitutional order. The broad Republican, socialist coalition that had governed in the early months of the Republic split in December 1931. Even so, the alliance between leftist Republicans, some 150 deputies, and the Socialists, with 115, ensured the existence of a government, bearing in mind that the 94 deputies who went over to the opposition belonged to a historical Republican party, Larua's Partido Radical, and the monarchist or Catholic opposition was very weak at that time. The course of events, as we shall see, made it impossible for this stabilizing coalition to become consolidated, but the new government was formed, with Aznar as Prime Minister, a post he was to hold for almost 2 years, quite a feat considering the subsequent history of the Republic, and as Minister of War. Casares Quiroga and José Giral continued as Interior Minister and Minister for the Navy respectively. The radical socialists Álvaro de Albornoz and Marcelino Domingo were given Justice and Agriculture, Industry and Trade, respectively. Largo Caballero stayed on as Minister of Labor, and the other two socialists, Prieto and Fernando de los Rios, were to take on the new Ministry of Public Works and Education. For the first time, two independents joined the government, the Catalan Jaime Carner and Luis de Zulueta, who were given finance and foreign affairs, respectively. Niceto Alcala Zamora was president of the Republic and Manuel Azana was prime minister. Spain was a parliamentary constitutional republic. And it had managed all this in the 7 months since the fall, the suicide, of the monarchy. In view of the fact that this republic, barely 5 years later, was defending itself in a civil war triggered by a coup d'état, all sorts of speculations may be made as to how far this constitution and its administrators were responsible for the final drama. All the European republics that emerged in the 1920s and 1930s, except for Ireland, but including Germany, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Poland, Portugal, and Greece, ended up threatened by reactionary forces and overthrown by fascist or authoritarian regimes. And in all cases, not only Spain, the necessary criterion for the consolidation and stabilization of democracy was that a large majority of the population would accept, or at least tolerate, these new regimes that had been introduced so swiftly and with hardly any bloodshed. The Second Republic went through 2 years of relative stability, followed by another 2 years of political uncertainty and a final few months of disturbance and insurrection. It was forced to face firm challenges and threats from above and below. The first firm challenges, which were the most visible as they usually ended up as confrontations with the forces of order, came from below, first as social protests and later as insurrections from anarchists and socialists. However, the coup de grâce, the challenge that finally overthrew the Republic by force of arms, came from above and from within, that is to say, the military command and the powerful ruling classes that had never tolerated it. And that is what is recounted in the first part of this book. 37. The political change of April 1931 arrived charged with hope and promise. It heralded the end of a corrupt and decadent past, and many people were hoping for a radical change of direction. No aspect of political or social life was excluded from the scope of reforms undertaken by the provisional government or those led by Manuel Azana between October 1931 and September 1933. Over 2 years of feverish legislative activity were given over to the reorganization of the army, the separation of church and state, and the implementation of comprehensive radical measures with regard to land ownership, workers' wages, employment protection and public education. With Republicans and Socialists in the government, messages of hope and fear were soon to be heard all over Spain, with pressure from the higher and lower echelons of society to block the revolution that was underway or to eliminate all traces of the past monarchy. The laboring classes, with their organizations, protests, and mobilizations, appeared on the public scene, in the streets, in parliament, and in the institutions, as a powerful force that could no longer be excluded from the political system. The old ruling classes, property owners, and conventional society, displaced from power by the new Republican regime, reacted energetically and resoundingly to the reforms. This mixture of great hopes, reforms, conflicts, and resistance was what marked the Republic during its first 2 years. Never before had Spain experienced such an intense period of change and conflict, democratic advances, or social conquests. Reforms. The reform and reorganization of the army was implemented by Manuel Azana barely a week after he had been sworn in as the Minister for War in the provisional government. The army that the Republic inherited in 1931 had a history that abounded with interventions in politics, occupied a privileged position within the state and society, lacked modern armaments and was top-heavy with officers, many more than were necessary. Excluding the security forces, which were also militarist, the armed forces had 21,000 officers to lead 118,000 troops. And if we leave aside the troops stationed in Africa, 1/3 of the total, which included 4,000 foreign legionnaires and almost 9,500 Moroccan regulars, the degree of organization and preparation of the various units was somewhat lacking. Azana wanted an army that was more modern and more effective, as well as more republican, subject to constitutional political order. His first decree, on April 22, 1931, forced officers to make a promise of loyalty to the Republic, which most of them did, using the formula, "I promise on my honor to serve the Republic well and faithfully," to obey its laws and defend it with arms. 3 days later, another decree, which aimed to tackle the most pressing issue, the overabundance of officers, allowed regular officers to opt for voluntary retirement while maintaining their salary. A total of 84 generals and 8,650 other officers took up this offer. With this measure, Azina obtained a drastic reduction in the hierarchy, which brought about the reorganization of the various units and improved promotion prospects, but historians agree that, politically, it was a doubtful measure that did not help to make the army more republican, because a large part of the most liberal sector of officers left active service at that time. Another of the objectives of this reform, the reorganization of the army, began with various decrees at the end of May and beginning of June 1931, which reduced the number of divisions from 16 to 8, the Corps of Army Chaplains was dissolved, command of the Corps of Carabineros, in charge of border policing, was transferred to the Ministry of Finance, Hacienda, the regional military headquarters, Capitanias Generales, were abolished, as was the rank of Lieutenant General, and the Central High Command, abolished in 1925 by Primo de Rivera, was restored under the command of General Manuel God. 4 of the 7 military academies were closed, including the one in Zaragoza, established in 1927 under the command of General Francisco Franco. The policy of postings and promotions was complex and controversial too. Although a great many officers were in favor of maintaining the criterion of length of service, there was a minority, closely connected with the Army of Africa, who preferred merits of war as a criterion. A decree of May 4 stipulated that postings should be decided by length of service, and left the appointment and promotion of generals in the hands of the Ministry of War. All promotions carried out under the Primo de Rivera dictatorship were to be reviewed, which introduced a major dose of anxiety among several hundred officers, who were afraid of being demoted from the ranks they had obtained. The reform, which maintained the unfair, undemocratic quota system, whereby military service was excused on payment of a sum of money, was vehemently opposed by a section of the officers, by conservative political media and by the military journals, La Correspondencia Militar and Ejercito y Armada. Manuel Azina was accused of having stated his intention to crush the army. In fact, what he said in the speech alluded to by the military and right-wing media, delivered in Valencia on June 7, 1931, when referring to municipal control by the caciques, was that if ever I get to take part in this type of affair, I will crush and eradicate this organization with the same energy and resolution, without losing control, that I have put into getting rid of other elements no less threatening for the Republic. He did not specifically mention the army, but it did not matter. Azina had become the bête noire of a significant sector of the military, many of whom were to take part in the coup in July 1936. Although Azina's first decree on April 17 abolished the 1906 Jurisdictions Act, which gave military tribunals the power to try civilians accused of crimes against the army or the patria, and another decree on May 11 reduced military jurisdiction in civilian crimes, the Republican, socialist governments of the first 2 years still granted the army major powers with regard to public order and strict control over society. Naturally, this public order aspect was no small matter for concern, as events bore out constantly over the years. Public order had become an obsession for the authorities, both political and military. And it was a well-founded obsession, but it quickly undermined the prestige of the Republican regime. The fledgling regime provided itself with a legal statute, which gave the provisional government full powers, a situation that was maintained until the Defense of the Republic Act of October 21, 1931, and extended by means of the Public Order Act of July 1933. In the medium term, the handing over of public order to the army meant major problems for the Republic. It had never addressed, or was unable to tackle, a serious reform of this sector of the administration. As Manuel Balbi pointed out some years ago, the Republican governments were unable to adapt the administration of public order to the principles of a democratic regime. The Republican governments used the same mechanisms of repression as those of the monarchy, and did not break the direct relationship between the militarization of public order and the politicization of military sectors. One military power maintained its presence at the head of a good number of departments in the administration, including the police, the civil and assault guards and the General Security Directorate. Sanjurjo, Mola, Cabanellas, Muñoz Grandes, Queipo Delano and Franco, leading players in the July 1936 coup d'état, were good examples of this connection during the Second Republic. They all played major roles in the police administration and maintenance of public order. Establishing the preeminence of civil power also called for the broad secularization of society, and this brought the Republic into conflict with the Catholic Church, a mighty bureaucracy that, like the army, exercised a strong influence on Spanish society. The implementation of a series of secularizing decrees and laws unleashed an acrimonious, emotionally charged struggle over religious symbols. The Royal March, which, during the time of the monarchy, was always played at Mass when the host was being consecrated, became one of the distinguishing marks of reaction, a provocation, as was the case with processions. The removal of crucifixes from schools met with vehement disapproval in many towns and villages in the north of Spain. There were also strong protests over the secularization of cemeteries, which came into force on January 30, 1932, and the Divorce Act, passed on February 2 the same year. As far as religion was concerned, there was little room for understanding. Manuel Aznar, who was appointed to head the government as a result of his famous speech on Article 26 of the Constitution, delivered in the Cortes on October 13, 1931, repeatedly insisted that the constitutional mandate should be complied with in all its requirements. And compliance with Article 26 called for declaring church property as belonging to the state, and barring religious orders from taking part in industrial and trading activities, and in teaching. This Religious Confessions and Congregations Act, passed by the Cortes on May 17, 1933, caused much more of a storm than Aznar had foreseen, and stirred the Catholic Church into action. The bishops, who since April of that year had been led by the fundamentalist Isidro Goma, reacted with a bishop's declaration, in which they regretted the harsh attack on the divine rights of the Church, and reaffirmed the superior, inalienable right of the Church to set up and run educational establishments, while rejecting non-Catholic, neutral, or mixed schools. On June 3, the day after the act had been endorsed by the President of the Republic, Alcalá Zamora, the Vatican issued an encyclical of Pius XI, Dilectissima Nobis, devoted exclusively to this act, which attacked the inalienable rights of the Church. The Catholic press joined in the general outcry. Enrique Herrera Oria, the brother of Angel Herrera and chairman of the Federación de Amigos de la Enseñanza, Federation of Friends of Education, classed the scenario created by the act as being cultural civil war too, but no cultural civil war broke out at that time, because before the deadline expired for the closing of religious educational establishments, set for December 31, 1933, the left lost the elections and the new Partido Radical government suspended the implementation of the Religious Confessions and Congregations Act. But this plan to halt the teaching activities of the Church forced the coalition government of Republicans and Socialists to initiate an urgent school building program, which was actually one of the pillars of the secular republic: state schools, the reduction of illiteracy and the spreading of popular culture. The Catholic Church had nearly 5,000 educational establishments with some 352,000 pupils, and 300 secondary education establishments, with over 20,000 students. While there were over 30,000 state primary schools, there were nearly 1 million children who received no education at all, the result of decades of government neglect as regards education. The Socialist Director General of Primary Education, Rodolfo Llopis, estimated that in order to offset the closing of church schools and provide education for all, over 27,000 schools would need to be built, at a rate of 5,000 new schools per year. Although over 10,000 new teaching positions were set up, the lack of resources in many city and town councils, which were responsible for building these schools, meant that this ambitious commitment could not be met. Even so, over 10,000 schools were built during the Republic. The budgetary allocation for education increased substantially between 1931 and 1934, and a great many studies have highlighted the Republic's success in this field. In a bid to reduce illiteracy, which affected almost 50% of those over 10 years of age, and many more females than males, the Misiones Pedagogicas were set up in 1931 to bring the breath of progress to the people, with preference for those living in rural locations. Its board was presided over by Manuel Bartolomé Casio, who had succeeded Francisco Giner de los Rios as head of the Institución Libre de Enseñanza, Free Institution of Education, and the board's members included the poets Manuel Machado and Pedro Salinas. One of its aims was to introduce the cinema and theater to rural Spain, and it was helped in this by, among others, Federico Garcia Lorca's La Barraca Theater Company, which, with its classical repertoire, was active up to spring 1936. The proclamation of the Republic also opened the debate over the shaping of the state and territorial organization. As opposed to the federalist idea, which had placed such a burden on the short life of the First Republic in 1873, the 1931 Constitution introduced the term integral state, made up of municipalities combined into provinces and of regions under a system of autonomy. Catalonia was the first region to begin this process, following the provisional government's restoration of the Generalitat by decree on April 21, 1931. Jaume Carner was appointed to head the commission that was to present the draft Statute of Autonomy, which it did on June 20. What was known as the Statute of Núria was approved by a referendum on August 2, but subsequent debate in the Cortes delayed its final approval until September 9, 1932, by 314 votes to 24. The statute proclaimed Catalonia an autonomous region within the Spanish state, gave the Catalan government major powers with regard to public order, social services, the economy, and culture, and established Catalan and Castilian Spanish as joint official languages within its territory. The Statute of Autonomy for Euskadi, the Basque Country, had also been strongly moved since the advent of the Republic, although it was not passed until October 1, 1936, over 2 months into the Civil War. The delay was due to the split in the Basque nationalist movement, which had failed to attend the meeting of the San Sebastián Pact, the existence of different autonomy plans and head-on opposition to Basque autonomy from the Navarran right and Carlism. Furthermore, religion, the distinguishing feature of these organizations, was used to block any potential understanding between the moderate nationalism of the Basque Nationalist Party and the autonomy plans drawn up by the socialists. By the end of the Republican period, only Catalonia had a statute of autonomy. It took 5 years for Basque autonomy to be passed, and autonomy plans for other regions, such as Galicia, had yet to reach the Cortes when a sector of the army decided to put an end to the Republic by force of arms. There was no time for any more statutes of autonomy and, except for Catalonia, neither was there any in-depth discussion about the development of autonomy under the terms of the Constitution. Socialist participation in the governments of the first 2 years of the Republic made its presence felt in the labor legislation prepared by Francisco Largo Caballero in the Ministry of Labor. It was aimed at improving the quality of life and working conditions of workers and farm laborers, as well as reinforcing the UGT's position in the negotiation and monitoring of labor contracts. The principal measure of this new legal framework was the Ley de Jurados Mixtos, the law of joint arbitration committees, first in agriculture and then in industry, which extended the powers of the old committees during the dictatorship of Primo de Rivera. The job of these joint committees of employers and workers, presided over by a representative from the ministry, was to approve labor contracts and to monitor their observance. This labor corporatism was also backed up by the Ley de Contratados de Trabajo, Employment Contracts Act, of November 21, 1931, which regulated collective agreements, stipulated the conditions for the rescission of contracts and protected the right to strike. Of particular importance in the rural sphere were the municipal districts decree of April 28, whereby local farm hands were to be employed. Before bringing in laborers from outside, the decree of May 8, which imposed the compulsory cropping of certain sections of large estates, in order to counter recurrent neglect by absentee landlords, and the authorization for collective settlements, of May 19, which allowed agricultural worker syndicates to occupy abandoned estates. The list of reforms was completed by the implementation of various social benefits, including the compulsory worker retirement benefit and maternity and workplace accident benefits. With this legislation, a good many city and rural laborers saw their salaries improve and they acquired power and respect in the eyes of the employers. The UGT saw unprecedented growth, particularly the Federación Nacional de Trabajadores de la Tierra, National Agricultural Laborers Federation, but these new state-backed concessions brought it into confrontation with the anarcho-syndicalists. The CNT felt that this government consolidation of worker corporatism gave unfair advantage to the UGT, basically in the control of employment, a scarce commodity in those times, and it began an open dispute to gain, by other means, the monopoly on labor negotiation, through direct action rather than through participation in the joint arbitration committees, and while at first it used warnings and threats, these later turned into coercion and violence. However, the real improvement in agricultural workers' conditions were to arrive with the much heralded agrarian reform, the most keenly awaited of all reforms. Spain had certainly progressed along the road to modernization during the first 3 decades of the 20th century. Primary sector employment, 57.3% of the working population in 1920, had fallen to 45.5% in 1930, in the secondary sector, it had risen from 21.9% to 26.5%, and in the services sector, it had risen from 21% to 28%. But at the beginning of the Republic, agriculture still accounted for half of Spain's economic output, and, as Edward Maleficus, author of Still the Best Study on Agrarian Reform, wrote, control of the land meant control of the main source of national wealth, and this determined the social position of the majority of the population. It has often been said, and is worth repeating here, that in 1931, in spite of her industrial development and urban growth, Spain was still basically an agricultural country. 3. There was no easy solution for what was known as the land problem in Spain for various reasons. The first reason was the complexity of the ownership structure, a predominance of extremes, with very few mid-size properties and marked regional differences, with a great many small holdings in the north and mainly large estates in the south. The second reason was that although reformist politicians had been advocating some sort of agrarian reform since the end of the 18th century, almost nothing had been done by the beginning of the Republic. Repression, rather than reform, had always been the weapon used by the state against peasant protests. The final reason was that, as Maleficus pointed out, politically there was no way of distributing land without running up against strong opposition. The largest properties were not in the hands of the church, foreign owners, or the aristocracy, which would have facilitated matters, as it had done in other countries that undertook agrarian reform in the contemporary era. In Spain, land had to be taken from middle-class owners who, broadly speaking, were fully integrated into the structure of the nation, and who could not take any further pressure without the risk of calling into question many of the basic principles of this political structure. This was why any agrarian reform, however moderate, would have been seen by the owners as a revolution of compulsory seizures. And this was also why land became one of the fundamental pivots of conflict during the Republic and ended up being a substantial component of political violence on the two sides that fought the Civil War. Disagreements in the governing coalition, Parliament's blocking of the right and organized lobbying by the landowners delayed the passing of the act, the drafting of which was fraught with problems. On May 21, 1931, the socialist Fernando de los Rios, Minister of Justice in the Provisional Government, appointed an Agrarian Technical Commission to draw up the first draft of the Republic's agrarian reform. The commission was chaired by the jurist Felipe Sánchez Roman, and among the members were experts well versed in rural matters, such as the economist Antonio Flores de Lemus, the notary Juan Díaz del Moral and the agronomist Pascual Carrion. The commission proposed urgent temporary settlement for between 60,000 and 75,000 landless families per year on large properties of more than 10 hectares of irrigated land or 300 hectares of unirrigated land in the provinces of Andalusia, Extremadura, Toledo, and Ciudad Real. There was to be no change of legal ownership because the land would remain in the hands of its owners, and the reform, to be financed by a tax on the big estate owners, would last until the basic needs of all landless families had been covered, some 15 years. The socialists thought that this was extremely moderate, as there were no compulsory purchases or changes of ownership, while the big landowners organized themselves and put pressure on President Alcala Zamora, a landowner like themselves, to prevent this measure from being implemented. A ministerial commission was then set up, chaired by Alcala Zamora, which presented its project before the Cortes on August 25, 1931. The reform was to concentrate on lands belonging to the aristocracy and absentee landlords, with compulsory purchases, but with extremely high compensation payments that rendered it unworkable. In addition, there was no agreement concerning the scope of the reform or the way to raise money to finance it. At the end of March 1932, a new plan was brought before the Cortes, drawn up by the team led by the Minister of Agriculture, Marcelino Domingo, which withdrew the tax on large estates and the offensive against the property of the aristocracy, with confiscations only in the case of land ownership considered to be illegitimate, properties seized by the aristocracy in the 19th century. The discussions went on through part of the spring and the whole of the summer, with constant obstruction from the agrarian minority. The representative for Salamanca, Candido Casanova, a leading figure in this campaign to block the reform, spoke out against it in over 20 separate sessions of the Cortes. Everything changed after the failure of the coup d'état led by General Sanjurjo on August 10 of that year. Aznar and his government saw a rise in their popularity, a good many representatives closed ranks in favor of the Republic and, on September 9, the act was finally passed, together with the Statute of Catalonia, by 318 votes to 19. There were 120 abstentions, including José Ortega y Gasset and Juan Díaz del Moral. The Agrarian Reform Act envisaged just 4 types of land that could be compulsorily purchased: aristocratic estates, land that had been neglected, land that had been systematically leased, and any land located in irrigation zones that had not been planted in irrigable crops. A few days later, a body was set up to oversee the reform, the Instituto de Reforma Agraria, IRA, the Institute of Agrarian Reform, with a budget of 50 million pesetas, just half the amount assigned to the Civil Guard. The actual scope of the reform was extremely limited. Maleficus summed it up well when he wrote, 2.5 years after the proclamation of the Republic, only 45,000 hectares of land had changed hands, benefiting some 6,000 or 7,000 peasants. For in spite of his statements about the urgency of agrarian reform, Manuel Aznar took no part in the drafting of the project presented by his government, nor in the debates in the Cortes, and he never gave this matter, or the situation of the landless peasants in the south, the attention that he devoted to other matters that concerned him. This lack of interest in agrarian reform, which extended to almost all the left-wing Republicans, including the Minister of Agriculture, Marcelino Domingo, hindered the implementation of the September 1932 Act. There was apprehension over the resistance of the owners and a genuine social transformation in rural areas. As was the case with other reformist acts drawn up by the coalition government of Republicans and Socialists, the Agrarian Reform Act was moderate in practice but threatening in principle. Those who felt threatened by it very soon organized themselves to fight it. Earlier in August 1931, the big landowners had founded the Asociación Nacional de Propietarios de Fincas Rusticas, National Rural Estate Owners Association, to defend a legitimate right of ownership. In addition, the confusion and fear caused by a law that was threatening, because of clauses dealing with ruidos, lands on the edge of a town, and systematic renting, with more expropriations from smaller than from big landowners, were exploited by militant Catholicism to spur many of these very poor owners, predominant in the north of Spain, into turning against the Republic. The Republic came to Spain in the midst of an unprecedented international economic crisis, and although, as experts have pointed out, economic factors played no part in the tragic denouement, they did make things difficult for the government and the implementation of reforms. Among the day laborers, possibly the sector of the population with the highest hopes that this regime would eliminate excessive class privileges, these hopes began to be dashed when it became clear how slowly agrarian reform was progressing, that unemployment was rife and resources had failed, and when some of the most radical outbreaks of rural protest were met with harsh reprisals from the armed forces. In those early years, there were serious public order problems, a good many protests, revolutionary skirmishes, and anarchist insurrections. Protests. The first episodes of bloodshed occurred in Pasajes and Seville. At the end of May 1931, a group of striking fishermen from Pasajes, in the province of Guipúzcoa, started out on a march to San Sebastián. Their progress was blocked by the civil guard, who opened fire, killing 8 and wounding over 50 demonstrators. In Seville, after several weeks of strikes and disturbances, 4 prisoners were killed in the early hours of July 23 in the Parque de María Luisa. According to Manuel Aznar, then the Minister of War, the event appeared to be an application of the Ley de Fugas, the law which legitimized the shooting of detainees trying to escape. In the words of Miguel Mora, the Interior Minister, at dawn, while prisoners were being moved from Seville to Cádiz, and some of them were being transferred to another truck in the middle of the Parque de María Luisa, they tried to escape, and the army, under the command of a young lieutenant, opened fire and killed 4 of them 5 as early as that summer, as Aznar noted in his diary, because of the strikes being called everywhere by the Confederación Nacional de Trabajo. The government decided to impose an urgent and severe remedy. Mora set out the general features of a decree, a legal instrument of repression, which was to become the Defense of the Republic Act, and Largo Caballero, who was prepared to reduce the power of the CNT at any price, stated that he would go further, because of the danger faced by the Republic from the trade union movement. 6 Mora and Aznar, who had different ideas about authority and the way to tackle unrest, did agree about one thing: the unpopularity of the civil guard among the working classes, especially the peasants, who hated them, although, Aznar went on to say, there were others who adored them as the only upholders of social order. As he explained, the civil guard has always been harsh, and what's worse, irresponsible. And it was a situation that did not seem to improve in the early days of the Republic, because many are the mayors and local councillors who used to be the victims and quarry of the civil guard, which does not get on well with the new authorities. Events in various places on 11 and May 12, with the burning of convents, confirmed for Miguel Mora the impossibility of dealing with public disturbances in cities with the civil guard, whose Mauser rifles, with their long range and slow loading, made it hard for them to adapt to street fighting. In any intervention it was inevitable that there was a high number of casualties, given their weaponry and their prescribed mode of procedure. And so a new corps of armed police with a daunting name was born, the Assault Guard, under the command of the then Lieutenant Colonel Agustin Muñoz Grandes, who, according to Mora, created from scratch a perfect corps of trained, uniformed troops, who were handpicked and had impeccable discipline. They wore dark blue uniforms and were armed with pistols and truncheons instead of rifles. With the coming of the Republic, those who had hitherto had no power found new opportunities to become involved in politics, to influence the authorities, thanks to the regime change and the weakened state in which those who had up to then occupied positions of power now found themselves. With the loss of control in the city councils, the increase of socialist influence through the implementation of the joint committees in agriculture and the new legal framework set up by the Ministry of Labor to run labor relations, the owners' resistance to Republican legislation greatly intensified. This hostility could be seen to be particularly acrimonious in areas with large estates and a rural proletariat, where social struggle seemed to be most intense. With the employers failing to comply with the basic regulations governing agricultural labor and Republican social legislation in general, the gates were opened for a rash of protests from the peasants during the first 2 years of the Republic. In fact, what they were asking for in these conflicts was not social revolution, confiscations from the rich or land collectivization, something that could be found in the most radical pamphlets, but better salaries, employment rights, and access to land use. Situation untenable were words often repeated in telegrams sent by mayors and civil governors to the Interior Minister, asking for funds for public works and to help the unemployed, 400 unemployed, all council funds spent, begging in the streets, situation untenable, send funds soonest, wrote the mayor of Cáceres, in the province of Seville, to the Interior Minister in a telegram that back in 1931 was a blueprint for many others from various towns and villages in Andalusia and Extremadura. And constantly underlying these messages was an attempt to show what would happen if, as was often the case, the money failed to appear: robberies, attacks on country estates and farms, a real danger for the maintenance of public order. 7. All this forced the civil governors to maintain a fine balance between pressure from the mayors and people in the provinces, and the higher authority in Madrid. The idea that the solution would come from above was widespread in the early days of the Republic, a time of optimism still, judging by the number of petitions from all over Spain to the authorities to provide relief for problems ranging from hunger to natural disasters and to distribute a little justice and charity. This was a hangover from a paternalistic era which had still not entirely disappeared, but it also shows how the unemployed and their families were neglected in a society in which there was no unemployment insurance whatsoever. It is true to say that, apart from the executive order of May 28, 1931, whereby loans were made by the Instituto Nacional de Previsión, National Benefit Institute, to solve the unemployment situation, there was no progress at all during the term of the coalition government. Potential solutions that had been commonly used in the past were now no longer available. There was no money to finance public works, and even those who could provide employment refused to hire union members, who were often forced to leave the union as a condition for being hired. These were threatening messages that, while they might not have met strong resistance, had the twofold effect of getting rid of enlightened workers and of lowering previously agreed wages. Meanwhile, all any civil governor could do was to record the event, come up with a potential peaceful solution, impose it if necessary and, when all else failed, maintain order. Deploy the civil guard was another of the most common petitions made by local authorities, civil governors, and employers to the Interior Minister. There was nothing surprising about such requests. All it took was for a strike to be called by a section of a trade union and the local mayor would ask the civil governor to intervene, and he in turn would ask the minister to authorize him to deploy the civil guard. At other times, it would be some employer who would contact the minister directly to ask for armed assistance at harvest time, with lodging provided and any extra expenses paid for. The fact that employers and the local councils had to meet any costs arising from the deployment of the civil guard, whenever this was asked for, is highly indicative of the lack of resources and usually poor financial management suffered by the state, and of the structural problems of her law enforcement units, who were badly paid, poorly equipped and, like the rest of the administration in general, somewhat ineffective. The civil guard was further affected by the dispersion of its forces. Whenever there was an outbreak of unrest and they had to go to other locations, typically from the provinces to the major cities, their villages of origin were left unprotected and panic would spread among the authorities affected by the threat that extremist elements, taking advantage of the situation, would demonstrate against order and property. Hopes for a radical change in class relationships in the rural sphere were soon dashed. That, at any rate, was how it was perceived by many peasant groups, who, while never ceasing to appeal for protection from the government, showed their discontent in confrontations fraught with illusions and potential demands, with the dream of social revolution tantalizingly round the corner. The legislation implemented by the government was possibly right for the time and, but for the much-discussed agricultural reform that was yet to materialize, a good number of day laborers and tenants benefited from the early winds of change. But unemployment was getting out of hand and the government had no resources to alleviate the situation. Many landowners were already beginning to express openly their strong hostility towards the torment of the Republic, and the forces of order were incapable of policing it without the use of arms. Hardly any blood was shed in these disturbances until what one might call the fatal week that ran from Thursday, December 31, 1931 to Tuesday, January 5, 1932. There was nothing at the end of the year to suggest what was to come, nor was the Republic experiencing any particular tension. The Constitution had been passed on December 9 in the Cortes by a large majority. Alcalá Zamora was elected president a day later, and on December 15 Azana formed a government. It all began in Castilblanco, a village in the northwest of the province of Badajoz, in the jurisdiction of Herrera del Duque. The Federation of Land Workers in this province called a general strike for 30 and December 31, to protest against the governor and the colonel commanding the civil guard, whom the Federation accused of supporting the landlords and caciques in their opposition against the social legislation that had recently been implemented. The strike was generally peaceful, with just the odd confrontation between the civil guard and land workers, and on the second day, when the demonstrators were returning home, the mayor, or else a landlord, according to other sources, asked the civil guard to disperse them. There were clashes, and one worker was shot dead by the civil guard. The peasants, beset with rage and hatred, that hatred which Azana had mentioned in his diary, turned on the four guards and slaughtered them with stakes, rocks, and knives. Enraged, undisciplined and faced with the passive attitude of certain government authorities, the civil guard worked off steam for a few days with deadly reprisals. The most outrageous incidents, apart from those in Zalami de la Serena, where they killed 2 workers and wounded a further 3, occurred a long way from Castilblanco and areas with large estates, in locations where the unions and employers were in conflict over matters that were typical of times of low employment. In Epila, in the province of Zaragoza, the workers of the sugar factory, apparently at the instigation of the CNT and with the opposition of the UGT, proposed that with any new hiring, priority should be given to those on this district's census. On Saturday, January 2, with the factory on strike, the agricultural workers stayed away from work and some businesses remained closed. On the Sunday, some 500 people assembled in the town square. The civil guard tried to clear the square, and opened fire, killing 2 day laborers and wounding several others. The following day, in Gerasa, a village in the district of La Safor in the province of Valencia, an assembly of peasants who were in conflict with their employers over the latter's refusal to accept proposed working conditions, hurled insults and rocks at the mounted civil guard. There was a saber charge and gunfire, resulting in 4 deaths and 13 people wounded, 2 of them women. And then there was Arndo. The events in this town in La Rioja, with a population of just over 5,000, the hub of a shoemaking cottage industry, gave rise to an outcry against the civil guard for its bloodbath in the Plaza de la República, 6 men and 5 women dead, 11 women and 19 men wounded, 5 of whom were unable to work again, and a civil guard with a light bullet wound. All ages were represented. Among the dead were a 70-year-old woman and a child of 4, whose mother was also killed. The wounded included men and women of over 60 and a 5-year-old child whose leg had to be amputated. With such a casualty list, it was no wonder that the outcry, as Azana called it, was deafening. The resource material we have at our disposal is plentiful, varied, and reliable, leaving little room for ambiguity. Almost a year before this incident, a dispute arose in the shoemaking firm belonging to the Muro family, when the owner's son fired an employee who subsequently received the support of his colleagues, and they in turn were fired as well. There followed a long period of negotiation, in which the civil governor took part, but they were not reinstated, so the workers went on strike on January 5, with the UGT leaders and strike committee inviting all enlightened citizens to join with the downtrodden workers, to request our and our children's daily bread, which these heartless bosses want to snatch away from us. That same day, the civil governor, Ildefonso Vidal, arrived to chair a meeting in the town hall with the mayor, various councillors, the commanding officer of the local civil guard garrison and some employers who agreed to take on the workers sacked by Muro. The demonstrating workers arrived at the town square, with women and children at the front, to be met by a formation of the civil guard with 1 sergeant, 4 corporals, and 20 troopers under the command of Lieutenant Juan Corcuera y Piedrahita. Without any warning or advisory shots in the air, fire was opened unexpectedly and devastatingly, and only ceased on the order of the commanding officer when he came out of the town hall. There had been no collective aggression or collective resistance, and the panic-stricken crowd fled the square. According to the conclusions in the inquiry led by the civil governor of Vizcaya, the lieutenant commanding the troop should not have broken up the demonstration, because in the town hall were his superiors, the civil governor and the commanding officer, who had given him no order to do so. The preliminary investigations by a military judge and by a second judge in further indictments found no case against any of the inhabitants, although there are conflicting versions as to whether the bullet that wounded the civil guard came from a handgun belonging to one of the demonstrators or, as the doctor who treated the injured declared, from a Mauser. The military judgment, handed down in Burgos on January 30, 1934, cleared the lieutenant of the crime of murder and inflicting injuries through criminal negligence, because there is insufficient proof that he did commit such a crime, and the same ruling applies to charges brought against the civil guard unit under his orders 8 as Azana telephoned General Sanjurjo to notify him that he was being relieved of his post as director of the civil guard. In the conversation that the Prime Minister recorded in his diaries, there is no mention of what Sanjurjo thought of atrocities such as those committed by his subordinates in Arndo, but the general was in no doubt as to who was to blame. Many socialist town councils were peopled with riffraff, undesirables who incite disorder, intimidate employers, cause damage to property and feel bound to clash with the civil guard. Socialists, said the general to Azana, should not be in the government because their presence encourages those who favor excess. 9 Such was the atmosphere of disorder that he believed existed, that a few months later he led the first military uprising against the Republican regime. The dead were duly buried, Sanjurjo was transferred to become director of the Carabineros, Miguel Cabanellas was appointed director of the Civil Guard, and the Arndo incident faded into the background, dwarfed by other tragic events, particularly those in Casas Viejas exactly 1 year later. The Civil Guard felt it was being unfairly vilified, and the memory of Castilblanco might have explained their sudden, bloody response. But it was this very response that continued feeding the reality and myth of a state that was failing to control, even with military and governmental authorities in place, its machinery of repression, and it did not seem capable of enforcing its new legislation either. The features of conflicts in the cities during the Republican, Socialist coalition government were different to those pertaining in the rural world. The most notable of these is the fact that the struggle for control of available jobs, the distribution of trade union influence, which, at a time of crisis, when the unions became employment exchanges, was linked to the previous feature, and confrontation over the corporate structure were the basic connecting threads of anarchist agitation, strikes, and bitter clashes between the two branches of trade unionism that were entrenched in the working classes. The government-backed UGT, by legislating and using the machinery of the state, began to exert ever more influence in the sphere of labor relations. The CNT saw this as interference that severely limited its sphere of influence and opted for direct action, without state intermediaries, with the streets as the setting for its struggle and confrontation with the state, and its most radical sector began to preach revolution through disturbances and revolt. This clash unleashed accusations and insults and placed a large sector of the organized working class at odds with the Republic. The CNT's ability to stir up antagonism against the joint committees soon became evident in cities such as Barcelona, Seville, and Zaragoza, where there was a predominance of anarcho-syndicalists. Not surprisingly, Barcelona was the most contested forum in this struggle, with the rapidly reorganized and expanding CNT, and the UGT willing to exploit the situation to make inroads in an area that had hitherto proved hard to penetrate. From the early days of the Republic, industrialists and UGT unions had denounced outrages, insults and brutal coercion by the CNT, whose unions refused to register their members on the social electoral roll set up to elect representatives to the joint committees. With his customary precision, Manuel Azana noted on various occasions the importance of this civil war between the two trade union factions, probably the harshest political reality in Spain at this time. The CNT unions, he noted on September 26, 1931, are refusing to comply with social legislation in Catalonia. They do not accept the arbitration committees or Department of Labor inspections. We have had a fair amount of problems in the cabinet over this matter, and Largo Caballero has fought hard to bring the undisciplined unionists under the authority of the departments of the Ministry of Labor. On May 7, 1932, following a meeting with Largo and Fernando de los Rios, the Prime Minister expressed it even more clearly: the Socialists are determined to maintain control of social matters in Catalonia, or rather, because at the moment they do not have this control, in ensuring, through ministerial bodies, their defense against their dire enemies, the syndicalists of the CNT. The response to the CNT was soon to be evident on the very stage that many of its militants had chosen for their struggle, the streets. Between May and July 1931, the CNT called various strikes which, in some cases, were joined by the communists. They led to a good many casualties, for example, in Paseas and Seville, and dashed many of the hopes of more moderate syndicalists. The civil war between the two trade union organizations escalated in the general strike called by the Asturias Miners' Union in June, and the gap between them opened even wider in the nationwide telephone operators' strike called by the anarchist unions at the beginning of July. This strike was not supported by the other three unions in the company, and Mora opposed direct negotiation by the strikers with the company. Clashes with the forces of order resulted in several casualties, while many people were arrested and others dismissed. The CNT, with its struggle against state intervention in disputes between employees and workers, contributed to the failure of the conciliation procedure, the essence of the corporate system, but received very few benefits in return. Since the Republic did not, or could not, offer the workers the favorable results they expected, the most radical views very soon began to be heard among the large number of rural and urban unemployed. The internal struggle led to a schism, with thousands of militants in the most industrialist areas, where the organization was most firmly entrenched, leaving the CNT, including some of its most outstanding leaders, such as Juan Piro and Angel Pestana. The hardcore of the anarchist movement used killing and repression as a springboard for mobilization against the Republic and the leaders of the CNT at that time. The term government by violence, el crimen, método de gobierno, began to appear in the anarchist media following the events in Paseas and Seville. And it was from January 1932 onwards that this talk of the spilling of proletarian blood finally became rooted in the anarchist media. Protest escalated into revolt. There were 3 attempts at armed insurrection in 2 years, incited by anarchist militants, supported to some degree by workers and peasants. The first 2 were directed against the Republican, Socialist coalition government. The third, the one with the most casualties, which we shall look at later, occurred a few days after Larua's radicals and the right won the elections. Revolts, death in Casas Viejas. On January 19, 1932, miners from the mining camp of San Cornelio, in Figueres, came out on strike. They disarmed the Somatan, local civilian defense force, and the conflict spread to other areas of the Alto Llobregat and Cardener. This was a wildcat strike and thus bore no relation to subsequent uprisings in 1933, which were planned and organized by leading members of the CNT and the Federación Anarquista Ibérica, FAI. The harsh conditions in the mines, with long hours and unsafe pits, the frustrated hopes that the arrival of the Republic would change the situation, and the struggle for the right of assembly, which was not recognized, even in the new political climate, all fueled a major focus of discontent that was unleashed on the morning of January 19, 1932. At first, it was a simple strike, aimed at improving these conditions, although the more politically aware declared the arrival of libertarian communism. Convinced that they would only succeed if they managed to arm themselves and thus block the response of the mine owners, they disarmed the Somaten and began to patrol the streets. The resistance spread to neighboring towns the next day. In Berga, Salent, Cardona, Balzerani, Navarcles and Suria, the mines and other businesses were closed. In Manresa, picketing workers blocked access to factories and workshops. The cutting of telephone communications and the replacement of Republican flags with black and red banners in certain town halls in the region suggested that this was something more than mere industrial action over working conditions. On that same day, a delegate of the Regional Committee of the CNT arrived in Figels. Along with the revolutionary committee set up by the striking miners and other anarchist groups, he announced throughout the region that libertarian communism had arrived. On January 21, the Prime Minister, Manuel Azana, addressed the Cortes. No one was authorized to rise up against the Republic. I am not frightened of strikes, because that is a right recognized in law. But in the face of excesses, the military had the obligation to intervene. Effectively, on January 22, the first military reinforcements arrived in Manresa from Zaragoza, Lerida, Gerona, and Barbastro. By January 23 they had occupied all the towns in the area except Figels. They arrived there the next day and found that the miners had blown up the explosive store and fled to the mountains. Order was restored on January 25. The miners were dismissed. Local people who had opposed the conflict collaborated in the repression. The miners' hopes had been dashed. The subversion of order in the mines soon came to an end. There was no looting, nor abolition of private property, nor deaths. However, the National Committee of the CNT, spurred on by the desire to call the revolutionary strike, which certain union leaders in Barcelona were demanding, agreed at a meeting on January 23, when the miners' uprising was already drawing to a close, to call a strike in all of Spain, accepting all the consequences. Only a few towns in Valencia and Aragon responded. In the town of Alcoriza, in the province of Teruel, activists placed 2 bombs in the barracks of the Civil Guard, and not far from there, in Castel de Cabra, its barely 500 inhabitants experienced for one day what the governor of the province of Zaragoza, Carlos Montilla, called the proclamation of the Soviet Republic. According to the newspapers at that time, on January 25, the rebels took over the town hall, destroyed the tax register and all the documents in the archive of the municipal secretariat. Troops from Barcelona and Zaragoza undertook the suppression of the rebellion. By January 27, it was all over. 11 order was accompanied by several dozen arrests and the closing down of all CNT premises in the affected districts. But the impact of this persecution gained disproportionate coverage, thanks to the notorious and controversial affair of the deportations. On January 22, several anarchist militants had been arrested in Barcelona, including the Escaso brothers, Francisco and Domingo, Buenaventura Durruti and Tomás Cano Ruiz. Along with other CNT activists, they were transferred the next day to the merchant ship Buenos Aires, which was anchored in the port. The news that they were going to be deported, a sentence that was covered under the terms of Article 2 of the Defense of the Republic Act, unleashed the fury of the libertarian media. By January 26, there were already over 200 prisoners on the ship. On January 28, about 100 of them began a hunger strike and, a few days later, issued a communique announcing their helpless situation. The ship finally set sail from the port of Barcelona on February 10, with 104 prisoners on board. After picking up more prisoners in Cádiz, the Buenos Aires called in at the Canary Islands and Fernando Poo, before arriving at Villa Cisneros on April 3. Some of the prisoners became seriously ill, one fatally, and others were released during the journey. By the time the affair had concluded and the last deportees had returned to Spain in September, the leading lights of the CNT and the FAI had placed themselves at the forefront of opposition to the government of the Republic. Some months later, the CNT, which by then had been abandoned by tens of thousands of militants, returned to the fray. This time there were preparations, but they were so secret and flawed that hardly anyone had any inkling of them. In a plenary session of regional delegates of the CNT, held in Madrid on December 1, 1932, the National Committee of the Railway Industry, a minority rail workers' union, had asked for support and financing to call a general strike to obtain wage increases. However, the rail workers backed down because over half of their unions forecast a spectacular failure. This restraint was a source of great annoyance to the Regional Defense Committee of Catalonia, which, guided by Joan Garcia Oliver, was ready to put into practice his famous revolutionary gymnastics, an oscillating insurrectional action that would prevent the consolidation of the bourgeois republic. The committee chose January 8, 1933, at 8 p.m., as the moment. Needless to say, it was a fiasco, although strikes and incidents with explosives did once again reach certain towns in Aragon and Valencia. The army and police forces took up strategic positions in towns where disturbances were predicted. The union leaders were arrested and the blame and reproaches multiplied. Just when it seemed it had all blown over, news of disturbances in the province of Cádiz began to arrive, where anarchist groups and local defense committees were threatening order in the capital: Jerez de la Frontera, Alcalá de los Gazules, Paterna de la Rivera, San Fernando, Chiclana, Los Barrios, and Sanlúcar. That same day, January 10, Captain Manuel Rojas Figespan received the order to transfer from Madrid to Jerez, with his company of assault guards, and put an end to the anarchist rebellion. They spent the night on the train. When they arrived in Jerez, they found that the telephone lines had been cut in Casas Viejas, a town with barely 2,000 inhabitants, 19 kilometers from Medina Sidonia. Groups of peasants affiliated to the CNT took up positions in the town at dawn on January 11, and, following the preparatory instructions issued by anarchists in the district of Jerez, they surrounded the civil guard barracks, armed with a few pistols and shotguns. Inside were 3 guards and a sergeant. After an exchange of fire, the sergeant and one of the guards were seriously wounded. The sergeant died the next day, the guard, a few days after that. At 2 o'clock that same afternoon, 12 civil guards, under the command of Sergeant Anart, arrived at Casas Viejas. They freed the 2 guards still in the barracks and occupied the town. Fearful of reprisals, many of the peasants fled. The rest locked themselves in their homes. A few hours later, 4 more civil guards and 12 assault guards, under the command of Lieutenant Fernandez Artal, joined those who had previously controlled the situation. With the help of the 2 civil guards who knew the town's inhabitants, the lieutenant began the search for the rebels. They seized 2 of them and beat them until they mentioned the family of Francisco Cruz Gutierrez, Cistidos, 6 Fingers, a 72-year-old charcoal burner who sometimes attended CNT meetings, but who had not taken part in the disturbances. But 2 of his sons and his son-in-law had done so, and following the siege of the barracks, they had taken refuge in Cistidos' house, a flimsy shack of mud and stones. The lieutenant ordered the door to be forced. Those inside opened fire and one of the assault guards was killed. At 10 o'clock that night, reinforcements arrived, with grenades, rifles and a machine gun. They began the attack with little success. A few hours later, they were joined by Captain Rojas, with 40 assault guards, under orders from Arturo Menendez, the Director General of Security, to transfer from Jerez to Casas Viejas to put down the insurrection and to open fire without mercy on everyone who shot at the troops. Rojas ordered the shack to be set on fire. By then, some of the occupants had already been killed by rifle and machine gun fire. 2 were riddled with bullets when they ran out to escape the flames. Maria Silva Cruz, La Libertaria, Cistidos' granddaughter, saved her life because she was carrying a child in her arms. 8 dead was the final tally, 6 of them were burnt inside the shack, including Sistidos, 2 of his sons, his son-in-law and his daughter-in-law. The insurrection in Casas Viejas was over. It was the morning of January 12, 1933. Rojas sent a telegram to the Director General of Security, 2 dead. Rest of revolutionaries trapped in flames. He also informed him that he was continuing with the search for the leaders of the movement. He sent 3 patrols to search the houses, accompanied by the 2 civil guards from the Casas Viejas barracks. No sooner had they started, when they killed a 75-year-old man who shouted, "Don't shoot! I'm not an anarchist." They arrested a further 12, of whom only 1 had taken part in the disturbances. They were dragged in handcuffs to Sistidos' shack. Captain Rojas, who had been drinking brandy in the bar, began shooting, followed by other guards. They killed all 12. A little later, they left the town. The massacre was over. 19 men, 2 women, and a child were killed. 3 guards suffered the same fate. The truth about the incident took time to be made public, because the early versions had all of the peasants killed in the attack on Sistidos' shack, but the Second Republic now had its tragedy. 12 dozens of peasants were arrested and tortured. The prisoners blamed Sistidos and those who had been killed, in order to save their skins. The government, in an attempt to ride out the attacks against it, from left and right, over the excessive cruelty it had used to put down the uprising, washed its hands of all responsibility. There is no evidence of any government blame here, claimed Azana in a speech to the Cortes on February 2 that year. As far as we can see, what happened in Casas Viejas was inevitable. There was a rising in Casas Viejas, under the banner that has turned the heads of the uneducated and the unemployed of the Spanish working class, the banner of libertarian communism, and a few dozen men raised this banner of libertarian communism, armed themselves, attacked the civil guard and killed some of them. What was the government supposed to do? Faced with an armed uprising against society and the state, he had no choice, he said several times to the members, even if there was the risk of some agent committing certain excesses in the pursuit of his duty. At any event, he said later in the Cortes on March 2, the origins of these rebellions against the state, the republic, and social order were not to be found in the government's social policy. Did we, this government or any government, sow the seeds of anarchism in Spain? Was it us who founded the FAI? Have we given support, in any way, to the machinations of the agitators who are spreading the slogan of libertarian communism throughout the towns and villages? 13. Although certain newspapers, such as ABC, initially applauded the punishment meted out to the revolutionaries, the opposition to the government from both the radicals and the right grew steadily from that moment on. Eduardo Guzman, who visited Casas Viejas along with Ramon J. Sender, seriously questioned the official version in the pages of La Tierra. The CNT, which gained nothing from the incident but more martyrs for the cause, made ground in its campaign against dictatorial policies and trouble-making politicians. It did not matter that it was being persecuted, they argued in their media, because in prison, in silence, the voice of the revolution is heard by free spirits. History was repeating itself. Following an insurrection, the CNT would organize demonstrations to protest against the repression. The rest of the year was spent protesting about the growing number of prisoners in the jails and in feverish preparation for the revolution which, for the moment, would shape up to be another aborted insurrection a few months later. The origin of all the tragic incidents that accompanied these anarchist insurrections was confrontation with the forces of law and order. There were no atrocities or acts of vengeance against the clergy, nor was there any violence against employers or symbols of economic exploitation, to name just some of the elements that the anarchists did target in the revolution that followed the coup d'état in July 1936. Nevertheless, the fact that violence was not used in this respect does nothing to mollify the nature of this method of coercion against established authority. What was behind it was, essentially, a rejection of the system of representation and the belief that force was the only way to abolish class privilege and its accompanying abuse of power. It is hard to dispute the idea that the preparation and putting into practice of these insurrections was the work of anarchist groups inspired by cataclysmic dreams. There were not, nor could there be, many rural or urban workers behind this supposed revolution. Those who made decisions on the suitability of the insurrectional movement failed to show the same ability to organize it. This was because, among other reasons, there was not much to organize. While a strike, a conflict over poor living conditions, non-compliance with working practices or a protest against repression was one thing, armed insurrection was an entirely different matter. An action totally detached from the usual labor practice based on trade unionism, which after all was where the CNT's strength lay, could not be supported by moderate unionists, who were removed from the leadership for refusing to condone confrontation with the authority of the Republic, as they considered it to be a mistaken and suicidal tactic. CNT opposition deprived the Republic of a fundamental social cornerstone. But although anarchist radicalism helped to spread the culture of confrontation, it was not the only, nor even the most powerful, movement to frustrate the consolidation of the Republic and its reformist project. The dominant groups who had been removed from political institutions with the arrival of the Republic were not slow to react. In less than 2 years, Catholicism took root as a mass political movement, with the support of hundreds of thousands of small and medium-sized rural landowners, and launched a destabilizing offensive that only concluded when it had met its objective of overthrowing the reforms and removing the threat of revolution. Now is the time to examine in some detail the nature and manifestations of this reaction. Religion was a basic component of many of the conflicts that had spread throughout Europe in the period between the two world wars. The Russian Revolution and the fear of communism taking root elsewhere gave rise to a conservative mass reaction that in some countries, such as Germany, Austria, Italy, and Poland, took the form, even before the appearance of fascism, of a popular Catholic movement. The antagonism between the Catholic Church and the political left acquired fresh vigor. However, nowhere was the struggle between the Catholic Church and the various socialist projects, between clericalism and anti-clericalism, so intense as in Spanish society in the 1930s. The conflict had deep historical roots, but the coming of the Republic and its attempts to modernize society and politics by debilitating the power of the clergy revealed it in all its harsh reality. The result was the birth of the first mass right-wing party in the history of Spain, a party that played a major role in the hounding and overthrow of the Republic. Religion, the seed of discord. In the years prior to the proclamation of the Republic, the Catholic Church, under the protective mantle of Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, envisaged no serious changes in store for its privileged position. In spite of the disentailments of church property and the liberal revolutions of the 19th century, the confessional state had remained intact. Catholicism saw itself as the historical religion of the Spanish. As custodian of the highest virtues and a perfect society, in close harmony with the state, the Church was secure, because at the height of the 20th century, Spain represented the epitome of a society with a single religion, a religion directed and followed by people, bishops, religious orders, and laymen, who considered that the thorough preservation of social order was not renounceable in view of the close relationship between order and religion in Spain's history. 3. Order and religion. Religion, the seed of discord. 65. However, against this constant power and presence of the Church, a counter-tradition of criticism, hostility, and opposition had emerged. Anti-clericalism, already in evidence in the 19th century, with intellectuals and liberal politicians prepared to reduce the power of the clergy in the state and in society, entered the 20th century in a new, more radical phase, to be joined by militant workers. And thus it emerged, beginning with Barcelona and followed by other Spanish cities, a network of athenaeums, newspapers, lay schools, and other manifestations of a popular culture, basically anti-oligarchical and anti-clerical, in which republicanism and organized labourism, anarchist or socialist, joined forces. The Church resisted with vigor these impetuous onslaughts of modernization and secularization. It built up a solid rampart against those who were in disagreement with its opinions. In a confessional state, in which church and political power were so closely united, there was nothing to fear from mass apostasy. At least, that is what it thought. And it would go on thinking this as long as it held the monopoly on education, as long as its charitable works received the moral and financial blessing of respectable society, in short, as long as Catholics played a leading role in the early stages of social projects. But industrialization, urban growth, and the escalation of class conflicts substantially changed the situation during the first 3 decades of the 20th century. Some writers on Catholic affairs, concerned by the consequences of these changes, noted that the urban poor displayed a deep distrust of Catholicism, as it was always on the side of the rich and the employers, and the Church was considered to be a class enemy. On the eve of the Republic, so these writers say, the urban proletariat in Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, and Seville, and from the mining areas of Asturias and Vizcaya, rarely entered a church, and were unaware of Catholic doctrines and ritual. Many priests in the large estate regions of Andalusia and Extremadura would often draw attention to the growing hostility shown to them and the Church by day laborers polluted by socialist and anarchist propaganda. As far as religious practice and the role of religion in daily life were concerned, there was a vast difference between these decatholicized areas, with no church influence, and the rural world in the north. In Castilla-La Vieja, Aragon, and the Basque provinces, going to church was part of the weekly and, for many women, daily routine, a show of fidelity to religion and social conformity. The Church's influence invaded daily life and established the rules of behavior. Nearly everyone in these regions had some member of the family in the Church, providing most of Spain's priests, monks, and nuns, and it was to the well-to-do districts in these areas that nearly all resources were destined. The gulf between these two conflicting cultural worlds, practicing Catholics and hardened anticlericalists, narrowed with the proclamation of the Second Republic, and a large number of Spaniards who had hitherto displayed indifference to the struggle were caught in the middle. All the alarm bells started ringing. Luis Carreras and Antonio Vilaplana, 2 priests who worked with Cardinal Vidal Iberacer, put it plainly in the report that they sent on November 1, 1931 to the Vatican State Secretariat. Under the apparent grandeur of the Church during the monarchy, Spain was becoming religiously impoverished, with the enlightened elite and the common people distancing themselves from religion, and the nation needing a restoration of Christian society. The blame was placed on the Republic for its obsessive persecution of the Church and Catholics, while in fact the conflict was far-reaching, with its origin in previous decades. It was not that Spain was no longer Catholic, as Manuel Azana put it so graphically in his speech in the Cortes on October 13, 1931, by which he meant that the Church no longer guided Spanish culture, having turned its back on the working classes a long time before. It was that there was one Spain that was extremely Catholic, another not so much so, and a third that was highly anti-Catholic. There was more Catholicism in the north than in the south, among landowners than among the dispossessed, among women than among men. The majority of Catholics were anti-socialist and law-abiding citizens. The Republican and working class left was associated with anti-clericalism. It is hardly surprising that the proclamation of the Republic meant rejoicing for some and mourning for others. Republican legislation further reinforced the traditional correlation between order and religion, although during the early days of the Republic, before these laws appeared, a group of distinguished Catholics, encouraged by Angel Herrera, the editor of El Debate, decided to found a new association for the socio-political salvation of Spain. Thus Acción Nacional was born, on April 29, 1931, whose aim, according to Chapter 1 of its regulations, was political propaganda and action under the watchwords of religion, family, order, work, and ownership. The idea was also, as Cardinal Pedro Segura, primate of the Spanish bishops, wrote in a confidential and highly classified letter to Cardinal Vidal Iberacer on May 4, the serious and effective union of all Catholics for the general election, with the aim of ensuring the election of candidates who are guaranteed to defend the rights of the Church and social order too. From the outset it had the blessing of the Vatican, the Nuncio, Tedeschini and most of the bishops, and it soon prevailed over the Republican Catholicism of Nice to Alcala Zamora and Miguel Mora. It also marginalized the Carlist cause, which at the time did not enjoy the official patronage of the Catholic Church. Even so, notable well-to-do fundamentalists donated funds to the movement, such as the Count of Rodezno in Navarre, the rich wine producers Domecq and Palomino in Jerez, and José María Lamamid, a cleric in Salamanca, a prosperous, powerful landowner and a descendant of French legitimists. In fact, for the vast majority of Catholics, Acción Nacional, which had to change its name to Acción Popular in April 1932, following a government order restricting the use of the word nacional, was, to paraphrase the words of Martin Blinkhorn, a convenient facade behind which was hidden a number of private interests and a common hostility towards the Republic and all it stood for. 3. Acción Nacional did badly in the general election in June 1931, the Catholic right was in the throes of being organized and was lacking direction. In this organization there were, at least at first, later they were to split, some who opted for the legal way, for the accidentalism of forms of government, who quickly understood that it was not a question of monarchy or republic, but the defense of religion and social order, alongside others who preferred, and began to put into practice, the path of violence to overthrow the republic. Some historians have called these two options the accidentalist and catastrophist right. The former designation was favored by Angel Herrero and José María Gil Robles, the latter by Antonio Goycochea, an ex-minister from the time of the monarchy. Gil Robles later wrote that it was he who, at a meeting in Avila on April 9, 1931, a few days before the city council elections that saw the end of the monarchy, proclaimed for the first time the accidental nature of the forms of government, for thus, what mattered, more than the form of government, was the defense of the fundamental, basic principles of any society, and religion was one of these. Few of the movement's candidates were elected, but those who were made their presence felt in the opening session of the Cortes by speaking out against the explosive radicalism of the government's legislation proposals, particularly with reference to the religious issue, which, after the passing of Article 26 on October 13, 1931, became, in Gil Robles' words, the seed of discord. 5. In this battle there were fundamental issues affecting the Church, such as the non-confessional nature of the state, the ending of state financing of the clergy and the ban on teaching activities for those in holy orders, although we should not forget other issues that fueled the day-to-day conflict between the pro and anti-clericals, such as the divorce and civil marriage laws passed in March and June 1932. Many priests and Catholics also came into conflict with the local authorities elected in April 1931, over religious rites and symbols of marked significance for the Catholic faith, including bell ringing, processions, baptisms, weddings and funerals. The abolition of processions caused a great many conflicts in many towns, as is borne out by the large number of telegrams sent by mayors and civil governors to the Interior Minister. Some wanted to abolish them, or replace them with purely civic processions, while others were eager to organize tumultuous parades of the local churches' images of the saints. The same sources suggest that it was very common for Catholic women to be involved in this type of protest. With so many wrongs to redress, political Catholicism burst onto the Republican scene with a vengeance. As Santos Julia has pointed out, the founders of the Republic, with Manuel Azana at the head, never took it seriously enough, rejecting it as a reaction from a church which it saw as being decayed, with the air of a dethroned monarchy, a marginal force that was no match for a regime supported by its people. 6. The reality, however, was different. In 2 years, Catholicism took root as a mass political movement that was to influence the future of the Republic, firstly through free elections, and subsequently with the force of arms. Some of the merit for turning Catholicism into a mass political movement must go to José María Gil Robles, a young and hitherto little-known lawyer in Salamanca, from a Carlist family and protege of Angel Herrera, who very soon made a name for himself as a parliamentarian for his questions to the government over religious matters. He was 34 years old. His strategy consisted of hoisting the banner to unite Catholics and attract a large mass of the detached, mobilizing them and uniting them politically. This meant involving the church hierarchy to organize all Catholics into one party, electing members to parliament, and demanding a review of any articles in the constitution that were prejudicial to the interests of the church. Also clear in Gil Robles' mind was how to organize this mass Catholic response, protests against sectarian politics, providing to the right, through mass public demonstrations, the awareness that it had previously lost of its own strength, getting it into the habit of standing up to leftist violence and fighting, whenever necessary, for public pressure, and spreading an ideology and proselytizing, through the explanation of its doctrine 7 naturally, not all the merit belongs to Gil Robles. The close link between religion and land ownership in Castillo, the mobilization of hundreds of thousands of Catholic farm workers, poor and extremely poor landowners, and the almost total control wielded by landowners over organizations that were supposedly set up to improve the lot of these farm workers, also played their part. And money and the pulpit worked wonders. The former served to finance, among other things, an influential local and provincial press network. From the latter, the clergy took it upon itself to unite, more than ever, the defense of religion with that of order and decency. And this met with the support of bishops, lawyers, and professional sectors of Catholicism in the cities, fundamentalists and powerful landowners such as Lamami and Francisco Estevane, who so zealously defended the Castillo cereal producers' interests in the Cortes, and the hundreds of thousands of Catholics with little property but with a great love for order and religion. This campaign of mobilization and organization outside the Cortes, the denouncing of the Constitution and the government's socializing politics, took its decisive step with the founding of the Confederación Española de Derechas Autónomas, CETA, Spanish Confederation of the Autonomous Right. This took place in Madrid, in a congress that opened on February 28, 1933, attended by 400 delegates who claimed to represent 735,058 members. It was a great political umbrella covering different regional and sectorial organizations, including Acción Popular, the Juventudes de Acción Popular, the youth wing of Acción Popular, the Asociación Femenina and the Derecha Regional Valenciana, the Valencian branch of Acción Popular, whose leading figure, Luis Lucia, was largely responsible for this idea of grouping together all the Catholic organizations into a large confederation. It did not include the most radical anti-republican sector, which had split from Acción Popular in January 1933, with Antonio Goycochea, José María Pemen and Pedro Sáenz Rodríguez at the head, to set up Renovación Española, RE, a small group in favor of the restoration of Alfonso XIII, which found solid support among the aristocracy and the old rural caciquismo, and which tried to reach out to the Carlists. The CETA channeled widely diverse interests, from the small landowners to those in a sector of the agrarian and financial oligarchy, which is why its propaganda was often able to say that it was not a class-based organization. It is true that its social composition was very broad, with many women in the main cities, but its identity and intentions seemed to be reasonably clear from the outset. Dominated and led by large landowners, urban professionals, and many ex-Carlists who had evolved towards accidentalism, including Luis Lucia, this first mass party in the history of the Spanish right set itself up to defend Christian civilization, combat the sectarian legislation of the Republic and revise the Constitution 8. Its initial expansion coincided with the outcry over the discussion and passing in the Cortes of the Ley de Confesiones y Congregaciones Religiosas, Religious Confessions and Congregations Act. The CETA handled itself well in the midst of this clamor, with the bishops and the Vatican reacting to the harsh attack against the divine rights of the Church. The calls grew for disobedience and defiance. Bishop Manuel Irurita had written in the Lerida Diocesan Journal on February 20, 1933, before the bill had passed into law, that civil power could not interfere in matters that belonged to ecclesiastical authority, that in matters of religion we recognize just one legitimate power, the power of the Church, and that we are not willing to comply with any laws or regulations that come out against the rights of God and His Church. In both the Alphonsine and Carlist camps, the clamor against the Republic was now unanimous. According to Manuel Falconde, the leader of the Communion Traditionalista, Catholics had a duty to defend themselves from all these attacks, even with their blood. 9. The confrontation between the Church and the Republic, between clericalism and anti-clericalism, divided Spanish society in the 1930s as much as agricultural reform or the major social conflicts had done. Officially established as the state religion, the Catholic Church had, during the Restoration and Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, made full use of its monopoly in education, its control on people's lives, to whom it preached doctrines that were historically connected with the most conservative of values, obedience to authority, redemption through suffering and confidence in gaining reward in heaven. With the proclamation of the Republic, the Church lost, or felt that it had lost, a large part of its traditional influence. Privilege gave way to what the ecclesiastical hierarchy, and many Catholics, considered to be open persecution. The Spanish Church found it harder to take root among the urban workers and rural proletariat. There was ever clearer evidence of the failure of the Church and its ministers to understand social problems, exclusively concerned as it was with the kingdom of the sacred and the defense of the faith. This is what a reformist, liberty-driven regime such as the Republic revealed, as well as legislative persecution, popular anti-clericalism and sporadic violence. The Church fought hard against losing all this influence, and prepared itself to combat this throng of Spaniards that it considered to be its enemy, a feeling that was reciprocated by the Spaniards. And Catholicism, used to being the religion of the status quo, moved on to the attack and became, in the words of Bruce Lincoln, a religion of counter-revolution. 10. The mobilization of Catholics against the articles of the Constitution that were detrimental to the Church's interests was embodied in an open attack against Manuel Azana and his Republican, Socialist coalition government. Azana was adamant that the Religious Confessions and Congregations Act would be complied with from beginning to end, with complete adherence, with total stringency, because, as he stated on various occasions, this act was the expression of Article 26 and the constitutional mandate had to be complied with in all its requirements. The Catholics classed it as a despotic and authoritarian act that ignored the essentiality and traditions of the Spanish nation. They set into motion all the many mechanisms at their disposal to defeat it. Azana and the Republican government rejected the power of the Church and the Catholics, yet 2 years after the proclamation of the Republic, there they were, mobilizing in the streets, in the media and in the pulpit. The opponent was indeed powerful, a genuine national bureaucracy, with some 115,000 clergy distributed throughout all the villages, towns, and cities, exercising an ideological control that was without comparison in Western societies. It was also a church that had no respect for secular authority, unless this authority submitted to its commandments. The Catholics were not alone, either, because from spring 1933 onwards, their offensive coincided with that of employers' organizations, the Partido Radical, the emerging extreme right, and disturbances and strikes called by the anarchists following the ugly events in Casas Viejas. Prior to this massacre and CETA opposition, some members of the military and landowners had already attempted to overthrow the Republic by force of arms. The anti-republican offensive. There had already been some saber-rattling in the summer of 1931, when the first measures of Manuel Azana's military reform became known. In June of that year, 2 monarchist generals, Emilio Barrera and Luis Orgaz, were arrested due to rumors of a conspiracy against the Republican regime, and a few days later, a group of generals who had been appointed by Primo de Rivera, including José Cavalcanti, Miguel Ponte, and Barrera, initiated a more organized conspiracy with funding from certain exiled aristocrats, such as the Duke of Alba, and support from former collaborators of the dictatorship, such as the Marquis of Quintanar, the Count of Vallellano and the journalist Juan Pujol, editor of the Madrid daily Informaciones and representative of the millionaire Juan March. The monarchists, as Julio Gil Pecharoman, an acknowledged expert on the authoritarian right, has pointed out, were fully aware of the possibilities that military discontent opened up to them. 11 The first conspiracy attempt was quickly neutralized by the government, who in September banished General Orgaz to the Canary Islands, but the plot was taken up again by General Ponte working from France, with other generals, such as Barrera, Rafael Villegas and Manuel González Carrasco, and an important group of Alfonsine civilians, ex-ministers of the monarchy and dictatorship, who were living in peaceful exile in Biarritz, Juan de la Cierva, José Calvo Sotelo and Eduardo Aus. It was also the first time they sought external support, specifically in Italy, which was to become a common factor in military and civil conspiracies during the Republic. In April 1932, General Ponte and the aviator Juan Antonio Ansaldo, as the latter subsequently related, went to Rome to meet Italo Balbo, the air minister in Mussolini's fascist government, and apparently they were promised machine guns and ammunition, material backing which, however, they never received. 12 While this conspiracy of generals and notable monarchists was running its course, former constitutionalists, such as Manuel Burgos y Mazo and Melquiades Alvarez, were nurturing another conspiracy to change the course of a republic which, according to Burgos y Mazo, was beginning to resemble a Soviet and, unavoidably, anarchy. The aim of this plot was to attract General José Sanjurjo, the hero of the Morocco campaign in the 1920s, for which he was known as the Lion of the Riv, and who, as Director General of the Civil Guard, had managed to keep it neutral in the transition from monarchy to republic. Burgos y Mazo had already contacted Sanjurjo in November 1931, and Melquiades Alvarez tried again 9 months later. The apparent aim of the military intervention was to replace Azan's government with one made up of Republican moderates, as a sort of rectification of the Republic. A restoration of the monarchy was out of the question, due to its unpopularity in that period. At first, Sanjurjo did not show much interest, but his dismissal as Director General of the Civil Guard following the deplorable events in Arndo and his transfer to the command of the Carabineros, a lower category post, made him change his mind. He considered it a punishment and began to think that there were grounds for replacing this republic with a military dictatorship. Disorder, the military reforms and the debates taking place at that time over the Agrarian Reform Act and the Statute of Catalonia. At the beginning of the summer of 1932, Sanjurjo joined the rebel military junta, which for some months had been led by General Barrera. Sanjurjo's commitment encouraged and united the various conspirators, although the organization was fairly flawed and the lack of discretion enabled the state security forces to monitor it. In addition, the preparations experienced various contretemps which undermined the future coup. In May, José María Albanana, leader of one of the first Alfonsine radical right groups, the Partido Nacionalista Español, PINE, was banished to a village in Los Herds, accused of spreading monarchist propaganda, although actually the interior minister knew that his party was one of the firmest political backers of the military conspirators. In fact, on August 5, a few days before the uprising, the police in Madrid arrested several PINE leaders and closed their premises in Madrid, Bilbao, Burgos, and Vigo. More serious setbacks for the plotters' plans were the arrest on June 15 of General Luis Orgaz, one of the principal organizers, and the refusal of the Comunión Tradicionalista to subscribe to the uprising and provide the services of the Recuati, an armed militia that received military training and instruction. But the rebellion was definitely on now, and before the government could fully break up the plot, the conspirators set the date for August 10. In the early hours of that day, a group of armed military and civilians, under the command of Generals Barrera and Cavalcanti, tried to take the War Ministry and the nearby Palace of Communications. Various units of the Civil and Assault Guard put down the rebellion, in which 9 rebels died and several others were injured. General Barrera flew to Pamplona in Ansaldo's plane to try to convince the Carlists to join in. He failed, and fled to France. In other provinces in the south, the insurrection failed too, and General González Carrasco, in charge of the coup in Granada, also fled to France, together with the Marquis of Las Marismas del Guadalquivir. In Seville, however, General Sanjurjo managed to draw in the military garrison and units of the civil guard. He declared a state of emergency and, in the classic tradition of the military pronunciamiento, published a manifesto written by the journalist, Juan Pujol, announcing a dictatorship, but not the restoration of the Alfonsine monarchy. The government and the Cortes had brought Spain, it said, to the brink of ruin, iniquity and dismemberment. Outside Seville, however, nobody joined the coup, and General Sanjurjo, on learning that he was alone and that his subordinates refused to fight troops coming from Madrid, left the city. He was arrested in Huelva, a day later, when he was trying to make for the Portuguese border. Thus ended what came to be known as the Sanjurjada, the first military uprising against the Republic, just over a year after its proclamation. The Interior Minister received telegrams from many cities and towns requesting an exemplary punishment for Sanjurjo, including the ultimate penalty. Nevertheless, Manuel Azanza realized from the outset that he should not be made a martyr, as the monarchy had done with Galán and García Hernández after the failure of the Jaca uprising, as he noted in his diary on August 25, 1932, "Let us try not to make the same mistake. We must put an end to a long tradition of uprisings and firing squads, to show that these actions result in no glory at all. A more exemplary lesson is a Sanjurjo who has failed, alive and serving a prison sentence, than a Sanjurjo who is glorified in death." 13 And so it was. Condemned to death by a court-martial, his sentence was commuted to life imprisonment, in spite of the objections of Casares Quiroga, the Interior Minister, who thought that the reprieve weakens the resolve of the government, encourages conspirators, and prevents us from being stringent with extremists. The reprieve caused disturbances in several cities, sparks of popular fury against Sanjurjo, as Azanza wrote. 14 Sanjurjo was held in El Duso prison, in the province of Santander, until his pardon by Lerua's government in April 1934, when he established his residence in Portugal. From there, he was at the forefront of another coup against the Republic, this time with fatal consequences, in July 1936. The punishment for the military, aristocracy and extreme right sectors that had taken part in the uprising was severe. Several hundred members of the army were dismissed for their intervention or complicity, and 145 officers were deported to the Saharan base of Villa Cisneros, under the terms of the Defense of the Republic Act, the same fate that had befallen the anarchists several months previously. The coup also galvanized a radicalization of the agrarian reform, although the initial proposal to confiscate land from the nobility, for the financial backing that some aristocrats gave to the conspirators, was reduced to affect just the grandees of Spain, a total of 262 individuals. Many conservative newspapers were temporarily shut down, the activities of Albanaspine were banned, and prominent monarchists, including some who had not taken part in the coup, were arrested or had to flee the country. Azanza's government reinforced its authority and made major changes in the security forces. Cabanellas, who had had some contact with Burgos and Mazo during the early days of the conspiracy, resigned as director of the Civil Guard, and Azanza abolished this post, an independent stronghold that no one has hitherto dared to attack, and also the post of director of the Carabineros, which had been occupied by Sanjurjo since February. The Agrarian Reform Act and the Statute of Autonomy of Catalonia, which had caused interminable discussions and provoked obstacles of all kinds, were finally passed. Azanza was elated, at the high point of his term of office. What the Republic had managed to achieve under his mandate in less than a year was hard to surpass. And up to then, the enemies were, with the odd exception, predictable. There was doubt as to whether Alejandro Lerou had been involved in the pronunciamiento or not. Azanza knew that Lerou and Sanjurjo had met and talked, Alcalá Zamora also believed that the head of the Partido Radical was at least aware of it, and recent research by Nigel Townsend provides many details of the old politician's relationship with some of the plotters. Lara met Sanjurjo several times before the Republic and at least twice in the months leading up to the coup in August 1932, he was aware of all the plotters' plans and of the proposals that some of them made to him that he should head the government that resulted from the uprising. 15 March, the magnate whose bid for the tobacco concession in Ceuta and Melilla had been turned down by the government, financed this coup and subsequent monarchist conspiracies. When Lara became prime minister after the election in November 1933, he organized an amnesty for those involved in the coup, despite opposition from the President of the Republic, Alcalá Zamora, and leading members of his party. As the judge in the Sanjurjo trial observed, the deal between Sanjurjo and Lara was that if the movement triumphed, Lara would come to power, and if it failed, he would acquire the commitment to obtain the amnesty. 16 Before Lara got his chance to occupy this post, many things occurred that changed the course of the Republic. Despite all expectations, 1933 was a very difficult year for Azena's government. It began with an anarchist uprising, which culminated in the Casas Viejas massacre, undermining the Republic's credibility. It was also the year that Spanish fascism appeared on the scene, fueled by the news from Germany of the overthrow of the Weimar Republic by Hitler and the Nazis. In the middle months of the year, bad news about the economy and unemployment coincided with the opposition shown by the employers' associations, crisis in the corporative system of the mixed committees, the bursting onto the scene of Catholicism as a mass political movement, and pressure from the Partido Radical. By September 1933, as a result of all this, and the fact that Azena had lost the confidence of Alcalá Zamora, the Republican left and the Socialists were no longer in the government. Fascism appeared in Spain later than in other countries, particularly in comparison to Italy and Germany, and was very low-key as a political movement until spring 1936. During the early years of the Republic, it was barely noticed on a stage occupied by the extreme monarchist right and the moving to the right of political Catholicism. Definitely not fascist, despite the fact that they later sympathized with many of their ideas, were the monarchist right groups, Alfonsine and Carlist, who from the outset preached the violent overthrow of the Republic, albeit with very limited resources. Hostility towards the Republic very soon found resonance in the Sociedad Cultural de Acción Española, founded in July 1931 for the dissemination of fundamentalist monarchist ideas, which in the middle of December that year launched Acción Española, a magazine inspired by El Action Française, the mouthpiece of the authoritarian movement founded by Charles Maurras in France. Involved in this counter-revolutionary cultural society and its opinion magazine were Alfonsine aristocrats who financed it, such as the Marquis of Quintanar, monarchist intellectuals such as Eugenio Vegas Latapi and Ramiro de Maeztu, and Carlist thinkers such as Victor Pradera. Its aim was to defend monarchist political order, with traditional roots in the Spanish nation, the basis of its new, Catholic, and corporative state, and, as Martin Blinkhorn has stated, to reverse the liberalization and de-Christianization of Spanish intellectualism that they believed had occurred during the 19th century. 17 These arguments were shared in essence by Carlism, the extreme right popular movement that was born a century before the Second Republic. Held back and weakened by the presence of the Alfonsine monarchy during the first third of the 20th century, the Carlists gained great benefit from the fall of Alfonso XIII and the establishment of a republican regime in Spain. Its anti-republican ideology was accompanied in the 1930s by the active reconstruction of the Recuadre, the military force formed by its most belligerent youth members, a modern paramilitary unit that was trained and in perfect readiness to assist in the coup d'état in July 1936. Many of these fundamentalist monarchists, both Alfonsine and Carlist, played a leading role in the early days of Acción Nacional. After the elections to the Constituent Cortes, Antonio Goycochea, a former Maurrist leader and minister during the monarchy, took on the leadership of the party, and his executive committee was joined by two further Alfonsines, the Count of Vallellano and Cirillo Tornos, as well as the Carlist Count of Rodezno. However, their influence within the party began to diminish with the advance and consolidation of the possibilist leanings of Angel Herrera and Gil Robles. The failure of the Sanjurjada also meant the temporary failure of insurrectional action against the Republic, and they were forced to leave a party that had decided to function solely through legal channels. Goycochea resigned from all his duties in Acción Popular, and at the end of January 1933 he founded Renovación Española, whose birth, according to Gil Pecharoman, was almost clandestine, more in keeping with a nucleus of conspirators or an old Cochiquil organization than with a modern party aspiring to mass appeal. 18 From that moment on, all efforts were devoted to conspiracy, to propagating the idea of the legitimacy of a military uprising against the Republic, and to acquiring the necessary funds and support to carry it out. None of these radical monarchist ideas had shown, up to that time, any particular interest in the fascist ideology, whose early manifestations in Spain were pursuing different courses. They began with cultural and journalistic projects. The first initiative came from Escobedo Jiménez Caballero, with his avant-garde journal Gaceta Literaria, launched in 1927, although the first organized fascist group grew up around Ramiro Ledesma Ramos, a young intellectual post office official, and his weekly journal La Conquista del Estado, founded in March 1931. A few months later, in October, Ledesma Ramos and Enisimo Redondo, an extreme Catholic lawyer from Valladolid, launched the Juntas de Ofensiva Nacional Sindicalista, JONS, Unions of the National Syndicalist Offensive. Ledesma tried to instill a revolutionary nationalism with a fascist flavor in the JONS, using direct action, which might compete with the anarcho-syndicalists in the working classes, but he never attracted more than a few hundred sympathizers, all recruited in the heartlands of Old Castillo. Hitler's ascendancy in Germany attracted the interest of many extreme rightists who, while still knowing little about fascism, saw in the Nazis a good example to follow in their attempts to overthrow the Republic. In Spain, however, any fascist project that wanted to flourish had to count on the monarchists to obtain funds, and this was the road that led to the founding of the Falange Española, FE, that year. José Antonio Primo de Rivera, the son of the late dictator, was the link between monarchist authoritarianism and the Italian-flavored fascist ideas. Together with Rafael Sánchez Mazas and Julio Ruiz de Alda, he founded a splinter group, the Movimiento Español Sindicalista, which managed to obtain an undertaking from the Alfonsins of Renovación Española to finance the new party, in exchange for a brief mention in their political program of the authoritarian concept of order advocated by traditional Catholicism. This gave José Antonio Primo de Rivera better financial backing than the JONS had, and even enabled him to be elected to the Cortes as the rightist candidate for Cádiz. In that electoral campaign, Primo de Rivera and Ruiz de Alda held an act of rightist affirmation in the Comedy Theatre in Madrid on October 29, 1933, which was considered to be the origin and founding of Falange Española. Also present was Alfonso García Valdecasas, an intellectual and pupil of Ortega y Gasset and former member of the Agrupación al Servicio de la República, group in the service of the Republic, who, a few months previously, during a period in which there was a mushrooming of pro-fascist splinter groups, had founded the Frente Español. At the beginning of 1934, the Falangists merged with the JONS to form the Falange Española de los JONS, FE-JONS, remaining until the spring of 1936 a minuscule organization with just a few thousand affiliates, which tried to obtain funding from monarchists and from Italy with limited success. It also failed to gain a footing among the working classes, although its leaders attempted to do so with the setting up of a nationalist and anti-Marxist syndicalist movement, the Confederación Obrera Nacional Sindicalista, CONS. All attempts to copy the fascist and Nazi models, by planting roots in Spanish society, failed until its big chance came with the violent civil war. Meanwhile, its militants agitated in the streets, came into conflict with leftist supporters and created the disorder required to make people think that things were going from bad to worse. The limited appeal of a mass fascist movement in Spain before the Civil War, 14 years after Mussolini's march on Rome, has given rise to explanations to suit all tastes. Spain did not take part in the First World War, and therefore, unlike other countries, particularly those on the losing side or those for whom victory brought hardship, such as Italy, did not have thousands of demobbed servicemen who joined the ranks of paramilitary organizations, an essential breeding ground for fascism as a political and social movement. Neither did Spain suffer the consequences of the 1929 economic crisis as brutally as other countries did. At the same time, however, the weakness of Spanish nationalism and the weight of traditional, reactionary bulletinariocracies, such as the army and the Catholic Church, hindered the advance of a movement whose principles were identified with a modern, radical nationalism to mobilize the middle classes against the revolution, but also against the political practices of the established ruling classes. Yet barely 3 years after their appearance, these fascist splinter groups, together with Renovación Española, Carlism, and political Catholicism, were at the forefront in the tormenting and overthrow of the Republic. They did their best, using all the social and economic means at their disposal, to sabotage the Republican reformist project, the consolidation of workers' rights and the representative power obtained by left-wing organizations. As such, although a genuine mass fascist party had not taken root in Spanish society, what had germinated and gathered strength was a counter-revolutionary politico-cultural tradition, which, like pre-fascism in Italy and folkish nationalism in Germany, was able to be mobilized to play a similar role. Also absent from Spanish society in those years was communism, the other major ideology and political movement to arise from the First World War. The Partido Comunista de España, PCE, Communist Party of Spain, founded at the beginning of the 1920s in line with the essential principles of the Communist International, came to the Republic while still in its infancy, compared to socialism and anarchism, and was an organization that brought together several hundred militants. The party was isolated and immersed in a marked anti-socialism. It saw the Republic as a bourgeois landowner's dictatorship, and until the summer of 1934 the party line followed the tactic of the single front, the theory of social fascism and the class war policy. Not one of its candidates was elected to the Constituent Cortes in June 1931, and it received barely 40,000 votes in the whole of Spain. It was essentially a city-based party, with limited presence in peasant struggles, and its young militants came mainly from small workshops and the services sector. Despite a radical change of leadership, in which José Bulaños was expelled from the party at the end of 1932 and replaced by José Díaz, Jesus Hernández, Vicente Uribe and Dolores Echeverri, La Pasionaria, the leading lights of Spanish communism until the end of the Civil War, during the early years of the Republic the PCE remained true to the Stalinist slogans of the man who was in charge of the situation, the Argentine Vittorio Codovilla, the delegate of the Third International in Spain. However, the organization attracted new members in 1933, with the fall of Azan's government and the radicalization of certain socialist sectors, and began to acquire influence in Spanish society for the first time in 1934, when the Comintern changed its class war policy and criticism of bourgeois democracies for the setting up of anti-fascist fronts. In the elections of February 1936, the PCE won 17 seats. It was not yet a major party, but it had come out of isolation. Although late, and thanks to a war, communism, like fascism, ended up by exerting a marked influence on politics and Spanish society in the 1930s. In 1933, neither the Falangists nor the Communists were strong enough to hinder the reformist projects of Manuel Azan's government or to destabilize the Republic. The pressure came from other fronts, from the Partido Radical, from the employers' associations, from a new confederation of the right formed by the Catholics, and from anarchism. At the beginning of the year, after the ugly events in Casas Viejas and during the fallout from the Sanjurjada, Azana noted in his diary, "Today the Republic is caught between two pincers, the monarchists and the anarchists. and to deal with these pincers he tried to bring to an end the legislative work of the constituent Cortes and have this function carried out by normal legislative process as soon as possible. That same day, January 15, 1933, he wrote, Leroux's predominance in the government of the Republic would be immoral and vacuous. 8 months later, Leroux was Prime Minister. The Republic between two pincers Leroux and the Radicals had left the government in December 1931, after the passing of the Constitution, when they had asked Azana to form a government without the Socialists. As Azana ignored their request and kept the Socialists, the Radicals withdrew and broke the coalition that had governed the Republic since April 14. Leroux was to wait for the moment to present himself as an alternative to the government made up of leftist Republicans and Socialists. As Azana noted in his diary on December 14, 1931, after a meeting with Leroux at his home, the Radicals, in competition with the Socialists, want to be in the opposition, in order to be the reserve and dissolve the Cortes. They want the rest of us to wear ourselves out and one day come to power as a guarantee of order, etc., etc. 20 Azana was right. The Partido Radical, the oldest and biggest of the Republican parties, had its main base, as Nigel Townsend's study has shown, in the urban and rural middle classes, among traders, shopkeepers, and small businesses. Until the coming onto the scene of Catholicism as a political movement, the Radicals became the surest guarantee of order against Azana and the Socialists, and in many places the party became a haven for caciques and hardened monarchists. With this mixture of classes, the party's propaganda was directed towards all Spaniards, and aimed to exploit, using any means, any sign of unrest against all Socialists. Leroux's attacks on the Socialists were directed above all towards the employers, in rallies, meetings with businessmen and electioneering on stages that he dominated, outside Parliament, where his interventions were very infrequent. He was particularly harsh in Zaragoza on July 10, 1932, when he accused the Socialists of exercising a type of dictatorship, and asked Alcalá Zamora to withdraw his support from the government, hinting that if the leftist Republicans and Socialists continued in power, the military might rise up, which is exactly what happened a month later. This gave rise, as we have seen, to all types of doubts and speculations over his participation in that first serious conspiracy against the government of the Republic. The proclamation of the Republic had not sat well with the business world, which saw the Socialists' participation in government, particularly with Largo Caballero in the Ministry of Labor, as a threat to its interests and to the nation's wealth. Criticism against Largo Caballero, who remained in the ministry from April 1931 to September 1933, a considerable time in which to implement his wide range of legislation, centered on his plans for worker intervention in industry, which the employers' organizations managed to block, and in the implementation of the system of mixed arbitration committees, which they considered to be unacceptable meddling in private company management. Socialists out became the unanimous war cry of businessmen and employers in the spring and summer of 1933, when economic crisis and unemployment were at their height, and the CNT was concentrating its strikes and mobilizations against the mixed arbitration committees. In an assembly of agrarian organizations held in Madrid in March, the landowners requested that the Agrarian Reform Act be revised, as it was anti-juridical and anti-economic. Shortly afterwards, the recently founded Confederación Española Patronal Agrícola, Spanish Confederation of Agricultural Employers, accused the Socialists and their policy in the Ministry of Labor of transferring the loathsome class struggle from the city to the country. The continuous complaints and hounding of the Socialists came to a head in the Magna Asamblea Nacional, held in Madrid in July 1933, under the auspices of the three main business and employers' organizations, the Confederación Gremial, the Confederación Patronal and the Unión Económica. There, a fresh demand was made for the modification of the structure of the mixed arbitration committees, one of the employers' bêtes noires when dealing with the Socialists. The other was agrarian reform and all that meant for them, the threat to ownership and the breakup of class harmony in the country. Order and religion were invoked as the essence of the rural world. The CETA and the employers' organizations, dominated by the interests of the agricultural oligarchies, attracted the massive support of hundreds of thousands of small and mid-size landowners in Castillo, Levante, and Aragon, using all the resources of the system of local domination, but also sheltering it under the ideological umbrella of Catholicism. Thus emerged a marked agrarianism, the apology of the true roots of the rural medium and the rejection of cities and modernization as hubs of revolutionary agitation. Against this, the left, from Republicans to anarchists, as well as the powerful FNTT, which changed its name to the Federación Española de Trabajadores de la Tierra, FET, as a consequence of the ban on using the word national, ignored the interests of these small and mid-size landowners, who finally embraced the cause of reaction against the Republic and socialization. The opposition of radicals, employers, and landowners, and the arrival of the CETA as a mass political movement, generated a great deal of tension between a parliament dominated by left-wing Republicans and socialists, and broad sectors of society, including the CNT unions who were attacking its legislation. Furthermore, during 1933, there were clear signs that the governing coalition was losing support from the electorate. This tension was also perceived by Alcalá Zamora, the President of the Republic, who ended up playing a major role in solving the political crisis. April saw local elections in the town halls designated in April 1931 by Article 29 of the former Electoral Act, which had since then been governed by administrative commissions. At stake were some 19,000 councillor seats in almost 2,500 councils, although only 2% of electors in the whole of Spain were involved, and most of these small towns were in traditionally conservative zones in the north of Spain. The results gave a substantial boost to the Catholic right and were very good for the Partido Radical at the expense of the socialists. Aznar thought, and so he noted in his diary on April 30, that these results could not be termed decisive, and that a minor election should not suggest a general change in politics, although he warned that in future elections to the Cortes, the right would reach its highest point, as a consequence of the women's vote and the wear and tear that always occurred with governing parties. 21 Furthermore, the Religious Confessions and Congregations Bill was being discussed at that time, which had brought about forceful Catholic mobilization, and which served to present the recently founded CETA to society. The act was passed in the Cortes on May 17, but the Catholic Alcalá Zamora did not sign it until June 2, and did not hide his annoyance with the government. Aznar wanted to know whether he enjoyed the confidence of the President of the Republic and proposed a government reshuffle, taking advantage of the fact that he was forced to replace the finance minister, Jaume Carner, who had terminal cancer. Alcalá Zamora tried to exploit what was merely a change of ministers to suggest a government crisis and dismiss Aznar. He began consultations with a long list of politicians at the presidential palace, with himself taking center stage, as in the old days of the monarchy, although only Indalecio Prieto, of the PSOE, and Marcelino Domingo, of the Partido Radical Socialista, had any possibility of forming a government. As neither of the two accepted, Alcalá Zamora had to go back to Aznar. He formed a government on June 13, incorporating into the coalition Esquerra Republicana, with Luis Companys as the Navy Minister, and the Partido Republicano Federal, a small party whose leader, José Franchi Roca, became the new Minister of Trade and Industry. Carner was replaced in the finance ministry by the economist Agustín Visuals, a party colleague of Aznar's. The composition of the new government seemed to have left things as they were before the crisis, but there was no respite. Opposition from the Catholics and radicals mushroomed, as did unemployment and labor conflicts. 3 Madrid newspapers, El Sol, Luz, and La Voz, changed hands and the plaudits for Aznar were transformed into criticism, hounding and calls for his defeat. The Partido Radical Socialista entered a stage of deep division, until, at the end of the summer, it split into 2 sectors, one led by Felix Gordon Ordaz, head of an alliance of workers, and small and mid-size landowners, highly critical of Aznar and opposed to the socialists remaining in the government, and the other, the center-left, led by Marcelino Domingo and Alvaro Albornoz. This split aggravated even more the difficult internal relations between the various partners in the governing coalition, and this state of affairs was to be found reported in Manuel Aznar's diary. He was regularly asked at this time to appoint Gordon Ordaz to a ministry, to shut him up and keep him happy. But the Prime Minister was adamant, "I am not going to reward Gordon's attitude within his party against me by giving him a ministry right now, nor will I have someone who is vehemently opposed to socialist participation in the government." 22 This was because Aznar still had the conviction, originating from his first constitutional government in December 1931, when Leroux's radicals withdrew, that in order to build a democratic parliamentary system, what was needed was the collaboration of the socialists and control of their trade union force. And the socialists also made it quite clear on various occasions that their commitment to participation in the government depended on Aznar continuing as prime minister. Such was their position until Alcalá Zamora took action to change the situation. An opportunity to break this alliance was presented to Alcalá Zamora at the beginning of September, following the elections to the Constitutional Safeguards Tribunal, an institution whose remit included hearing appeals against laws for their non-constitutionality or conflicts over powers to act between the state and the autonomous communities. According to the law that regulated it, 20 of its 35 members had to be elected by the Cortes and designated by various institutions, but the election of the other 15 was by city councils from all over Spain on a regional basis. The opposition turned this election into a plebiscite on Aznar's government. The vote took place on September 3. The government parties received most votes, but the distribution of the seats favored the parties of the right, who won 6 seats, while the radicals obtained 4 and the Republican, Socialist coalition 6. The radicals exploited these results alongside their well-known argument, which Leroux had not stopped spreading since their withdrawal from the government in December 1931, that society was divorced from the Cortes. The Partido Radical obtained more votes than any other Republican party, including the PSOE, and its press took great pains to state that, but for them, the Constitutional Safeguards Tribunal would have turned into a rightist redoubt against the Constitution and the Republic. What Leroux wanted was a change of government, consisting of Republicans only, and presided over by him. Aznar asked for a vote of confidence in the Cortes. He won, but on the next day, September 7, Alcalá Zamora withdrew his confidence for the second and final time, this being tantamount to dismissal. Aznar was defeated not by the Cortes but by a decision of the President of the Republic, who asked Alejandro Leroux to form a government that would re-establish brotherly understanding between all Republican factions. There would be no socialists in this government, something that all the parties of the right and almost all the Republicans had been wanting for a long time. Nor did the socialists want to form part of it under these conditions, with a government headed by Leroux. In the Executive Committee on September 11, its members unanimously passed a motion proposed by Largo Caballero that declared broken all the commitments agreed upon between the Republicans and Socialists in the gestation of the revolutionary movement, and that, therefore, each political group and each party fully regain their independence to follow the path that they deemed pertinent to the defense of their interests. The 1930 commitment, the one that had helped to give birth to the new regime, was breaking up, and this rupture was to have major repercussions for the Socialists and the Republic. 23 days later, Leroux formed a government with 7 radicals, 5 leftist Republicans, including a post for Claudio Sánchez Albornoz, of Acción Republicana, Aznar's party, who became Minister of State, and 1 independent. After almost half a century of toiling away in politics, always for the Republican cause, Leroux was now Prime Minister of the Republic. He had been born in La Rambla, in the province of Córdoba, on March 4, 1864. By the time he had achieved his life's wish, he was 69 years old. On October 2, Leroux presented his government to the Cortes, an institution that, with its current composition, he did not respect and that he wanted to dissolve. the Republicans of the left and the Socialists did not back the government. Furthermore, a few days previously, in an extraordinary Congress, the Radical Socialists had ratified their definitive split. Gordon Ordosh was quite happy to collaborate with Leroux and the Radicals, but the sector led by Marcelino Domingo, made up of the Partido Radical Socialista Independiente, walked out with almost half the deputies, who did not want to make a pact with Leroux. Leroux had survived less than 3 weeks as prime minister, although other opportunities were to come his way, and his government did not even receive the confidence of the parliament. That was also the last session of the Constituent Cortes. This was because Alcala Zamora, after a frustrated attempt to create a government of luminaries, gave the task to Diego Martínez Barrio, vice president of the Partido Radical, who tried to return to the broad coalition of Republicans and Socialists. The latter were no longer interested, and on the day after the composition of Martínez Barrio's new government was known, October 9, the decree for the dissolution of the Cortes was published. Although Leroux was not given the job of organizing the elections, a government led by the Radicals was, and the first round of polling was to take place on November 19, with the second round on December 3. In July 1933, the Cortes had passed a modification of the electoral system which fostered the formation of broad electoral alliances and raised the quantity of votes required for a list of candidates to win in the first round to 40%. In the second round, which would be held in the event of no candidate attaining this 40%, only those who had obtained more than 8% in the first round could be elected. Polling was to be by constituencies, with cities with over 150,000 inhabitants having their own constituencies, a condition that was only met then by Madrid, Barcelona, Seville, Valencia, Malaga, Zaragoza, Bilbao, and Murcia. The big novelty, however, was the women's vote in a general election for the first time in Spain's history, which was to incorporate over 6,800,000 new electors, more than half the census. Now that the government coalition between Socialists and Republicans was broken, the leftist parties stood separately, and the Republicans were now divided at the polls. The non-Republican right, however, formed the Unión de Derechos y Agrarios on October 12, an electoral coalition which brought together CETA sympathizers, farmers, traditionalists, and Alfonsins. The Union set forward a slimmed-down 3-point program, which was really the embodiment of the hard line they had taken in the 2 previous years against the leftist government, a revision of the constitution and reformist legislation, particularly in religious and social matters, the suppression of agrarian reform, and amnesty for political crimes, a measure that would basically benefit all those condemned for the unsuccessful military coup of August 1932, or those accused of spreading monarchist propaganda and conspiracy against the Republic. The Radicals came to the polls in an optimistic mood, because, as Nigel Townsend said, they were expecting to obtain the reward for their opposition campaign during the 2 years of the Aznar government, which, as the election successes of 1933 had shown, had been very well received by public opinion. They presented themselves as an option of the center, in an attempt to appeal to left and right with their proposal of republic, order, freedom, social justice, amnesty, an option reaching out to all classes in which the basic enemy was the Socialist Party, with a more benevolent attitude towards the non-Republican right, aware as they were that they needed their support to govern in the Cortes 24. Never before had there been an election campaign with so much propaganda deployed and so much money spent. The amount of funding obtained by the rightist coalition easily exceeded that of the radicals and the leftist parties. The CETA printed 10 million leaflets and 200,000 color posters, and used the radio and cinema, together with aerial propaganda drops. It was also a passionate campaign, with the mobilization of Catholic voters in defense of order and religion, and a socialist left that was beginning to show that it had lost touch with the bourgeois republic. One point of concern was how the women, commonly identified with Catholicism and the monarchy, would vote. The fear of the Church's influence in the women's vote and, through them, that of their husbands, was a favorite topic among sectors of the anti-clerical left, and stimulated pithy comments, both sexist and hardly democratic, in La Tierra, an extremist and provocative Madrid newspaper. The anarchists of the CNT and the FAI were not so concerned about this matter because, from the moment the elections were called, they started stirring unrest in favor of abstention. Never had so much been written on the subject in so little time. Insults against the voter animal. In the whole of the animal kingdom, there is no creature more unhappy and odious than voter man. Invective against the left and the right, vultures, red and yellow, and tricolor vultures. All vultures. All birds of prey. All of them, filthy swine that the working man will sweep away with the broom of revolution. A return to old arguments, but with new targets. The workers, fed up with being cannon fodder, factory fodder, prison fodder, Mauser fodder, would not turn up to the polls. Nobody should vote, because politics means immorality, shameful business practices, growing fat, excessive ambition, uncontrolled hunger to become rich, to dominate, to impose oneself, to possess the privileges of the state, both in the name of democracy and in the name of God, the fatherland, and the King. 25 and the CNT, in the run-up to the elections, ratified its commitment with a new uprising. At a plenary meeting in Madrid on October 30, 1933, the regional delegates voted for a kind of revolutionary recipe, an initiative from Aragon, which made an uprising unavoidable. They would step up the anti-election campaign, aware that they were thus incurring an immediate responsibility with the Spanish proletariat. If the fascist tendencies won the elections, then the CNT would make their libertarian communist aim a reality. Promising revolution if the right one was a threat that the CNT, obviously, had never previously had the opportunity to carry out. The right did win and they were forced to keep their promise, because if they did not, as they declared months later, it would have meant destroying our moral principles, and as our moral principles are paramount for us, we entered the struggle. 26 Even those who did not enter the struggle helped, with their abstentionist stances, to accelerate its arrival. Benito Pabon, who in February 1936 was to be elected for Zaragoza for the Popular Front, toured Spain recommending absolute abstention. Miguel Abbas, a leading light in Aragon who was constantly under the scrutiny of the anarchists in this region for his moderation, and who admitted having voted in the municipal elections of 1931, sang the same tune. A rightist victory would be the call for the implantation of libertarian communism in Spain. On November 19, the day appointed for the voter animal to operate as such, the Barcelona CNT newspaper, Solidaridad Obrera, added its voice: "Do not be taken in, do not vote for the leftist parties, because their victory would mean keeping back your emancipation. Take no notice of anyone who tells you that if you do not vote, the right will win. It is preferable that they do win, because their victory will favor our plans." The following day, with things having gone as forecast, there was no possible turning back. People, join the social revolution. Revolution was imminent. The victory of the right has opened the doors to fascism. The proletariat will use revolution to prevent their coming to power. The result of the two rounds, caused by insufficient percentages in 16 constituencies, represented a resounding victory for the Partido Radical and the CETA. There are various reasons to explain this victory and the defeat of the left. The 1933 Electoral Act favored broad coalitions, and the socialists and leftist Republicans, despite having voted for it in the Cortes, stood alone, the former, and disunited, the latter. The more conservative forces, directionless and disorganized in 1931, had reorganized and united around the defense of order and religion. And the radicals had also shifted to the right. There is no doubt that there were many Catholic women in Spain who had voted for the CETA in 1933. But to say that women were responsible for the victory of the right, including under this label the CETA and the Partido Radical, as particularly the Republicans and some socialists who had spoken against women's suffrage in the debates of 1931 had done, seems to be unfounded. The electorate's shift to the right in 1933 was a general phenomenon, not just the result of the female vote. Women also voted in 1936, many of them for the CETA and the rightist parties, and yet it was the leftist parties, who had grouped themselves into the Popular Front coalition, that won those elections. It might also be argued that the electoral defeat of the left was influenced by the anarchist propaganda in favor of abstention and the aggressive stance they had taken against the governing Republicans and Socialists up to that moment. Abstention in 1933 was higher than in 1931 and 1936, and was particularly noticeable in cities such as Seville, Barcelona, Cádiz, and Zaragoza, where the anarchists wielded more influence. But evidence from Catalonia, the region where revolutionary syndicalism was most deeply rooted, has shown that electoral abstention for ideological reasons, in this case, anarchist propaganda, would have been limited to minority sectors of the working class. The majority of workers adopted a sporadic attitude, more abstentionist in 1933 and less so in 1936, which basically depended on socio-economic factors and the degree of expectation regarding change of working conditions. In 1933, the dashing of expectations, the energetic abstentionist campaign of all the CNT leaders, and the confrontation between the two workers' syndicalist groups, the CNT and the UGT, took votes away from the Republican and Socialist candidates. At any event, the composition of the Cortes that resulted from these elections bore little similarity to the Constituent Cortes of June 1931. Alcalá Zamora's decision to withdraw his confidence from a government with a parliamentary majority, and to declare the job of the Constituent Cortes concluded, opened a period of political instability that had not hitherto been seen. It is often said that the governments of the Republic were weak ones and that, according to the tally and argument established years ago by Juan Lins, there was a change of government every 101 days. But this assessment does not hold true for the situation in the first 2 years. Aznar formed his first constitutional government on December 15, 1931, which lasted, crisis-free, until June 8, 1933, and following his return 4 days later, he remained in office until September 8 that same year. The governments under the Partido Radical after the 1933 elections never lasted more than an average of 3 months, and between September 1933 and December 1935 there were 12 governments, with 5 different prime ministers and 58 different ministers. Aznar was, in the opinion of Santos Julia, one of his most illustrious biographers, the only politician of the Republic capable of running, with reasonable stability, a coalition government made up of parties that were distinct and even at loggerheads with each other. 27 The reformist projects of the Republican, Socialist coalition and the legislation undertaken by the Constituent Cortes had led to the appearance of vehement reaction and tension within Spanish society. Alcalá Zamora believed, as did others at the time, that the opinions of the man in the street did not match those that prevailed in the Cortes. This is why he sought, as he explained in the preamble of the dissolution decree, decisive orientation and harmony, through direct consultation of the general wish. Harmony was one thing he did not get, and his decision to withdraw his confidence from Aznar and his government did not benefit the Republic. But the elections that followed were fair, as befitted a parliamentary democratic system, and the Cortes that was thereby elected did represent the general wish, including, for the first time, that of women. A new alternative was dawning for the Republic, without the socialists and leftist Republicans. The time had come for the Partido Radical and the Catholic right. The CETA received the most votes in the 1933 elections, winning 115 seats in the new Cortes. The Radicals won 104 seats, but after 2 years in opposition, the party had won only 10 seats more than in the elections for the Constituent Cortes. Acción Republicana, Manuel Azaña's party, lost 23 of the 28 seats it had obtained in 1931, and the Socialists went down from 115 to 58 seats. In all, the non-Republican right went from 40 seats in 1931 to 200 in 1933, and the left from 250 to around 100. It was a highly fragmented parliament, with 21 groups represented and a good many new deputies, over 60% of the radicals were in this category and only 10 SIDA deputies had had previous parliamentary experience. With these results, it was going to be hard to establish a stable coalition. Alcala Zamora asked Lerroux to form a purely Republican government of the center, which would not include leftist Republicans, with whom Lerroux had broken back in December 1931, or the SIDA, which had failed to declare publicly its adherence to the Republic. The veteran leader of the Partido Radical thought that a parliamentary alliance with the SIDA would ensure a majority, and therefore governability, and would enable this accidentalist right to be incorporated into the Republic, isolating the monarchist extreme right. The SIDA strategy, as Gil Robles explained on various occasions, consisted of first collaborating with the radicals in parliament, then entering the government, and finally heading it. They would then revise the constitution, and if that tactic failed, according to Gil Robles in an interview in Renovation, the mouthpiece of the radicals, we shall have to look for other solutions, outside the democratic context. 1. 4. Reshaping the Republic. The SIDA threatened violence unless they were allowed to govern, and the socialists proclaimed their intention of unleashing a revolution if the SIDA entered the government. As far as the leftist Republicans were concerned, this government of radicals backed by the Catholic right was a betrayal of the Republic, and if Martínez Barrio, who was acting prime minister at the time of the elections, is to be believed, Azana, Casares Quiroga and Marcelino Domingo put pressure on him to call new elections before the recently elected Cortes was convened. However, the Cortes held its opening session on December 8, and on December 19, Lerroux presented his government, made up of 7 radicals, 2 independent Republicans, 1 liberal Democrat and the landowner and monarchist, José María Cid. Thus began what Lerroux called a republic for all Spaniards. A government of the center. Lerroux formed his government when the dead from the third and last of the anarchist insurrections, the one with the most planning and most fatalities, were still being buried. On November 26, 1933, a CNT National Assembly, held in Zaragoza, the new headquarters of its National Committee, entrusted the job of organizing this insurrection to a revolutionary committee that included Buenaventura Durruti, Cipriano Mera, Isaac Puente, and several leading syndicalists in Zaragoza, including Antonio Ijarque and Joaquim Esqueso. They chose to ignore various messengers sent to Zaragoza telling them to put the operation on hold because other regions were not ready. The die had been cast. The anarchists of Aragon, who had for a long time been telling all and sundry that their region was home to a strain of inborn rebellion, took the crucial step. On December 8, the day of the opening session of the Cortes, amidst rumors of preparations for a revolution, the civil governor of Zaragoza, Álvaro Ordiales, who had noted the presence of outsiders among the extremists of Zaragoza, ordered the closure of all CNT premises. The forces of order patrolled the streets and, according to government sources, were set upon first. The following day, Saturday, the clashes and shooting spread through all the central districts of the city. All shops, taxis, trams, and buses were on strike, and there were attempts to burn some convents. Having declared a state of alarm, the governor issued a decree banning the printing of leaflets, meetings and strikes. The Revolutionary Committee responded with a manifesto: "The time for revolution has come. We shall implement libertarian communism." The shooting could be heard all over the city. By nightfall, there had been 12 deaths and a large number of wounded. The incidents continued until December 14. The army intervened and the strike meant that public transport was driven by the assault guards, escorted by soldiers. The police looked for the most active militants in flats and public premises. They found some women who were dispensing munitions to the extremists, and on December 16, the Revolutionary Committee, minus Durruti, who was found later in Barcelona, was arrested. The day before, the National Committee of the CNT had given the order to return to work, and the Chamber of Commerce recommended prudence to its members, who had begun firing and sanctioning workers. Law-abiding citizens clamored for tributes to be paid to the governor, and the authorities, with the chairman of the Employers' Federation at their head, visited him to thank him for his good work, while a group of distinguished ladies presented his wife with an image of the Virgin of the Column. The battle between the authorities and the insurgents was also unleashed in a large number of towns and villages in the region. Leaving aside the places where there were only minor disturbances or just sympathizers of the revolutionary movement, events were at their most serious wherever there was an attempt to proclaim libertarian communism, where a common sequence would ensue. Groups led by anarchists would go to the civil guard barracks, which they would take over or not, depending on the strength of the two sides. They would take over the town and arrest the authorities, other law-abiding citizens and the wealthy. Usually without any violent reprisals, they would explain their social project to the population, burn land registry deeds and official documents, and even start supplying produce following the rules of libertarian communism. They would not spread the rebellion to other places and, in fact, would wait passively for the arrival of government forces, which had been mustered to put down the uprisings. They would then flee and, in any event, suffer a swift defeat, accompanied by harsh repression. This is how it happened in various places in Huesca, Teruel, and La Rioja. Outside the epic entree, tremors from the uprising reached isolated spots in Extremadura, Andalusia, Catalonia, and the coal fields of Leon. By December 15, it was all over. The uprising that concluded the Libertarian Communist trial run had lasted just 5 days. Of the three, it was the one that left the deepest mark: 75 dead and 101 wounded among the insurgents, 11 civil guards killed and 45 wounded, 3 assault guards killed and 18 wounded. Prisons were filled and there were denouncements of torture. Emergency tribunals came into play, as envisaged by the Public Order Act passed in July of that year, and they heard a large number of cases in the provincial courts of Aragon and La Rioja from the day after the uprising. The CNT was broken, in disarray, with no mouthpiece. In short, just a remnant of what, 2 years earlier, promised to be a devastating force. As had already happened on the 2 previous occasions, the more moderate syndicalist leaders, who had been expelled from the CNT, reacted harshly. Between the FAI and the rank and file of the CNT, wrote Joan Pirot a few days after the uprising, prevails the bitterest of divorces. He accused the former of using substantial sums of money in an anti-election campaign that only served to stimulate reaction. Revolutions, he concluded, come about by joining forces, not dividing them, and this was the harsh lesson that the FAI heard needed to learn. Pirot was merely echoing the official assessment made by the Federación Sindicalista Libertaria, the organization that grouped together the unions that had split from the CNT. It had been a movement of small groups, of guerrillas, nothing like a mass movement too. Just when the anarchists were exhausting their insurrectional options, and criticisms were being voiced from within the movement of the futility of these actions by rash minorities, the socialists were announcing revolution. After their exit from government in September 1933, expulsion, some of their representatives would say, there was no point in the legal struggle and reformism, a parliamentary republic was no longer any use, and social revolution became the only perspective possible. In fact, they were beginning along paths that had previously been trodden by the anarchists: denouncements of persecution and repression, general strikes, and frustrated uprisings that were independent of daily working class struggles. Paradoxically, October 1934 found a good many anarcho-syndicalists jaded by strikes, uprisings, and protests, and instead musing over the futility of sporadic actions that did not enjoy wide social backing. The socialists' change of direction had already begun in the spring and summer of 1933 as a reaction to the sluggishness in the application of the Agrarian Reform Act, and its moderate, far from socialist essence. During the first 2 years of the Republic, the UGT, in particular its land laborers section, fueled by its high expectations for change and the official protection of the Ministry of Labor, became a mass syndicate of unskilled workers and peasants, they began to reject the policy of negotiation and jurados mixtos when the economic crisis, rising unemployment, and employers' pressure hampered the corporatist structure that formed the basis of Largo Caballero's policy as a minister. As proposed from the outset, the socialist notice of revolution that followed their exit from the government and their break with the Republicans was a defensive strategy to stop the CETA, the non-Republican right, from coming to power in a republic that they, as its founders along with the Republican left, considered to be theirs. The revolutionary uprising depended on a third-party decision, that Alcala Zamora, the president of the republic, would agree to admit the CETA into the government, but the socialists spent several months preparing the way, in case that occurred. In late January 1934, Julián Basteiro and other leaders who were against the revolution resigned from the executive committee of the UGT. A few days later, supporters of Largo Caballero also took over control of the FED. Ricardo Zabalza replaced Lucio Martínez Gil, a Basteiro supporter. The struggle for control of Spanish socialism clearly went Largo Caballero's way. By that time he had accumulated the posts of chairman of the PSOE, secretary general of the UGT and undisputed leader of the Juventudes Socialistas. And so began the government of a centrist Republican coalition under Lerou, with one recent anarchist uprising steeped in blood and the announcement of another socialist uprising to come. Lerou wanted to revise the policies of the first 2 years without the need to repeal some of its reforms. As some Partido Radical leaders said, he wanted to shift the republic to the center. But from the outset the non-Republican right, whom he depended on to be able to govern, put pressure on him for a thorough revision that would act on the essential points of the reforms implemented by the Republican/Socialist coalition in the 2 previous years. Gil Robles warned him time and again in his speeches, either the government implemented a complete rectification or the CETA would be forced to bid for power. One of the non-Republican right's first objectives was to prevent the implementation of the Religious Confessions and Congregations Act, which had been passed in June 1933. And they got their way. Catholic schools continued operating normally, the government initiated talks with the Vatican to sign a new concordat, and priests' wages were partially reinstated. Under a law passed on April 4, 1934, the state would pay 2/3 of the salary applicable in 1931 to priests over 40 years of age operating in small villages. The effects of this highly anti-clerical law had been frozen, and religious displays, particularly rosaries and processions, were once again to be seen in many locations in Spain. The radicals had never liked the socialist-type labor legislation, and the main employers' associations, happy with the center-right election victory, called for proper rectifications. Although they did not disappear, the jurados mixtos changed the procedure for electing their presidents. They were now to be elected from among professionals, not appointed by the ministry, and the power of these arbitration committees was transferred from the unions to the employers. The Municipal Districts Act was modified and, in practical terms, repealed. The landowners discriminated against the most contentious of the socialist militants and anarchists, lowered wages, and recovered a large part of the power they had lost in the early days of the Republic. The socialists denounced the situation in their media, and in the Cortes the more moderate radicals acknowledged that caciquismo had come back to many villages. The Partido Radical, which many people had long considered to be the epitome of nepotism and influence peddling, now attracted caciques and monarchists, and its leaders received hundreds of letters seeking favors. "They all want jobs, they all ask for posts," wrote the Galician deputy, Gerardo Abad Conde, in a letter to Lerou. For repeal of the socialist and Republican left reforms was regarded by the Partido Radical as not only consistent with its centrist appeal, but also, in the opinion of Nigel Townsend, a necessary price to pay for the support of the non-Republican right. However, this pact with the CETA was soon to cause major tension within the party, which eventually led to a split between them. Diego Martínez Barrio, the party's vice president, complained about this shift to the right on several occasions. In an interview published in February 1934 in Blanco y Negro, the Sunday supplement of ABC, he declared himself to be a left-winger and said that he would go on criticizing collaboration with the SIDA for as long as that party refused to declare itself Republican publicly. Gil Robles again threatened to withdraw support from the government. Some conservative Partido Radical deputies began to support SIDA pleas for the revision of the constitution. Martínez Barrio felt isolated, and in late February he resigned from his post as Minister of War, as did another radical minister, Antonio Lara, from the Finance Ministry. Just 2.5 months after coming to power, Lara was forced to reorganize the government. Furthermore, Alcalá Zamora asked for another radical to be replaced, José Pareja Yebines, the Minister of Education. Thus, 3 new ministers were brought in, the academic and diplomat, Salvador Madariaga, the Aragonesa businessman, Manuel Maraco, and a Madrid lawyer, Rafael Salazar Alonso, a young political hardliner of 38 years of age, who took over the cabinet ministry. This was the first of the various crises that the SIDA would provoke in the radical governments. The crisis that was to come shortly afterwards had worse consequences for the Partido Radical. The government brought before the Cortes a proposal for amnesty for those involved in the military uprising of August 1932, particularly for General Sanjurjo, an amnesty that was part of both the SIDA and the Partido Radical election program, and which revealed the possible debt that Lara owed to the insurgents. Following intense parliamentary confrontations between the Minister of Justice, the Liberal Democrat Ramón Álvarez Valdés, and the Socialist Indalecio Prieto, which cost Álvarez Valdés his post, the law was passed on April 20, and in the end it included all those involved in the Sanjurjada and those who were in prison for the anarchist uprising of December 1933. The headquarters of Acción Española would be able to reopen and José Calvo Sotelo was allowed to return to Spain. Alcalá Zamora refused to sign it, as he had warned he would, because in his opinion, this law weakened the republic by releasing its enemies. He wanted to send it back to the Cortes for its reconsideration, but not one government minister backed him, a prerequisite for these cases under Article 84 of the Constitution. So Alcalá Zamora signed the new law, but attached a 34-page memorandum listing all his personal objections. Gil Robles tried to take advantage of the situation to force the president's resignation, but Lara refused to cooperate and was forced to present his resignation as a matter of protocol. This happened on April 25, and the following day, Alcalá Zamora invited the Minister of Labor, Ricardo Samper, a jurist and veteran Republican from Valencia, to form a government. Lara, in order not to exacerbate the crisis, offered no objection, in spite of the pressure he received from his allies, his only condition being that Salazar Alonso would continue as a minister. It was the third radical government in 4 months, and the crisis also showed that by his excessive meddling, Alcalá Zamora would not let the parliamentary system operate normally. Stanley Payne believes that Alcalá Zamora was trying to replace Lara, whom he saw then as a personal rival, as leader of the Republican Center. At any event, Samper was not the leader of the radicals, and soon after taking office, the party split, leaving his position even weaker. The split came from the left wing of the Partido Radical and was led by Martínez Barrio just over 2 months after he had left the government. The dissidents, as they explained in a manifesto published on May 19, were leaving the party because it had moved away from the old radical ideology. A few days later, Martínez Barrio declared that Lara had changed the centrist policy of the radicals for one of sectarian right that rejected the liberal, democratic theories of the republic. 19 deputies abandoned the Partido Radical, almost 1/5 of its parliamentary group. It was now down to 85 members, below the 94 it had in the constituent Cortes. The split also affected a large number of radical officials in the provinces. Nigel Townsend wrote that the schism not only shifted the party to the right, but also made it more dependent on the right. 6. This profound crisis of Lara radicalism coincided with a long, slow recovery of the leftist Republicans. In April 1934, Acción Republicana, Casares Quiroga's Partido Republicano Gallego and Marcelino Domingo's independent socialist radicals joined forces in a new party called Izquierda Republicana, IR, with Manuel Azaña as the leader. The radical dissidents, meanwhile, formed the Partido Radical Democrático, which in September of that year merged with Gordon Ordaz socialist radicals to form Unión Republicana, UR. The founding of IR and UR had no effect on the composition of the Cortes, where the alliance between radicals and the CETA provided the center-right with a comfortable majority to govern, but this policy of leftist Republican groupings put a brake on the marked tendency for disintegration, which had started in 1933 and whose effects were so harmful in the elections. Ricardo Samper governed from April 28, 1934 to the beginning of October that same year. During that time, he had to deal with a growing trade union mobilization, major social conflicts in Madrid, Barcelona, and Zaragoza, a general land workers' strike, a conflict over powers with the Generalitat of Catalonia and a protest by Basque town and city councils, which included nationalists, leftist Republicans, and socialists, in defense of the Concierto Económico, economic pact, a historic right that was being called into question by tax measures proposed by the Minister of Finance, Manuel Maraco. Beleaguered by these conflicts, and harshly criticized by the employers, who accused it of weakness and of failing to support their interests against the unions, Samper's government was at the mercy of the CETA and the strategy of Gil Robles, who was now thinking of the second phase of his plan, entering government. The land workers' strike was already in motion when Samper replaced Lerroux as prime minister. In late February 1934, the FET National Committee had warned that the labor and social legislation passed by the Provisional Government of the Republic and by the Constituent Cortes was not being complied with, and was being systematically breached by the employers following the right's victory in the elections. It announced that a general strike for the beginning of June would take place if the government ignored its claims. These included demands regarding compliance with working conditions, the regulations referring to employment of outsiders, at a time when the repeal of the Municipal Districts Act was being debated, and the restriction on the use of agricultural machinery. Furthermore, unemployment was on the increase. In March of that year, the number of unemployed in the agrarian sector was 415,000, 63% of the total unemployed. Official figures place the figure at 700,000 unemployed, 18% of the active population, but socialist calculations claimed that the true unemployment rate was double that figure. On May 14, various FET leaders, with Ricardo Zabalza, the Secretary General, at their head, visited the Minister of Labor, the radical José Estadella, to inform him of the serious consequences that would follow from the calling of a general strike throughout Spain, specifying that it was a land worker and union conflict, not a revolution. The Prime Minister, Estadella, and the Minister of Agriculture, the radical Cirilo del Rio, tried negotiating to prevent the strike, but they came up against the hard-line attitude of the cabinet minister, Salazar Alonso, who defended the stance of the agrarian employers. Convinced that the strike was just the beginning of a revolutionary movement, as he stated in an interview in Blanco y Negro, he ordered the civil governors to suspend and ban all types of assembly and impose press censorship on anything that referred to the land workers' protests. 7 The negotiations fell through, and on June 5 the strike began, with marked repercussions in the provinces of Andalusia, Extremadura, and Castilla-La Mancha. According to research by Manuel Tunin de Lara, the strike affected over 700 municipalities in 38 provinces, and lasted between 5 and 15 days, depending on the socialist presence. Confrontations between strikers and blacklegs or strikers and the forces of order were frequent, and on June 20, when it was all over, official figures showed a balance of 13 dead and several dozen wounded. Several thousands of workers were imprisoned, although they were soon released, and the cabinet minister, Salazar Alonso, took advantage of the situation to dismantle the organizational structure of the FET in the south, and replace a large number of socialist mayors with management boards presided over by members of the Partido Radical. Largo Caballero and several leaders of the PSOE and UGT executive committees were worried that the strike would interfere with the preparations for the revolutionary uprising that had been announced. In the event of the CETA entering the government, they decided that the urban trade unions would not join the conflict. As the CNT, weak as it was and unconcerned with the specific demands of the Fed, did not join either, the protest only led to the repression and undermining of the socialists' biggest syndicate. The right came out of it strengthened, and the landowners rid themselves of union and insurgent pressure for a time. However, the summer of 1934 was not such a quiet one for Ricardo Samper's government. At the end of March, the Catalan Parliament had passed the Ley de Contratados de Cultivos, Crop Contracts Act, proclaimed by Lewis companies on April 14, in a bid to help the rabaisseurs, rentiers, and sharecroppers in the wine-growing sector with close links to the Esquerra, enabling them to buy any land that they had worked for 15 years. The Instituto de San Isidro, the organization of landowners in Catalonia, supported by the Ligia, the employers' organizations and the CETA, attacked the law, and several rightist deputies moved in the Cortes for the government to lodge an appeal before the Constitutional Safeguards Tribunal, claiming that the Catalan Parliament and the Generalitat had no powers to act in this matter. On June 8, the tribunal handed down a decision in favor of the government and the landowners. 4 days later, the Catalan Parliament ratified the act that had been declared unconstitutional. The deputies of the Esquerra and, in solidarity with them, those of the Partido Nacionalista Vasco, PNV, walked out of the Cortes. Samper, and some of his ministers, including Rafael Guerra del Rio and Filiberto Villalobos, tried to broker an agreement between the two sides in order to avoid conflict with Catalonia, but Salazar Alonso and the CETA placed obstacles in the way. On June 30, Gil Robles wrote to Samper, asking him to impose respect for the law and protect the prestige of public authority. Azana defended the Generalitat as being the only Republican authority left in Spain, and the socialists, angry at the repression of the land workers' unions, saw in this dispute complete submission by the government to the radical right. Although Samper and companies, with the help of Alcalá Zamora, looked for a legal formula to solve the conflict of prerogatives, Gil Robles decided to draw in the reins. After the parliamentary summer recess, but before the first session of the Cortes on October 1, he officially withdrew CETA support from Samper's government, asked for a reshuffle and announced that the CETA should enter the new government. 8. The radicals, with Lerou at their head, knew that they could not continue in government without the CETA. Samper tried to defend his record in the opening session of the Cortes, but Gil Robles publicly repeated his proposal, a government that reflected the parliamentary majority. Samper resigned. Alcalá Zamora did not want to dissolve the Cortes, because the constitution only allowed him to do so twice, so he gave in to the non-Republican rights proposal and asked Lerou to form a new government. It was announced on October 4 and included 3 CETA ministers, Manuel Giménez Fernandez in agriculture, Rafael Izpon in justice and José Oradol Angara de Sojo in labor. Samper's centrist policies, which involved a moderate revision of the legislation from the 1931-33 period, but not its repeal, was unworkable. The non-Republican right began to govern the Republic with the most traditional Republican parties. The Republican left warned of the betrayal involved in the monstrous act of handing over the government of the Republic to its enemies. Martínez del Barrio, Lerou's former lieutenant who was no longer in the party, asked Alcalá Zamora to give power to the left to save the Republic. The socialists declared their revolution. Nothing would be the same after October 1934. Insurrection. The revolution, according to the Socialist Revolutionary Committee, should have started with a general strike in the main cities and industrial centers, followed by sympathetic sectors of the armed forces. There were major strikes in Madrid, Seville, Córdoba, Valencia, Barcelona, and Zaragoza, with brief outbreaks of armed uprising in certain locations in the latter province. In the mining area to the west of Bilbao, the army and the civil guard fought the insurgents for a few hours, and in Ibar and Mondragon, The violent actions of the revolutionaries touched well-known rightists, such as the Carlist deputy, Marcelino Oreja. Nowhere, however, did the soldiers leave their barracks to support the revolution, and armed rebellion was limited to Asturias, although the Generalitat government's rebellion against central power also had a strong political impact. The general strike started in Catalonia on October 5 without the official backing of the CNT, despite the fact that some scattered anarchist groups wanted to implant libertarian communism, albeit with little chance of success. At 8 p.m. the following day, President Luis Companys announced that the government of the Generalitat was breaking all links with spurious institutions, as all the Republican left parties had already done when the CETA entered the government. He proclaimed the Catalan state within the Spanish Federal Republic as a measure against the monarchist and fascist forces, who had seized power. He also invited the provisional government of the Republic, in other words, the Republican and Socialist forces who had formed it in April 1931, to install itself in Catalonia. It was, according to Enrique de Cal, an attempt to repeat the revolutionary gesture of 1931, to put an end to the problem between the Catalan government and the centre-right government in Madrid that was a result of the tension that had built up over the matter of the Ley de Contratados de Cultivos, and to keep Catalan nationalism on track. They can no longer say that I am not a Catalan nationalist, Companys is said to have murmured after proclaiming the Catalan state from the balcony of the Generalitat 9 despite the preparations for rebellion carried out by Josep Duncas, the Conseller de Gobernació, General Domingo Batet, the head of the military garrison in Barcelona, ignored the orders given by Companys as the highest authority in Catalonia, and took over the city. In the early hours of the following day, he placed his troops outside the Generalitat building, and after limited resistance and artillery fire, the Catalan government surrendered. Miguel Badia, the head of the services of public order and a colleague of Duncas in the most radical sector of Catalan nationalism, tried to organize some sniper fire from roof terraces. When they saw that all was lost, Badia, Duncas and their military advisors escaped via a secret passage in the cabinet office, or via the sewers according to other sources, and fled to France. The fatal balance of the failed uprising was 46 deaths, 8 soldiers, and 38 civilians. This failure occurred at the same time as the failure of most of the strikes and attempted uprisings that had observed the order of the Revolutionary Committee. The aim was to stop the CETA entering the government, but it was unsuccessful. Quite a different story was what happened in Asturias, with revolutionary violence and subsequent brutal repression hitherto unseen in Spain. It was a genuine attempt at social revolution. October 1934, Red October. In Asturias, the Alianza Obrera, the only alliance that had managed to group together the forces of the UGT, the CNT, and the Communists, had organized or backed major mobilizations in the previous months, with various general strikes between February and October in the mining areas. Furthermore, the movement had armed itself with stolen weapons, rifles, machine guns, and sticks of dynamite. These arms were not enough to defeat the security forces and the army, but they were enough to launch thousands of militants in a struggle against the civil guard in their barracks, from where they were to obtain more arms. The arming of the uprising, in which the mobilizations of syndicalists and miners were not involved, was carried out by the Juventudes Socialistas and anarchist groups who set up paramilitary combat squadrons. This preparation, which was not enough to ensure victory, but which was more intensive than in other areas of Spain, where preparation was virtually non-existent, explains, as Paco Ignacio Tabo wrote years ago, the Asturian difference, because, in short, there was a movement there that managed to take control of various towns and villages over several days. The uprising began on the night of 5 to October 6, when several thousand trade union militants seized the civil guard posts in the mining areas, took control of Aviles and Gijón, took over the ordnance works in Trubia and occupied the center of Oviedo. Fierce fighting ensued there between the forces of order and the revolutionaries in the area of the civil government building, the State Telephone Company building and the cathedral. The regional committee of the Alianza Obrera, led by the socialist Ramon González Pina, coordinated the large number of local committees that sprang up in the various towns and tried to guide the revolutionary order. Swift control was established over public services, transport, and supplies for besieged locations. In some places, the official coinage was suppressed and the first examples of violence against employers, the upper classes and the clergy appeared. 34 priests, seminarists, and brothers from the Escuelas Cristianas in Turin were killed, with the legislative persecution of the first biennium giving way to the physical destruction of members of the church, something that had not occurred in the history of Spain since the massacres of 1834–35 in Madrid and Barcelona. Furthermore, the purifying fire appeared once more in Asturias. 58 churches, the bishop's palace, the seminary, with its magnificent library, and the Cámara Santa in the cathedral were burnt or blown up. The subsequent repression carried out by the army and the civil guard was, as we shall see, extremely harsh, an exemplary lesson, and thousands of socialists and anarcho-syndicalists filled jails all over Spain. But the Church and the Catholic press devoted themselves to remembering the atrocities suffered by their martyrs, by calling for punishment and repression as the only remedy against the revolution. The Church's blinkered attitude with regard to social matters was what Canon Maximiliano Arbolía, familiar with the working-class environment in Asturias, deplored in a letter to his friend in Zaragoza, Severino Aznar, following the storm of hatred and dynamite. Nobody, but nobody, has stopped to wonder whether this atrocious criminal revolutionary movement of 50,000 men has any explanation other than the usual perverted socialist propaganda. Nobody ever thinks that we too may be largely responsible. 11 Apart from the rural areas of the north of Spain, this social Catholicism, which was led by people such as Maximiliano Arbolía or Severino Aznar, had not gained much ground. As far as the miners and inhabitants of the industrial suburbs of the major cities were concerned, the Catholic Church sided with oppressive capitalism, and the only aim of the Catholic syndicates was to defend the Church and capitalism. Whether we like it or not, reflected Arbolía, this was the view taken by nearly all our workers. To put down the rebellion, the government was forced to use the Spanish Legion and the regulars from Morocco. The Minister of War, the radical Diego Hidalgo, decided to pass over the Chief of General Staff, General Carlos Masclet, and instead chose General Franco, whom he had met recently during army maneuvers in Leon, to coordinate the military operations and the repression, and this made Franco, for at least a few days, the true Minister of War. General Eduardo López Ochoa, in command of the main relief column, moved in from Galicia with a contingent of nearly 400 troops. On October 10, 2 companies of the Legion and 2 tabors, battalions, of regulars disembarked in Gijón and began to advance towards Oviedo. In response to the advance of these troops, many of the militia began to withdraw. González de la Pina ordered a withdrawal to the mountains, although there were groups of armed miners who refused to obey and continued fighting in the streets between 14 and October 17. López Ochoa now had over 15,000 soldiers and 3,000 civil guards available, who, together with Colonel Yag's colonial troops, began to clean up the area. On October 18, Belarmino Tomás, the chairman of the revolutionary committee that had stayed behind with the last of the resistance groups, discussed surrender terms with López Ochoa. As well as the revolutionary violence, there were also summary executions under martial law. The most accurate estimate of victims suggests 1,100 deaths among those who supported the rebellion, some 2,000 wounded, and some 300 deaths among the security forces and the army. In the first phase of repression, hundreds of prisoners were beaten and tortured, a measure in which the civil guard Major Lisardo Doval played a leading role by imposing genuine police brutality, until he was dismissed in December. Luis de Serval, a journalist who had investigated and denounced the excesses of Yag's mercenaries, was murdered by a foreign officer in the civil guard, Lieutenant Dmitry Ivanov. A large number of leading Republican and socialist politicians, including Largo Caballero and Ezana, were arrested. The jails filled up with prisoners, revolutionaries, and leftist militants, and the repression was turned into a recurrent theme in political debate over the following months. Although this uprising was better organized and had more backing and weaponry than the anarchists had had in 1932 and 1933, its failure is easily explained. It was sparked by the CETA's entry into the government and not by a wide-ranging state or social crisis. Outside Asturias, it was only small and highly localized groups, unlike the protest actions and strikes conducted by the CNT and UGT during the Republican years, that stepped forward when the time for the revolution to start arrived. The peasant syndicates of the FET did not take part, following the repression of the June 1934 strike, and nor did the CNT, except in Asturias, deeply divided and weary of useless rebellions, because, as its media hastened to declare, the dilemma is not between a government of the right or government of the left, but between a bourgeois republic or libertarian communism. The socialists were treading what was, for them, a new path after their time in government, one that even the most radical anarchists were suggesting was leading them nowhere. We can no longer move forward, as we have been doing up to now, using trial and error. All trials have their limit, and for the FAI this limit was reached on December 8, 1933, declared Tierra y Libertad on October 11, when only Asturias remained as the focal point of the rebellion. But even allowing for the poor preparation and the lack of peasant and anarchist backing, the failure of the revolution was not surprising. Against a state that keeps its armed forces intact and united, a revolutionary strategy based on scattered support can never spark widespread disruption and ends up being easily repressed. All the police and civil guard, as well as the army forces, were loyal to the government, and there was no chance of them joining the revolutionaries or refusing to repress them. The military preparation for the uprising was left in the hands of groups of young people who were able to erect barricades in certain barrios in the cities, or to fight with more arms in the mining areas, but not to oppose a united army. Following the Russian precedent in 1917, where the army was demoralized after heavy defeats and hundreds of thousands of casualties in the First World War, no worker or peasant uprising succeeded in Europe, with the exception of Bela Kun's regime for a few months in Hungary in 1919. The strategy based on the hope that the army and forces of order would take part in the rebellion failed. In the first place, in Madrid and without the seizing of even the public buildings, the revolution had no chance of succeeding. And this was in spite of the fact that, as Sandra Soto made clear, the capital saw massive worker mobilization and the most far-reaching and longest-lasting general strike during the whole of the time of the Republic. 12 For armed revolutions to succeed, they need to have some of the army on their side. And, as the military coup in July 1936 proved, the revolutionary process requires the collapse and division of the mechanisms of strength and defense of the state. None of this happened in October 1934. With this rebellion, the socialists showed the same condemnation of the representation system as the anarchists had done in previous years. The very announcement of the revolution, determined by the CETA's entry into the government, was a means of coercion against the established legitimate political authority. Leaving aside the alleged circumstances of their radicalization, the socialists broke with the democratic process and the parliamentary system as a means to press for a reorientation of politics. The movement's leaders, at the instigation of the younger members, who formed militias and developed a taste for a military framework, tried to copy the Bolshevik model in Spain. The militants in the Juventud Socialistas were the first to applaud the socialists' exit from the government in 1933 and the tearing up of all their agreements with the Republicans. It was this that closed the bourgeois democracy phase and saw the start of their headlong rush to social revolution. The increase in calls for violent action matched the loss of confidence in the legality of the Republic. The appearance of the Falange Española, Hitler's rise to power, the crushing of the Austrian socialist movement by Chancellor Dollfuss in February 1934, the verbal aggression of Gil Robles, with his constant rants against democracy in favor of the totalitarian concept of the state, and the obvious fascist leanings of the youth wing of Acción Popular, JAP, mobilized young people, both students and workers. In the first few months of 1934, they launched violent political confrontations such as had not been seen in the early years of the Republic. In January, as a consequence of a general strike of students called by the socialist and communist-led Federación Universitaria Escolar, FU, a group from the Falangist militia, Primera Línea, led by Agustín Aznar and Matías Montero, stormed the FU premises and some students were set upon. On February 9, Matías Montero was murdered while selling Falangist newspapers, and he became a martyr for this minority fascist organization. The socialists had their martyrs too, such as Juanita Rico, a young woman of 20, who was murdered by Falangists in July. Their funerals gave a chance for uniforms to be shown off, as well as their symbols, hymns, and blue, black or red shirts. Yet to suggest that the October uprising marked the end of any possibility of constitutional coexistence in Spain, the prelude or opening battle of the Civil War, is to place a workers' uprising, defeated and repressed by republican order, on the same plane as a military rebellion carried out by the armed forces of the state. The Republic always repressed uprisings and imposed order. After October 1934, socialists and anarchists alike abandoned rebellion as a stratagem, and the possibilities of trying it again in 1936 were practically nil, now that their ranks were split and considerably weakened. For the non-republican right, however, October 1934 marked the way. They always had the army, the backbone of the fatherland, as José Calvo Sotelo would often refer to it then. After October 1934, the left tried to re-establish its democratic political activity, win at the polls and surmount its insurrectional failures. The CETA grew, defended repression to the hilt, and shed any possibility of stabilizing the Republic with its coalition partner, the Partido Radical. Any potential centrist solutions proposed by Lerroux and his team ended up swamped by the CETA's conquest of power strategy, and by the scandals that, barely a year after that October, engulfed them until they were eliminated from the political scene. The road to authoritarianism. The brunt of the blame for the rebellion was placed, at the instigation of the CETA and one sector of the Partido Radical, on Manuel Aznar, the socialists, and the Statute of Catalonia as a symbol of the disunion of the fatherland. Aznar had gone to Barcelona on September 28 to attend the funeral of Jaume Carner, his ex-finance minister. There he met Indalecio Prieto, and he tried to caution him against the proposed revolution, as he considered that it lacked any chance of success. In his conversations with Prieto and another former socialist minister, Fernando de los Rios, who had also attended the funeral, he once again showed that relations with the socialists had been broken off, and that Izquierda Republicana was not involved in the socialist plans for an uprising. After the funeral, Aznar remained in Barcelona, following the advice of a number of friends in Madrid to stay away from the capital for a short period during which political upheaval was promised. He noticed that in Catalonia, too, there was an atmosphere of unrest over the possible entry of the CETA into the government, and he advised the Catalan politicians against embarking on a situation of violence against the state, because, as well as having little or no chance of success, it would provoke a reaction throughout Spain that would only serve to strengthen the position of the right. Aznar took no part in what was known as the rebellion of the Catalans that began in the afternoon of October 6, and 3 days later, on Tuesday, October 9, he was arrested in the home of Dr. Carlos Gubert. Lerroux, who had sent a telegram to the authorities in Barcelona, saying that the former prime minister was involved in the uprising, told the press that he had been found in possession of extensive documentation of great interest that proved that he had gone to Barcelona on some important undertaking. The monarchist newspaper, ABC, charged him with going on radio to call on the Catalans to prepare for war against the invading army that Lerroux's factious government might send. El Debate, the mouthpiece of the CETA, referred to him as a Mason to explain his complicity with companies and separatism. And the leader of the Partido Radical, Joaquim Pérez Madrigal, after seeing the events in Asturias, declared that my first conclusion is that Azana is largely responsible for what has happened. 13 While awaiting trial, Azana was held in a prison ship anchored in the port of Barcelona, later to be moved to 2 further floating jails, accused by the chief prosecutor of the Republic of the crime of rebellion, until he was released following a Supreme Court decision on December 28, 1934. But this did not satisfy his political enemies, now in government, and they brought before the Cortes various motions for impeachment against him for gun running. Bringing Azana to Parliament, where he was in his element, was a blunder on the part of his adversaries. He was cheered by the crowds when he left the Cortes after the debate on March 21, 1935, and although his accusers set up a parliamentary commission to prove his guilt, the strategy did not prosper. As the Count of Rodezno said before this debate, they are insisting on putting Mr. Azana on a pedestal, and they are going to succeed. 14 The next step in the search for scapegoats was to try to discredit the Statute of Catalonia and have it abolished. Following a debate between the government coalition partners, in which some wanted it modified and others abolished, a law was passed on December 14 suspending Catalonia's autonomy indefinitely, until the government and the Cortes saw fit to reinstate it. The Ley de Contratados de Cultivos was repealed, and the central administration reclaimed the powers to act that had been transferred to the Generalitat during the 2 previous years. The whole of Catalonia was being punished for the rebellion by certain members of its governing party. A few days later, Lerua's government appointed a veteran politician of the monarchist Partido Liberal, Manuel Portela Valladares, Governor-General, and he handed the Barcelona City Council over to the radicals. More than 3,000 people were arrested in Catalonia, and the first death sentences were handed down by the military courts for the October rebellion onto Major Enrique Pérez Fares and Captains Escofet and Riquet, who had been involved in the uprising as heads of the autonomous police force, the Mossos d'Esquadra, and the Somaten. On October 17, the government voted for the executions, although the President of the Republic, Alcalá Zamora, reminded them that they had pardoned those responsible for the military uprising of August 10, 1932, and, despite the vehement opposition of the CETA and others such as Melquiades Alvarez, who advocated a firm hand, he managed to persuade Lerou to commute the death sentences on October 31. However, the trials continued, and this time it was Companys and his Consellers, government team, who, on June 6, 1935, were sentenced to 30 years imprisonment for military rebellion. Meanwhile, in Asturias, the beatings in the jails went on, and the repression aggravated the division in the governing coalition. The prisoners signed letters denouncing the use of torture, and British and French socialist politicians visited the region and pleaded amnesty for those on trial. Only 2 death sentences were carried out in February 1935, a sergeant who had deserted the army to fight on the side of the revolutionaries, and a worker accused of several murders. The rest of the death sentences were commuted, although when the cabinet met on March 29 to discuss the cases of Ramón González Pina, the most prominent leader of the insurrection, and Teodoro Menéndez, the government was split, with Lerou and 6 other radicals voting in favor of a reprieve, and the 3 CETA ministers, the agrarian and the liberal democrat against. Protests about the arbitrary and, as time went on, unnecessary repression left the radical ministers consumed within, as César Jalón, the radical minister of communications in the government that Lerou formed on October 4, 1934, later wrote, "Asturias, it's always Asturias. The nightmare of revolution and the nightmare of Spain would always be the spectre that followed us until it overthrew us." 15 Indeed, the CETA and the non-republican right wanted to take revenge to its ultimate consequences, and they provoked the government crises that were needed to achieve their aim of seeing Gil Robles as prime minister, the final phase of their strategy. Taking the reprieve of Pérez Fares as his excuse, Gil Robles sounded out the possibility of the army imposing a solution of force to restore the legitimacy violated by the president. The anti-Azana generals, Joaquim Fangel and Manuel God, leading figures in all the conspiracies against the Republic from 1932 until it was overthrown in 1936, advised the SIDA leader to maintain their collaboration in government, as the army could not yet guarantee a united position of strength to squash the left. 16 A few days later, in the light of accusations made by José Calvo Sotelo in the Cortes against Ricardo Samper, the former prime minister, and Diego Hidalgo, the minister of war, for not having put down the revolution earlier, Gil Robles asked Lerou to dismiss them. The following day, November 16, Lerou realized one of his dearest ambitions, holding the post of prime minister as well as minister of war, albeit at the cost of getting rid of Diego Hidalgo, my very good friend. Juan José Rocha, who was dubbed Miss Ministro, because he was in all the radical governments, dancing from one post to another, was appointed foreign minister, replacing Samper. 1 month after the October uprising and the formation of Lerou's third government, the right had its first trophy. That was just the start, because before the end of the year, on December 29, the SIDA also engineered the departure of another liberal Democrat, Filiberto Villalobos, the Minister of Education, who had been trying since April 1934 to prevent cuts in education costs and simultaneously maintain some of the educational reforms of the first biennium. The argument for getting rid of Villalobos was that he defended secular tendencies and that his ministry was still dominated by a Marxist revolutionary policy, but he himself was convinced that the SIDA's real aim was to boycott those ministers who loyally defend the Republic. 17 ministers in 3 months. Nigel Townsend maintains that the SIDA was constantly eroding the foundations of the radical government to clear the way for its own rise to power. The next opportunity for eroding the radicals and coming closer to power came with the debate on the scope of the repression in Asturias. On April 3, the 3 SIDA ministers resigned over the reprieve of 20 prisoners condemned to death by the military courts, including the socialists Rafael González Pina and Teodoro Menéndez. In new consultations set up by Alcalá Zamora as a result of the crisis, the SIDA and José Martínez de Velasco's agrarians requested more posts in the government. The President of the Republic, who was reluctant to give the SIDA more power, invoked Article 81 of the Constitution, which enabled him to suspend the Cortes for 30 days, and he appointed a government presided over by Lerou, with a radical majority that excluded the SIDA, and with General Masclet, the Chief of General Staff, under Azana, as Minister of War. It did not work. The SIDA threatened to dissolve the Cortes, the JAP demanded all the power for the JIF in a rally with all the fascist paraphernalia held in Madrid on April 23, and Lerou agreed to form a new government with the SIDA. But this time it was with a non-Republican right majority, the first time this had occurred during the Republic. There were only 3 radical ministers, with the ever-present Juan José Rocha in the foreign ministry, 2 agrarians, and 5 SIDA ministers. The remaining 3 posts were occupied by 2 independents, Manuel Portela Valadares in the cabinet ministry, Joaquim Chapaprieta in finance, and a liberal Democrat, Joaquim Duld, in education. José María Gil Robles entered the government as Minister of War. It was May 6, 1935. Since Azana's departure in September 1933, the radicals had formed 7 governments in barely 20 months. This was when the real rectification of the Republic began, with the radicals, who had broken any possible links with the leftist Republicans and Socialists, subject to the will of the SIDA and the demands for revenge from employers and landowners. Hundreds of mixed arbitration committees were disabled or suppressed, with an express amendment of the labor reforms passed in the first 2 years by Francisco Largo Caballero. A decree issued on December 1, 1934 by the SIDA minister José Oriol Angara de Sojo outlawed unreasonable strikes, in other words, those that were not authorized by the government, although his bill to repeal the Ley de Asociaciones Profesionales, which would have made political parties and trade unions illegal, did not prosper. However, workers lost their rights, and thousands of them were dismissed for belonging to unions or on the pretext of having taken part in the October uprising and strikes. The employers, who at the beginning were confident that the radicals would look after their interests and summarily dispense with the socialist reforms, went into action and recovered the status they had lost with the coming of the Republic. This offensive was most noticeable in the rural environment and in the conditions of the land workers, a collective that had already more than paid the price for their insubordination with their strike in 1934. In October 1934, the agriculture portfolio was in the hands of Manuel Giménez Fernández, a law lecturer from Seville who defended social Catholicism in a CIDA dominated by reactionary and authoritarian postures. His first measure, the Ley de Junteros, dated December 21, extended the occupation of lands by the peasants of Extremadura, who had benefited from the intensification de cultivos decree of October 1932 and were now about to be evicted through pressure from the owners. However, when he tried to benefit rural tenants, whom he saw as a counterweight to the big landowners, he was met with opposition from Gil Robles and his party. His bill, which materialized as the Ley de Arrendamientos Rústicos, Law of Rural Lettings, passed on March 15, proposed that tenants could, reshaping the Republic 118, take possession of any land that they had worked for at least 12 years. The extreme right labeled this Marxism in disguise. His colleagues in his own party called him a white Bolshevik, and when the CIDA returned to the government on May 6, 1935, following its one-month absence, Giménez Fernández was no longer Minister of Agriculture. Giménez Fernández's defeat, as Edward Maleficus points out, meant that any hope of serious social reform vanished. Following the new conditions established after October 1934, a coalition of extreme right and CIDA deputies finally saw their ambition to overthrow the September 1932 Ley de Reforma Agraria accomplished. This included figures such as José Antonio Lamamita Clarac, the traditionalist who had so strongly opposed the act in the Constituent Cortes, and representatives of the landowners in the reactionary wing of the CIDA, such as Candido Casanova and Mateo Ajpaixa. 18 Giménez Fernández was replaced by Nicasio Villayos y Villayos, a rich, ultra-conservative Valladolid landowner, of the Partido Agrario. The Ley de Junteros was disregarded, and thousands of families were evicted from the lands they were occupying. On July 3, Nicasio Villayos presented his Reforma de la Reforma Agraria bill. It needed just 5 days of debate in the Cortes to be passed, while discussions over the 1932 Ley de Reforma Agraria had taken 5 months. This Counter-Reform Act annulled the inventory of seizable property and rejected the principle of confiscation, meaning that the Institute of Agrarian Reform, IRA, was forced to compensate the grandees of Spain who had had their lands expropriated since 1932, and the IRA's budget was drastically reduced. In practice, this act marked the end of agrarian reform. The rightist majority in the Cortes wanted no land reform at all, either radical or conservative. It was the culmination of the new domination of the rural oligarchy following the land workers' strike in June 1934 and the uprising in October that same year. The FET was disorganized, the Jurados Mixtos did not work and wages were lower for those who did find work, because unemployment in the rural environment was continually on the increase. Furthermore, this was all made possible because the government decided that over 2,000 socialist and leftist Republican town councils, 20% of Spain's total, were to be replaced by management committees of the Partido Radical and the CIDA from October 1934. Nobody believed any more in the Partido Radical's promise of a republic for all Spaniards, at a time when the government, controlled by the most reactionary sector of the CIDA, only looked after the interests of the big landowners and the employers. Some radicals protested, although Lerroux had decided that in order to hold on to his position as prime minister, he needed to avoid public confrontation with the CIDA. Clara Campoamor, the only female Partido Radical deputy, who had fought so hard for women's suffrage, left the party, and was also unable to do anything as Director General of Beneficencia, Charity, a post attached to the Ministry of Labor, in the hands of the CIDA since October 1934. Gil Robles, Minister of War from May to December 1935, did not have time to undo all the reforms of earlier years in military matters, but with his appointments policy he did reinforce the power of the anti-Azana officers and introduced a rightist element into the army. He appointed General Joaquim Fanjul, a former extreme right agrarian deputy, under-secretary in the ministry. General Emilio Mola became head of the army in Morocco, and Manuel God Director General of Aviation, appointing Colonel Monasterio his aide-de-camp. When he moved in cabinet for the appointment of General Franco as Chief of General Staff, a motion that was carried on May 17, 1935, Lara voted in favor and Alcala Zamora against, with the latter, according to Gil Robles, repeating several times in the meeting, "Young generals tend to be would-be coup warlords." 19 The President of the Republic was right. Without exception, all these officers played leading roles in the uprising against the Republic in July 1936. On the other hand, many officers with a Republican background were dismissed from their posts and suffered professional reprisals. And it is highly likely that some officers appointed by Gil Robles, such as General Fanjul, encouraged and protected the Union Milita Española, UME, the semi-clandestine association organized and led since the end of 1933 by Captain Bartolomé Barba Hernandez and Lieutenant Colonel Valentín Galarza, both of the General Staff. The final project was the reform of the Constitution, one of the pet objectives of Gil Robles and the CETA. Stanley G. Payne says that the tactic was basically to counteract anti-Catholic legislation, introduce aspects of the CETA social program, strengthen conservative institutions, such as the armed forces, and prepare a fundamental constitutional reform, a reform so fundamental that it was to destroy the 1931 Constitution. But the CETA was in no hurry, because under the terms of Article 125b of the Constitution, any reform adopted before December 9, 1935, in other words, during the first 4 years of the life of the Constitution, needed the agreement of 2/3 of the Cortes, but after that date an absolute majority was enough. Furthermore, if the reform was passed, the law stipulated the dissolution of the Cortes and fresh elections, and what Gil Robles wanted was to be prime minister before undertaking this constitutional reform. On September 1, at a JAP rally in Santiago de Compostela, with clearly fascist trappings, Gil Robles announced that he sought the complete revision of the Constitution. And if the Cortes failed to pass this revision, he added, the Cortes are dead and must disappear. 20 As the Partido Radical also sought a reform of the Constitution, albeit less far-reaching, Lara's government presented a bill before the Cortes on July 5, to reform 41 articles dealing with religion, the family, property, and regional autonomy. A parliamentary commission was set up, chaired by Ricardo Samper, but because of the divergence between the Partido Radical and the CETA over the scope of the revision, it did not start to function until October. By then, however, Lara was no longer prime minister. Yet another crisis was to remove him from this post, a post that he would never hold again. The crisis began unexpectedly with the resignation on September 19 of the Minister for the Navy, Antonio Royo Vilanova, a fierce opponent of Catalan nationalism from Zaragoza and a member of the Partido Agrario, in protest over the delegation of powers regarding certain state highways to the restored Generalitat of Catalonia. He was backed by another Partido Agrario member in the government, the Minister of Agriculture, Nicasio Villeos. Lara resigned to reorganize the coalition, this time without agrarian support, but Alcala Zamora asked the Speaker of the Cortes, Santiago Alba, a former monarchist now in the Partido Radical, to form a government. In view of the problems he perceived, Alba gave up, and on September 25 the task was finally handed over to Joaquim Chapa Prieta, a liberal financier, friend of Alcala Zamora, who had been finance minister in the outgoing government. Chapa Prieta, who in the previous months had introduced an austere public spending plan, reduced the cabinet from 13 ministers to 9, 3 for the Partido Radical, 3 for the CETA, 1 for the agrarians, and he incorporated 1 member of the Ligia Catalana, Pere Rajola, as minister for the Navy. Chapa Prieta himself took the finance portfolio. Lara was foreign minister and Gil Robles continued as Minister of War. However, this government was extremely short-lived. Even as it was formed, Alcala Zamora already knew that relatives and friends of Lerrouz were involved in a corruption scandal with bribes included. Daniel Strauss, a shady businessman who passed himself off as Dutch, but who in fact was of German origin and had Mexican nationality, tried to introduce into Spain a roulette-type game, and to obtain a permit he gave various sums of money and gold watches to certain members of the Partido Radical, including Joan Pichipon, since April 1935 the president of the restored Generalitat, and Aurelio Lerroux, the adopted son of the radical leader. In spite of the sums of money paid out, the permit was not forthcoming, and the inventors and promoters of the game, Strauss and Pearl, sought compensation and publicized the scandal. At the beginning of September 1935, Strauss sent Alcala Zamora a comprehensive dossier detailing all the interviews, promises and payoffs, with the names of all those involved. The President of the Republic presented it to Lerroux just before the September crisis, but the old radical leader was unconcerned and replied that it would be very hard to prove his contacts with Strauss. At the beginning of October, Alcala Zamora revealed the details to Chapa Prieta, the matter was raised in the Cortes and a judicial inquiry was opened. The radical ministers were forced to resign on October 29. Chapa Prieta formed a government without the radicals. This marked the breaking of the Strapper-Lowe scandal, a neologism that combined the surnames of the game's two promoters, and which became, particularly after the Civil War, the most common term to denote the black market. Everyone, left and right, including Alcala Zamora, who was keen to occupy Lerroux's center, exploited the scandal. It had immediate and devastating consequences for many of the leading figures in the party. Soon afterwards, moreover, when Lerroux was announcing a reform, a new era of bountiful life for the organization, another scandal involving the radicals came to light over irregularities in the illegal payment of public funds to the owner of a company which, years earlier, had won a public contract to run a ferry service between the colonies of Equatorial Guinea and Fernando Poo, a contract that had been cancelled in 1929. Antonio Nambilla, the Inspector General of the colonies, refused to compensate Antonio Taya, the owner of this company, who had contacts with Lerroux, and he was dismissed in July 1935. Nambilla was upset over this decision, and after an unsuccessful bid for redress, he complained to Chapa Prieta and the Speaker of the Cortes. Chapa Prieta, isolated, without a party, and with his economic reforms blocked by the CETA, tendered his resignation on December 9. This was Gil Robles' opportunity to govern and undertake the revision of the Constitution. 21 But Alcala Zamora blocked Gil Robles' appointment as Prime Minister because, as he wrote later in his memoirs, he had never made an explicit declaration of his total adherence to the regime. 22 Gil Robles, on the other hand, thought that this refusal to hand over power to him was what led many conservatives to see violence as the only solution. There were rumors of a coup d'état. General Fanjul, Under-Secretary in the Ministry of War, told Gil Robles that if he were so ordered, he would mobilize the troops, and according to Gil Robles himself, who years later sought to make it quite clear that he did not back this measure, it was Francisco Franco, the Chief of General Staff, who convinced Generals Fanjul, Varela, and God that at this time, the army cannot and should not be counted on to stage a coup d'état. 23 On December 14, with the Partido Radical discredited by the scandals, and the CETA vetoed by the President of the Republic, Manuel Portela Valladares formed a government with independents and Liberal Democrats. 3 weeks later, on January 7, 1936, faced with the impossibility of governing without the support of either of the two major parties, Alcala Zamora signed the decree to dissolve the Cortes and gave Portela the job of organizing new elections. Short-lived governments were now to become a thing of the past. Fresh elections would decide the course of the Republic. In the months leading up to this, Manuel Azana and Indalecio Prieto had corresponded about the need to build a coalition similar to the one that had governed in the first 2 years of the Republic. Largo Caballero, the leader of the UGT, opposed this agreement, although with the calling of elections he agreed to join in on condition that after the elections, if the coalition won, only Republicans would govern, and that the PCE would be part of this electoral coalition. The Communists called this coalition the Frente Popular, a name that was never accepted by Manuel Aznar, and the pact was officially announced on January 15, signed by the leaders of the leftist Republican parties, Aznar of Izquierda Republicana and Martínez Barrio of Unión Republicana, the socialist movement, including the PSOE, the UGT, and the Juventudes Socialistas, the PCE, the Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, POUM, a new organization set up in September 1935 resulting from a merger of Joaquín Morin's Bloc Obrero y Camperal and Andrew Nin's Izquierda Comunista, and, finally, the Partido Sindicalista, founded by Angel Pestana after his expulsion from the CNT. This time the right was not so united, and the CITA, which was stronger in the provinces, set up electoral pacts with conservative Republicans, radicals, or monarchist and fascist movements. In Catalonia, the CITA, the Ligia, radicals, and traditionalists formed a comprehensive Front Català de l'Ordre. The radicals, discredited and in array, were forced to field their candidates separately from the two main alliances. The left published a manifesto calling for comprehensive amnesty and reinstatement of the dismissed as common themes. The nucleus of the CITA's campaign, against the revolution and its collaborators, presented a catastrophist view of what the Republic had represented up to then. For the left, 2 years of destruction of Republican reforms, the Black Biennium, were over. The CITA, which had been unable to fulfill its aim of totally reversing the course of reform, promised a complete revision of the Constitution. The extreme right, under Calvo Sotelo, considered the Republic was now finished, and promised an unequivocal authoritarian and corporatist state. The date for the elections to decide all this, resulting in either a new course for the Republic or its conclusive end, was set for Sunday, February 16, 1936. 125. The Frente Popular coalition won the polls, and for many people this represented the second act of a play that had begun in April 1931, only to be interrupted in the summer of 1933. It was indeed a second opportunity for Manuel Aznar, once more in power and with rejoicing in the streets, for the socialists, who once again had a strong influence on local powers, and for the anarcho-syndicalists, who were able to recover their capacity for unrest, and some of the social benefits they had lost. The leading players may have returned, but the atmosphere after the left's victory bore little relation to the one that reigned in the spring of 1931 that saw the birth of the Republic. The Partido Radical, the oldest of the Republican parties, the founder of the Republic and the governing party between September 1933 and December 1935, sank without trace in the elections. The upper classes felt threatened by the new thrust from the trade union organizations and social conflicts. The defeated non-Republican right now thought only of force as a resource against the government and the Republic. A significant sector of the army plotted against them and did not stop until they were defeated. February 1936 saw free democratic elections, July 1936, a coup d'état. History accelerated over those 5 months. The Frente Popular and the return of Aznar. In February 1936, 72% of the Spanish population, men and women, voted, the highest turnout of the 3 general elections held during the Second Republic. As Javier Tezel showed years ago, it was also a clean election, in a country with democratic institutions and with many sectors of the population believing that this election was decisive for the country's future. This is why the election campaign 5. The seeds of confrontation was so intense, so feverish. The Frente Popular presented a moderate program that attracted many former Partido Radical voters, with amnesty and a return to the reforms and political solutions as its basic points. The non-Republican right used vast sums of money on printed material to remind people of the horrors of the revolution in Asturias, and never tired of saying that it was a battle for God and for Spain, between Catholic Spain, and appalling, barbaric, horrendous revolution. The extreme right, monarchists and fascists, were already advocating armed struggle, with dictatorship as the solution. Apart from this verbal aggression, there were very few incidents during the election campaign. The winner, by very few votes, was the Frente Popular, although the majority system established by the electoral regulations gave it a comfortable majority in the Cortes. The parties that received the most votes were the CITA and the PSOE, followed closely by Izquierda Republicana, while the Partido Radical, which fielded almost all its candidates separately from the main coalitions, was, after the revision of the scrutiny, reduced to 4 seats, 99 fewer than in 1933. Alejandro Lerou, standing for the Front Català de Ordre, failed to win a seat. The Frente Popular won 263 seats, the right 156 and the various parties of the center 54. The electorate voted mainly for the Socialists, Republican Left and Catholics. In the Frente Popular, the leading positions on the lists were almost always taken by the Republicans of Azaña's party, and on the right, by the CITA, which does not, contrary to what others have said at times, confirm a victory for the extremists. The communist candidates were always the last to figure on the Frente Popular lists, and the 16 seats they obtained, having received only one in 1933, were the result of having managed to join this coalition, not a reflection of their real strength. The Falange managed just 46,466 votes, 0.5% of the all votes cast. 33 parties were represented in the Cortes, of which only 11 won more than 10 seats. It was a highly fragmented, rather than polarist, parliament, in which the party that had run the government in the 2 previous years became a mere spectator. The Frente Popular's victory was wildly celebrated in many cities. In some jails, the prisoners rioted and demanded their freedom. Amnesty and the reinstatement of all dismissed workers were the demands that were most prevalent among the demonstrators who roamed the streets in various provincial capitals as soon as this victory was announced. This was the case, for example, in Zaragoza, where the CNT and UGT called a general strike and announced a demonstration to demand freedom for the political and social prisoners. General Miguel Cabanellas, a month into his command of the 5th Division, sent military units to occupy the official buildings and the main streets. The following day, after a state of emergency had been declared, the city woke up paralysed. The demonstration, led by the newly elected deputies, Benito Pabon and Eduardo Castillo, and made up of several thousand people, was dispersed by the assault guard. There were scuffles and shots, with one fatality and several demonstrators wounded. Gil Robles tried to persuade Portela Valladares, the prime minister, not to resign and to declare a state of emergency. General Franco, the chief of general staff, telephoned General Sebastián Pozas, Director General of the Civil Guard, to join in a military action to occupy the streets to prevent unrest and revolution. Pozas, an old Africanist loyal to the Republic, refused, and Franco then put pressure on General Nicolas Molero, the Minister of War. General God wanted to mobilize the Montana barracks in Madrid, and 2 other generals who had taken part in all the plots against the Republic, Joaquim Fangel and Angel Rodriguez del Barrio, sounded out other garrisons in the capital. Franco felt that the time was not ripe, and he backed off, although between 17 and February 19 he was, says Paul Preston, closer than ever to mounting a military coup. This was avoided by the firm attitude of Pozas and General Miguel Núñez de Prado, the police chief. 2 pressured on all sides to declare a state of emergency and annul the election results, and scared by rumors of a military coup and by the agitating in various cities to release political prisoners, Portela resigned on February 19. Niceto Alcala Zamora, the President of the Republic, called on Manuel Azaña to form a government. The Republican leader and one-time Prime Minister was not happy with this way of receiving power, before the constitution of the new Cortes, and without even knowing the official result of the elections. I have always been afraid that we would come back to govern in adverse conditions, he wrote in his diary on February 19. They could not be worse. Once more, the corn must be harvested before it is ripe. 3. The government consisted of Republicans only, as Azina had agreed with the Socialists before the elections, particularly because the Socialists rejected the possibility of again forming a coalition government with the Republicans. 9 ministers were from Izquierda Republicana, 3 from Union Republicana, and there was also one independent, General Carlos Masclet, a former advisor to Azina in the early years of the Republic, who was now made Minister of War. It was a moderate government. To call it a Frente Popular government would be a misnomer, mostly made up of university professors and lawyers, some of whom, including José Giral, Santiago Casares, and Marcelino Domingo, had been close allies of Azina between 1931 and 1933. But the two parties represented in this government occupied less than a quarter of the seats in the Cortes, and this potentially threatened its stability. Azina asked for union under the same banner that included Republicans and non-Republicans, and all those who love the fatherland, discipline, and respect for established authority, for there were urgent jobs to do and promises to be met. On February 21, the permanent deputation of the Cortes, summoned by Azina, passed the granting of a general amnesty for all those in prison for political and social crimes, a measure that affected, it was said at the time, nearly 30,000 people. Among them was Luis Companys and his counselors from the Generalitat, who were serving 30-year terms in the jail at El Porto de Santa Maria. A government order authorized the Catalonia Autonomous Parliament to resume its duties, and Companys was received by an enthusiastic crowd in Barcelona. From then on he adopted a conciliatory attitude towards the government in Madrid. Our souls are imbued with feeling. No vengeance at all, instead a new spirit of justice and redress, he said from the balcony of the Generalitat building. The granting of amnesty, the reinstatement of councillors and mayors elected in April 1931 and suspended since December 1933, and the rehiring of dismissed workers were all weighty matters that the government was under pressure from the people to resolve. Demonstrations and mobilizations over these and other matters were to raise the temperature of the disagreeable, wet atmosphere of the dying days of that winter. Much was expected of the government, and once it had dealt with those matters, the demonstrations ceased. Since the day after the elections, the press and the new government had been constantly repeating the need to keep the law, re-establish calm and guarantee order. The neutrality of the streets must be re-established at all costs, said El Sol on March 4, 1936. 3 days after the mass demonstration through the streets of Madrid to celebrate the election victory and support the new government. Streets that were free for traffic, the symbol of activity and work, the material expression of circulating wealth, to enable people to pursue their goals, their obligations, to earn their daily bread. Because the streets were nobody's and everybody's. Just like the fatherland. The street is still nobody's. It remains to be seen who conquers it, Ramon J. Sender had written in Siete Domingos Rojos some years earlier. 5. It was all about the street. Occupying or clearing it. For many people, filling the streets was a symbol of power. Empty, or serving as a place of law-abiding relaxation for the crowded cities, they were, for others, a sign that order was working. Opposing viewpoints that served to identify and classify. This was why there was so much interest in returning to the setting again and again. It was also why the state of emergency lasted so long during those months. In short, it was why one sector of the army plotted a real occupation of the streets. To save a fatherland that would end up as belonging to them and a few others, but not to everyone. The trade union organizations, each acting independently, began to mobilize with claims that would attract the most members: wage rises, shorter working hours, control of hiring and firing. A union's success in securing employment for its members depended partly on its strength, the pressure it could exert on the building site foreman, or on the small workshop or factory owner. This issue once again drove a wedge between the two organizations and led to strikes and confrontations, such as those in Malaga, particularly when a large section of the UGT emulated the procedure that had been so successful for the CNT in the building sector, turning up at the site and making an outright demand that any person hired had to come from the union. Social conflicts were more intensive during the early months of 1936 in the countryside. Although there was not much new in the Frente Popular program compared to the first biennium as regards agrarian reform, the election victory and the forming of a new Republican left government brought the land struggle to the fore once more. The 1932 Act did not go far enough, but even so, during the CETA radical biennium, attempts had been made to reverse its most threatening social effects. Making up for lost time and speeding up the application of these reforms were undoubtedly two issues that appeared at the top of the government's agenda. Among the potential beneficiaries there were no longer expectations, but burning desire that all the promises would be kept. The government naturally wanted to control the change that was coming. The rural unions, representing farmhands, day laborers, small sharecroppers and land workers in general, saw it as a question of justice, restitution of their full rights to lands that they were farming, and in some cases, as happened with the Junteros in Extremadura in 1935, from which they had been evicted. Now, with the decisive backing of many of the reinstated local authorities, they began an offensive that, from March 1936 onwards, became open conflict. That month, the 1932 Intensification de Cultivos decree was re-established, and the Ministry of Agriculture, under Mariano Ruiz Funes, of Izquierda Republicana, authorized the Institute of Agrarian Reform, once more chaired by Adolfo Vázquez Humasque, to occupy as a social utility all estates that can solve the agrarian problem in any municipal region, thereby avoiding heavy concentration of ownership, an excess of peasants and predominance of extensive crops. But just in case this did not work out, starting on March 25, the Federación Española de Trabajadores de la Tierra organized a mass occupation and plowing up of estates in the province of Badajoz, involving some 60,000 laborers who invaded over 2,000 estates. Similar occupations, albeit on a lesser scale and more controlled by the IRA, occurred in Caceres, Jaén, Córdoba, Seville, and Toledo, the area where socialist trade unionism was at its strongest. Between March and the military uprising in July, much more land, 7 times more, according to Maleficus, was distributed than in the 5 previous years of the Republic. Some 550,000 hectares are thought to have been occupied by some 110,000 peasants, although these figures are disputed by some. 7. This was not many, bearing in mind that the commission set up to apply the 1932 Act had planned to distribute land to 150,000 peasants in the first 2 years. But it did serve to alarm the employers, the upper classes and all those who were beginning to think that the government was not in control of the situation, because it took no action, and that these invasions were an outright challenge to existing class structures. With the figures at our disposal, it is somewhat speculative to agree with the cut-and-dried claim that in the spring of 1936 Spain began to experience an unprecedented wave of strikes, particularly where the CNT held sway, or that these months represented, as Stanley G. Payne suggests, the most notable period of civil disorder in Spain's history. 8. If, as Payne admits, the available statistics are flawed, the most that one can conclude is that there were as many strikes in those 5 months as in the whole of 1933, assuming that the Ministry of Labor Gazette's method of gathering statistics was equally as flawed for those 2 years. But in order to characterize this wave, other sources need to be considered, and another type of ingredient introduced into the analysis. Firstly, the CNT did not play a very big role in this round of strikes. It might have done so in Madrid, Malaga and other less important cities, but not in Barcelona, Seville, or Zaragoza, the cities where the Union had its strongest presence in the first 3 years of the Republic. In Seville and Barcelona, the anarcho-syndicalists were weak, and their support was the lowest it had ever been during the time of the Republic. With insurrection no longer an option for them, they also had to cut the ideological ties that had distanced them from the Republican regime. and by cutting them, they were back to where they had been in the spring of 1931. The indications, at least for Barcelona and Zaragoza, were very clear: to cooperate with the Republican authorities, instead of constantly mobilizing their affiliates against them, and to display a willingness to negotiate agreements to fight unemployment rather than employing direct action. Nobody suggested renouncing their ideas. But now that their prisoners had been released, and with no martyrs to venerate, the principal concerns in the first few months of 1936 were unemployment, working conditions and, particularly, union reorganization. The victimist tone of their declarations and their aggressive language against Republicans and Socialists were things of the past. The pervading atmosphere among the CNT unions was very different to that of 1932 and 1933. Workers' meeting places were reopening. The wounds opened by the schism were healing with the return of all the leaders and unions, except for the group led by Angel Pestana, who had won a seat in the February 1936 elections. Their media outlets, censored, but with no suspensions, were recovering. The beginning of May saw a meeting in Zaragoza of 649 CNT delegates, representing 988 unions and 559,294 affiliates. The most notable outcome of this extraordinary Congress has always been considered to be its famous pronouncement on libertarian communism, a resounding victory for the reactionary communal ideas vehemently defended by Isaac Puente and Federico Urls, the father of Federica Montseny, during the Republican years. And, bearing in mind what seemed to be on the horizon, it was indeed astonishing to see a group of anarchists, including Federica Montseny, Juan Garcia Oliver and Joaquim Escaso, discussing subjects as bizarre as the family and sexual relationships in the free communes of the future. However, it should be remembered that this was the first time that the CNT had publicly admitted the errors of pursuing insurrection as a tactic, and it set aside any speculations over agrarian reform to follow a new tack, specific claims regarding wages, working conditions, and the return of communal assets. The constructive preparation of the peasants, in accordance with our principles, is the anarcho-syndicalist movement's most important and most difficult mission in the countryside, reads the pronouncement on the agrarian problem. The aim was from now on to steer away from occasional actions that regions initiate of their own accord, without the slightest control, under circumstances that show that the time is not right for revolution, and without the preparation required to overcome the capitalist system from the outset. 9. Organization, preparation, and canvassing social support among the peasants. It is hard to imagine how far this approach would have gone, because 2 months later the military uprising forced them to change tack once more. Furthermore, the idea that this was not a decisive period of social conflict in the rural environment is something that recent monographs have affirmed. The quantity, nature, and intensity of the conflicts were no higher than they had been between 1931 and 1934. Compliance with social legislation, working conditions, and the introduction of compulsory contributions to offset the unemployment problem were among the most common demands during those months. Acts of violent repression against rural workers' demonstrations were rare, if compared to their frequency during the first biennium, and the massacre at Yest, Albacete, on May 29, where 17 peasants were riddled with civil guard bullets, failed to produce any social mobilization, any outcry against the civil guard, and did not even revitalize the cult of martyrdom that was so common on previous occasions. History should not be assessed, however, merely by the deaths it causes. The threat to social order and the subverting of class relations were perceived with greater intensity in 1936 than in the first few years of the Republic. The political stability of the regime was also under greater threat. Class distinction, with its talk about social divisions and its incitements to malign the adversary, had gradually permeated the atmosphere in Spain since the reformist plans of the early Republican governments began to meet insurmountable obstacles. Violence, too, was present, with assassination attempts against prominent people, and the armed clashes between left and right political groups, occasionally with bloodshed, served to give practical expression to the verbal excesses and aggression of certain leaders. And as if that were not enough, neither of the two leading parties in the Cortes, the PSOE and the CIDA, contributed during those months to the political stability of the democracy and the republic. Spanish politics and society displayed unequivocal signs of crisis, although this did not necessarily mean that the only solution was a civil war. Crisis. On March 12, in Madrid, several Falangist gunmen fired on Luis Jiménez de Azua, a prominent socialist leader and a professor of law, one of the main drafters of the 1931 Republican Constitution. He was unharmed, but his police escort, Jesus Gispert, was killed. The funeral of the police officer gave rise to displays of condemnation and serious incidents, including the burning of churches and the premises of the right-wing newspaper La Nación. The police arrested various Falangists, although the perpetrators of the shooting managed to escape to France in a light aircraft piloted by the military aviator Juan Antonio Ansaldo. The Directorate General of Security, on government instructions, ordered the arrest of the Falange's political board and national leadership. On March 14, José Antonio Primo de Rivera was arrested in his home, as were other leaders, such as Julio Ruiz de Alda, Raimundo Fernández Cuesta, Rafael Sánchez Mazas and David Jado. The instructing judge said that the Falange program that they defended was unconstitutional, and ordered that they be held on remand before trial for unlawful assembly. They were sent to the political prisoners wing in the Modelo jail. A month later, on April 13, Manuel Pedregal, the magistrate who had just sentenced some of those involved in the assassination attempt against Jiménez de Azua, was also murdered. During the military parade the following day, the 5th anniversary of the proclamation of the Republic, presided over by Niceto Alcalá Zamora and Manuel Azana, there were fresh incidents. As the civil guard units marched past, one sector of the crowd booed them and various shots were heard, resulting in the death of Anastasio de los Reyes, a civil guard lieutenant who was there in plain clothes, and several spectators injured. Right and left accused each other of the incident. At the funeral of the lieutenant, attended by the deputies Gil Robles and Calvo Sotelo, together with several armed Falangists, there was a confrontation with leftist groups. The result was 6 dead and 36 wounded. One of those killed was a student, Andrés Sáenz de Heredia, a Falangist and first cousin of José Antonio Primo de Rivera. The clandestine Falange continued with what they called front-line violent actions. Many of the affiliates were armed and practiced at shooting ranges. Between April and July 1936, according to Julio Gil Pecharoman, the Falange was involved in a fierce struggle against leftist workers' organizations which cost it some 40 dead and over 100 injured, but caused more casualties among the ranks of its adversaries. Most of these incidents, in which right and left groups showed very little concern for human life, occurred in Madrid, while for Barcelona, which had between 1931 and 1934 experienced a large number of violent conflicts and uprisings, it was a quiet spring, with considerably fewer strikes and less political violence than in the Republic's capital. The one exception to this rule was the assassination, on April 28, of the Badia brothers, members of a group known as Estat Català, possibly at the hands of FAI gunmen, although several Falangists were arrested. Miguel Badia was the head of the Mossos d'Esquadra at the time of the insurrection of October 6, 1934. Meanwhile, the Cortes, which had been inaugurated on March 15, with Diego Martínez Barrio as speaker, were somewhat paralyzed by debate over the official election results and, above all, by the process of replacing the President of the Republic. This was a crisis, all experts agree, that weakened the leftist Republican government and smoothed the way for a military plot. Nobody wanted Alcalá Zamora to stay on as President of the Republic. The CIDA, under Gil Robles, believed he had robbed them of the chance to hold total power in December 1935. The left, and Azana in particular, never forgave him for having withdrawn his confidence in September 1933, leading to the fall of Azana's government and the breaking up of the coalition between socialists and Republicans that had governed in the 2 previous years. Furthermore, Alcalá Zamora had tried to assemble a centrist party for the February 1936 elections, using the mechanisms of presidential power, and the ballot boxes were testimony of his failure. He was not the president that the Republican left wanted on its return to power, and the right was not going to lift a finger to impede his removal either. Article 81 of the Constitution allowed for the removal of the President of the Republic in the event of his dissolving the Cortes twice, and the new Parliament considered that the latest dissolution, on January 7, 1936, was inadmissible. The debate was held on April 7. 238 deputies voted in favor of his dismissal and only 5 of Portela's deputies voted against. The right, which had supported the measure, abstained. Alcalá Zamora was thus dismissed by the Cortes. A new president of the Republic was to be elected. The Speaker, Diego Martínez Barrio, took over as interim head of state, and his party, Unión Republicana, put forward as its candidate Manuel Azaña, who had widespread support, although Largo Caballero and the socialist left preferred Álvaro de Albornoz. If we accept the view of Santos Julia, one of his foremost biographers, Azaña too wanted this post, because his idea was to form once more a Republican and Socialist coalition government, under Indalecio Prieto. The two offices, those of President of the Republic and Prime Minister, would thus be held by two people with authority and the backing of the main parties that had won the February elections. 11. The President of the Republic, according to the Constitution, was to be elected by indirect suffrage. In the voting for representatives for the Electoral College, held on April 26, most of the right abstained. The Frente Popular obtained 358 representatives, and the opposition 63. 2 weeks later, on May 10, in the Palacio de Cristal in the Retiro, Manuel Azaña was elected President of the Republic by an overwhelming majority and the blank votes of the CETA. However, things did not turn out as Azaña had planned. Azaña's invitation to Prieto to form a government was opposed by the UGT and the socialist left, who threatened to break the pact with the Frente Popular if Prieto became prime minister. The Socialist Parliamentary Group, under Largo Caballero, discussed this matter, and the motion that the socialists should form part of the government again was defeated by a comfortable majority of 49 votes against and 19 in favor. Now that a coalition government led by the socialists was not an option, Azaña turned to one of his most loyal collaborators, Santiago Casares Quiroga, who became prime minister of the new government and also took on the war portfolio. Made up of leftist Republicans only, including the Catalanesquerra, it has passed into history as the weak government that permitted conflicts and political violence, instead of repressing them, and that was unable to stop the military coup, the blame for which has tended to be placed on Casares Quiroga's shoulders. Yet, in this case, history is somewhat more complex. The schism that had existed in socialism since December 1935, with two independent leaders in confrontation with each other, the PSOE in the hands of Indalecio Prieto's centrist faction and the UGT in the power of Francisco Largo Caballero's leftist wing, impeded any opportunity of reinforcing the Republican government. Indalecio Prieto, who had already committed the grave error of condoning and collaborating in the preparation of the October 1934 revolutionary movement, embarked on the process of replacing Alcalá Zamora without having assured his alternative policy of leading the government and, with Azaña, strengthening the Republican state. Meanwhile, Largo Caballero was unable to offer any solution other than waiting for the revolution, which would come as a response to any coup by the right or the military, and radicalizing his ideas. He was supported in this endeavor by the Juventud Socialistas, ever more intent on creating militias, a paramilitary framework and armed confrontations with groups of young fascists. In June, under the leadership of Santiago Carrillo, they merged with the Young Communists, thereby creating the Juventud Socialistas Unificadas, a prelude to the communist dream of uniting the two Marxist workers' parties. During those months, the PCE set out its moderate policy of fighting fascism, putting a brake on strikes and focusing its political struggle in parliament, but at the same time it benefited from the split in socialism, the Bolshevization of its youth, to grow and make inroads into the UGT unions. At the opposite extreme of parliamentary politics, the CETA began a decisive shift to authoritarian ideas, something that had been extremely evident for months in its youth movement, with their language and fascist salutes and the uniforms they wore. The February 1936 elections marked the end of accidentalism in the Catholic movement. When it became obvious that the corporatist-based revision of the Republic could not be achieved via the acquisition of power in Parliament, an objective that was shared by Gil Robles and the church hierarchy, they began to think of more effective methods. Following the electoral defeat of February 1936, everyone got the message: they needed to abandon the ballot box and take up arms. The fundamentalist idea of the right to rebelliousness, advocated in a book published in 1934 by Aniceto de Castro Albarrán, the canon preacher of Salamanca, of a rebellion in the shape of a patriotic and religious crusade against the atheistic republic, started gathering followers. 12 The Juventudes de Acción Popular were swelling the ranks of the Phalange, with over 15,000 affiliates transferring from one organization to the other, and in the Cortes, Gil Robles endorsed the anti-system rants of José Calvo Sotelo. These catastrophist stances engulfed what little was left of social Catholicism, people such as Maximiliano Arbolía, who had drawn attention to the mutual hatred between the church and the working class, moderate Catholics such as the Basque politicians Manuel Irajo and José Antonio Aguirre, and radical sectors of Catalan Catholicism, with Cardinal Vidal I Barraquer at their head. Not even Francesc Cambó's Ligia Catalana was exempt from this ultra-Catholic image, labeled by many, according to Borja de Riquer, as El Partit dels Rics I dels Capellans, the party of the wealthy and the clergy. 13 With peaceful recatholicization through the trade unions and the church's social action no longer an option, it took just a few months to shift to violent recatholicization via a holy and patriotic war. And this was the direction taken from the day after the Frente Popular coalition election victory. As early as February 20, the Carlist-leaning daily El Pensamiento Alavés was saying that it will not be in Parliament that the final battle is fought, but on the terrain of armed struggle. It was to be a struggle that would originate in an essentially counter-revolutionary region, made up of Castillo, Leon, Álava and Navarre, which would act if necessary as a new Covadonga, which would serve as a place of refuge for those who fled from the revolution and undertook the reconquest of Spain. It was no coincidence that it was Navarre and Álava that would see during those months the consolidation of the Recuati, the Red Berets, a military organization, well disciplined, with a firm structure and a strong threat to the Republican regime, which, as both Martin Blinkhorn and Javier Ugarte have shown in detail, had numerous locations for maneuvers and military training that were attended by priests and the upper classes of the region. 14 In fact, military training and instruction had, for some time, carried more weight in Carlist circles than traditionalist political theory. Jaime del Burgo, who as a student had begun to carry a weapon since the proclamation of the Republic, classified the headquarters in Pamplona as a barracks where, as in most of the Carlist premises, the Recuates would occupy the ground floor, equipped and on permanent watch. When the time came, the Recuati, with its strict hierarchy and intensive training, was the civil militia that the military rebels would most rely on. The Catholic and extreme right-wing press incited their readers to rebellion against the disorder that they attributed to the tyrannical Frente Popular government, the enemy of God and the Church. And the confrontation between the Church and the Republic, between clericalism and anti-clericalism, once more dominated current affairs after the February 1936 elections. Once more, there were disputes over symbolic matters, with local authorities banning processions, bell ringing and open-air religious activities. Back came the proposal to replace confessional education, as envisaged in the 1933 Religious Confessions and Congregations Bill, paralysed by the victory of the Radicals and the CETA in that year's elections. First Azaña's, and then Casares Quiroga's government reopened some of the issues that had already divided Catholics and Republicans during the early years, the closing of church schools, co-education and the consolidation of public education at the expense of religious tuition. But of the more than 250 deaths that are said to have occurred between February and July as a result of political violence, not one cleric was killed, which contradicts the memory that is often still conveyed about that spring of 1936, echoing all that was written then to sanction the Church's support of the military coup, that the extermination of the Catholic clergy had begun before July 1936. In fact, when Tomás Domínguez Arevalo, the Count of Rodezno, wrote in autumn 1936, once the war had started, about the anarchic and despotic social situation that Spain had been in during the months prior to the military uprising, he mentioned not only the more than 200 churches burnt down, but also the constant strikes, employers and landowners murdered, estates arbitrarily invaded. Rodezno was a Catholic traditionalist deputy, as well as the owner of various estates in Navarre, Legrano and Caceres, with influential contacts in Madrid, and a solid background in politics and finance in Navarre. Further down the social scale, religion was used not only to keep landowners and poor laborers united against the Republic, but also to ensure that these less favored sectors would accept the dominance and supremacy of the ruling classes as something natural. 15. But none of this offensive launched by the monarchist oligarchies and the Catholic masses of the Cita would have achieved the desired result, overthrowing the Republic and eradicating the threat of socialism and libertarianism, had they not been able to rely on the weaponry of a large sector of the army. In the first few weeks after the February elections until the middle of March, as recently elected government acted on a proposal by General Carlos Masclet, the Minister of War, and ordered major changes and transfers affecting high-ranking officers who were suspected of taking part in plots or had stated the need for military intervention. Franco was replaced as Chief of General Staff and was sent out to the Canary Islands. Fanjul, the Undersecretary at the Ministry of War who had been appointed by Gil Robles, was left without a posting, as were other significant anti-Zainista and anti-Republican officers, such as Orgaz, Villegas, and Salaquet. General God, the Director General of Aviation, was posted to the Balearic Islands and Mola was transferred to the 12th Brigade stationed in Pamplona. They were replaced by officers who were Republicans or supposedly loyal to the established rule, although events were soon to prove that this transfer policy failed to put a brake on the plotting and the coup. In addition, some of the transferred officers felt insulted. Franco, for example, says Paul Preston, perceived it as a demotion and another slight at the hands of Azana, and banishment. 16 In charge of the organization of the plot were various right-wing officers, including some from the Union Milita Española, UME, a semi-clandestine anti-leftist organization consisting of several hundred officers. On March 8, Francisco Franco, who was due to leave for the Canary Islands the next day, Generals Mola, Orgaz, Villegas, Fanjul, Rodriguez del Barrio, Garcia de la Heron, Varela, González Carrasco, Ponte, Salaquet, and Lieutenant Colonel Valentín Galarza met in Madrid, at the home of José Delgado, a stockbroker and friend of Gil Robles, to agree on a rising to re-establish internal order and the international prestige of Spain, according to surviving documents on the preparation and development of the national rising. They also agreed that General Sanjurjo, who was then living in Portugal, would head the uprising. 17. In the end, however, the main player in the plot was General Mola, who talked to the leaders of the rebellion and issued, under the pseudonym of El Director, various reports, instructions, and enclosures for the leaders' eyes only. He signed the first of the 5 confidential instructions on May 25, somewhat later than the date proposed for the coup at the meeting on March 8, in which he explained the conditions required for the rebellion to be an outright success. It was also in this first confidential instruction that Mola proclaimed the need for violent repression. Bear in mind that the action will need to be uncommonly violent in order to bring down the enemy, who is strong and well organized, as soon as possible. Naturally, all leaders of political parties, companies, or unions that are not sympathetic to the movimento will be imprisoned, and they will be dealt exemplary punishments to stifle any rebellious or strike movements. The officers were slow to respond to the call to participate in the coup, but when Mola drafted this first confidential instruction, he already knew that the garrisons in Morocco were prepared to revolt. Also important were Mola's contacts with Gonzalo Capodilano, the head of the Carabineros, and the discussions he had on June 7 with General Miguel Cabanellas, commander of the 5th Division, confirming Cabanella's participation in the coup, and establishing the resources he would need to confront the opposition that in Zaragoza will almost certainly come from the Union masses, as well as the organization of the columns that will be needed to prevent the Catalans from invading Aragonese territory. By the end of June, everything was ready in the 5th Division for the rebellion, with Colonel Monasterio, who had been Gil Robles' military advisor and confidant in the Ministry of War, at the center of the plot. Also by this time the military conspirators had assigned tasks to the various regions. On July 4, the wealthy businessman, Juan March, agreed to provide the money for a plane to fly Franco from the Canary Islands to Morocco. The aircraft, a de Havilland Dragon Rapide, was chartered 2 days later in England by Louise Bolen, ABC's London correspondent, for £2,000. The assassination of José Calvo Sotelo convinced the plotters of the urgent need to intervene and brought into the fold many of the undecided, who were waiting for things to become clearer before agreeing to participate in the coup and risk their salaries and their lives. On the afternoon of Sunday, July 12, in a street in central Madrid, several right-wing gunmen, traditionalists, according to Ian Gibson's research, killed José del Castillo, a lieutenant of the assault guard, whose socialist sympathies were widely known. 18 In the early hours of the following day, some of his colleagues, led by a civil guard captain, Fernando Condes, who, like Castillo, had previously served as an army officer in Morocco, went to the home of Calvo Sotelo, in the Calle Velázquez, and, while they were supposedly taking him to the central barracks of Pontejos, murdered him and left his body in the morgue at the Almudena cemetery. Calvo Sotelo, the leader of the Bloc Nacional, had in previous months been involved in harsh confrontations with the left in the Cortes, and his murder by members of the Republic's police naturally caused indignation among his followers and politicians of the right. The monarchist leader Antonio Goycochea, speaking at his funeral, uttered these words that were subsequently repeated many times: "We swear a solemn oath to dedicate our lives to this threefold task, to imitate your example, avenge your death and save Spain." During a session of the permanent delegation of the Cortes, held on July 15, Gil Robles said to the leftist deputies that the blood of Señor Calvo Sotelo is on your hands. The government was not involved in the murder, said the CETA leader, but it was morally responsible because it sponsors violence. 19 When General Franco received the news on the morning of July 13, he said to the messenger, Colonel Teodulo González Peral, in words that were later constantly quoted by apologists for the coup, to show the connection between this murder and Franco's ultimate decision to intervene, the fatherland now has another martyr. We cannot wait any longer. This is the signal. 20 The next day, the Dragon Rapide arrived in the Canary Islands. On the evening of July 17, the garrisons of Melilla, Tichuan, and Ceuta rose in Morocco. In the early hours of July 18, Franco signed a declaration of martial law and pronounced himself in opposition to the government of the Republic. On July 19, he arrived at Tichuan. Meanwhile, many other military garrisons in the peninsula joined the coup. Peace was over in the Republic. Why did the Republic not survive? Up to the beginning of the Second Republic, Spanish society seemed to have managed to avoid the problems and troubles that had beset most European countries since 1914. Spain had not taken part in the First World War, and therefore had not undergone the upheaval that this war had caused, with the fall of empires and their subjects, the demobbing of millions of ex-combatants and massive debt caused by the vast spending on the war effort. But it did share the division and tension that accompanied the process of modernization between those who feared Bolshevism and the various manifestations of socialism, lovers of order and authority, and those who dreamed of this new, egalitarian world that would arise from the class struggle. The program of political and social reforms that followed the proclamation of the Republic highlighted some of the tensions that had been germinating during the previous decades, with industrialization, urban growth, and class conflicts. This opened up a breach between various clashing cultural worlds, between practicing Catholics and hardline anticlericalists, bosses and workers, church and state, order and revolution. The problems Spain faced in consolidating democracy and the Republic originated from various fronts. Firstly, it was extremely difficult to consolidate a stable coalition between Republicans and Socialists, between the representatives of a broad sector of the middle classes and those of an equally broad sector of the urban working classes. This common project, whose origin lay in the summer 1930 San Sebastián Pact and which directed the orientation of the early months of the Republic, lasted barely 2 years. In October 1931, Alcalá Zamora and Miguel Mora, the Prime Minister and the Interior Minister, both monarchists who had embraced the Republic, left the government over the debate on the religious question. They did not have much force or support, barely 30 deputies of the 470 that made up the constituent Cortes, but the most conservative Republicans and Catholics distanced themselves from the scheme. And it was not only over the disputed Article 26 of the Constitution, the one that was considered the most anti-clerical. Their decision was also influenced by their disagreement over the scope of other reformist projects, mainly agrarian reform and the labor legislation that had already been set in train by the socialists. Indeed, its hostility towards the socialists was the reason why the Partido Radical, the hub of the Republican alliance, left the government and passed over to the opposition in Parliament in December 1931. Aznar, the Prime Minister after the Constitution was passed, preferred to dispense with Lerroux and his demands that the socialists leave the government, and continue with the representatives of a major sector of the working classes in the executive, in the belief that this was the best way of stabilizing the Republic. The government and its reformist program was backed only by leftist Republicans and socialists, although its parliamentary support was considerably reduced because the radicals had won 94 seats in that year's elections and the middle classes were even more divided. Behind the Partido Radical were a good many civil servants, teachers, skilled workers, and members of the liberal professions, as was the case with the leftist Republicans, but there were also businessmen and employers who were not sympathetic to the ideas and projects of the Republican left. Furthermore, in many areas, the Partido Radical became the refuge of caciques and confirmed monarchists, an excellent platform from which, during the 2 years they were in power, to hound the Republicans, Socialists, and their ambitious program of reforms. At the other extreme, what was intended to be the incorporation of the working class into the government and administration of the state was hampered from the outset, because there was a powerful anarcho-syndicalist movement in Spanish society, represented by broad sectors of agricultural day laborers and the urban working classes, in major cities such as Zaragoza, Seville, Valencia and, especially, Barcelona and its industrial belt, who preferred revolution as an alternative to parliamentary government. Some of the hardline leaders of this movement, typified by the FAI and the group led by Buenaventura Durruti, Juan Garcia Oliver and Francisco Escaso, embraced insurrection as a method of coercion against the established authority. Behind this series of insurrection attempts, in January 1932 and January and December 1933, was essentially a rejection of the system of representation and the belief that force was the only way to abolish class privilege and what they considered to be its accompanying abuse of power. Mobilizations by the CNT, strikes rather than insurrection, soon made it clear that the forces of order, the Civil Guard, and also the recently created Assault Guard, acted with the same brutality as they had done under the monarchy. It was clear that those responsible for this repression were not from the UGT. Yet this seemed to make no difference to the libertarian propaganda. They were governing in coalition with the Republicans, they enjoyed official privilege, social enchufistas they called them, and therefore they were jointly responsible for the serious errors committed by the authorities. The traditional enemies of the working class, capitalism, and the state were now joined by the socialist hordes. From autumn 1931 onwards, This posture spread with tiresome insistence, although it was after January 1932, following the massacre at Arndo, the insurrection in Fagles and the subsequent deportation of CNT leaders, that it became firmly rooted in the anarchist media. After the events at Casas Viejas, the rupture between the two syndicalist groups was irreparable. The struggle for control of the distribution of labor and the socialists' use of the state as a tool to reinforce the UGT and to resolve conflicts were elements that were behind many of the confrontations between the two union organizations in the early years of the Republic. The economic crisis, public spending restrictions and the lack of money to tackle major reforms almost certainly hindered the consolidation of Republican democracy. 2.5 years after the proclamation of the Republic, following numerous conflicts and with several uprisings behind it, the CNT was severely weakened and, with the odd exceptions such as Madrid, had seen a sharp fall in its membership. Things were not much better for the UGT, the socialists were no longer in government, something that the employers and Partido Radical Republicans had been demanding all through 1933, and the inability of the party and the UGT to channel the workers' interests led to a fragmentation of the socialist movement, giving rise to considerable political weakness in the second biennium of the Republic. With the breakup in 1933 of the coalition between Republicans and Socialists, the aim of which was to incorporate major sectors of the middle classes and urban workers into its projects, the PSOE distanced itself from its position of gradual and peaceful progress towards socialism and hoisted the banner of revolution. The socialists started to advocate force as a resource to be used against the parliamentary regime, with their first insurrection in October 1934, the very time that even the most radical anarchists had exhausted its potential. Against the Republican reforms and revolutionary deeds and words, anti-republicanism, anti-democratic postures and counter-revolution were advancing rapidly, and not only among the most influential sectors of society, such as businessmen, industrialists, landowners, the church, and the army. After the fall of the monarchy and the first few months of disorganization among the right, political Catholicism burst onto the Republican scene like a whirlwind. The close link between religion and land ownership could be seen in the mobilization of hundreds of thousands of Catholic farm workers, poor and extremely poor landowners, and the almost total control wielded by landowners over organizations that were supposedly set up to improve the lot of these farm workers. Dominated by large landowners, urban professionals, and ex ex-Carlists who had evolved towards accidentalism, the CIDA, the first mass party in the history of the Spanish right, set itself up to defend Christian civilization, combat the sectarian legislation of the Republic and revise the Constitution. When it became obvious that the corporatist-based revision of the Republic could not be achieved via the acquisition of power in Parliament, its leaders, affiliates, and voters began to think that violence might be more effective. Its youth movements and the monarchist parties had already started out on the road to fascistization some time before. After their electoral defeat in February 1936, everyone had got the message, and they joined forces to bring about the destabilization of the Republic and rushed to support the military coup. The downfall of the Partido Radical left the Republic without a political center. There was no liberal right, and the Catholics were not going to support reforms, however moderate they were. Jiménez Fernández tried it with his agrarian policy and he lasted only 6 months in the Ministry of Agriculture, having been dubbed a white Bolshevik by his party colleagues. The year that the CIDA was in government, in coalition with centrist Republicans and the non-Republican right, in other words, the middle classes, the land-owning bourgeoisie and peasant farmers, was the most unstable year of the Republic. And that despite the fact that the workers' syndicates had been closed down and a large proportion of the socialist and Republican left opposition was in jail. Thus the Republic could not be consolidated from above either, basically because these groups did not believe in it, and the government coalition of the second biennium broke up. In the early months of 1936, CIDA's political territory was beginning to be occupied by the extra-parliamentary and anti-system forces of the extreme right. Reform and social conflicts, confrontation between the Church and the Republican state, caused a deep divide in Spanish society in the 1930s. In view of the fact that, as leading studies of economic history have shown, economic factors did not play a decisive role in the final outcome of the Republican regime, in comparison, for example, with the final crisis of the Weimar Republic, some authors have ascribed the failure of the Republic, the term that tends to be used, to politics, specifically political polarization and violence. The Second Republic was, according to Stanley G. Payne, the author who best summarizes this theory, the most polarist of all the modern European democratic systems. During the first 3 years, there was less violence and in no way did it threaten the stability of the system. The real violence, however, began in 1934, after political polarization became extreme and those responsible for the polarization and the violence were the socialists. Between 1931 and 1935, governments adopted a heavy hand against violence, whatever its source. Yet in 1936, the Azana, Casares Quiroga government was reluctant to adopt really harsh measures because its policy depended on an alliance with the revolutionaries, and its only repressive measures were ineffectively directed against Falangist activists and military plotters. All this, in other words, society's leaning towards violence and the Republican left government's weakness and incompetence in 1936, created a higher degree of polarization and violence in Spain than existed in Italy, Germany, and Austria before the collapse of their democracies. And if that happened in those 3 countries, it was bound to occur in Spain, where the whole situation was much worse. 21. This may also be interpreted another way. After the Russian Revolution, any attempt at revolt or revolution by the left was defeated, in country after country, be it Germany, Hungary, or Italy, and no liberal democracy, the dominant system in Western Europe until Hitler's rise to power, was defeated by the use of arms by the left. Wherever they tried it, the mechanisms of repression used by the state, united in order to safeguard social order, either prevented it or left the way clear, with their consent and backing, to the setting up of fascist or counter-revolutionary dictatorships. In Spain, the anarchist uprisings of 1932 and 1933, and particularly the insurrectional movement in October 1934 in Asturias, Catalonia and other scattered locations, were serious disturbances that were cruelly put down by the armed forces of the Republican state. Of the nearly 1,400 killed in the Asturias uprising, over 1,100 were revolutionaries, or those considered as such by the security forces, and the same proportion applied, albeit with fewer deaths, in the 3 anarchist uprisings. As with General Sanjurjo's rebellion in August 1932, these violent disturbances hindered the survival of the Republic and the parliamentary system. They showed that violence was a resource commonly employed by certain sectors of the left, by the army and by the guardians of traditional order, but they did not cause the end of the Republic, let alone the beginning of the Civil War. And this was because when the army and the security forces were united and loyal to the regime, insurrectional movements were easily put down, albeit at the cost of heavy bloodshed. In the early months of 1936, leftist as well as anarchist insurrection had ceased to be viable, as was the case in other countries, and the syndicalist organizations were much further from promoting a revolution than they had been in 1934. There had been free elections in February, without any government rigging, in which the CETA, like the other parties, had invested considerable resources in its bid for victory, and there was a government which had once more set out on the road to reform, but this time with a society that was more fragmented and a harmony that was more undermined. The political system was shaky and, as occurred in all the countries of Europe, with the possible exception of the United Kingdom, the rejection of liberal democracy in favor of authoritarianism was rife. Yet none of this need have led to a civil war. The war began because a military uprising weakened and undermined the ability of the state and the Republican government to maintain order. The death blow to the Republic was dealt from within, from the very heart of its defense mechanisms, the military factions that broke their oath of loyalty to this regime in July 1936. The division of the army and security forces thwarted the victory of the military rebellion, as well as the achievement of their main objective, the rapid seizure of power. But by undermining the government's power to keep order, this coup d'état was transformed into the unprecedented open violence employed by the groups that supported and those that opposed it. It was only then, not October 1934 or the spring of 1936, that the Civil War began. Part 1-1. Civil War. 6. From coup d'état to civil war. The generals who were due to command the rebel forces knew that a large proportion of officers supported the rebellion. They thought that only a few would oppose it. And any resistance from the Unionist workers, which they forecast would be strong in Madrid, Zaragoza, Seville, and Barcelona, could be overthrown immediately. That was the plan, an uprising, with all the violence necessary, and a quick victory. Things did not turn out that way, and the result of this uprising was a long civil war, lasting nearly 3 years. Rebellion. Confidence in the swift success of the uprising was quickly dispelled when the rebels were defeated in most of the big cities. The combined resistance of the security forces loyal to the Republic and militants of political and syndicalist organizations was crucial in crushing the revolt in Barcelona, Madrid, Malaga, Valencia, Gijón, and San Sebastián. However, wherever this combination was absent, such as Seville and Córdoba, or the Civil Guard and Assault Guard backed the actions of the rebels, Zaragoza and Valladolid, for example, the struggle was so one-sided that it did not take long for the rebels to gain their objective. Seville fell very quickly into the hands of General Gonzalo Quipó-Delano, the Inspector General of the Carabineros, who arrived there on July 17 to head the coup, although the planning had been done by José Cuesta Munerillo, a major in the high command stationed in the city. Quipó-Delano, who immediately began to use Radio Seville to broadcast his macabre sense of humor and threaten the Reds, claimed that he had taken the city with 2 or 3 dozen men, although in fact he had needed almost 4,000. He used artillery to shell the city hall and the civil government building, and from the outset he employed indiscriminate violence. According to Antonio Bahamonde, Quipó's propaganda agent and a Catholic editor who escaped after this inferno and left a detailed account of the repression, the soldiers, with the help of Carlists and Phalangists, left so many bodies lying on the ground that they had to stack them up against the walls of the houses to leave room for cars, equipped with machine guns, to patrol the city. One equally costly, in terms of lives, was the quelling of the uprisings in Madrid and Barcelona, the 2 biggest cities in Spain. Very soon to become symbols of popular resistance, the people in arms, as the anarchists were popularly known. Barcelona had a well-equipped garrison, divided between troops loyal to the Republic, such as Captain Federico Escofet, linked to left-wing Catalan nationalism, and others, such as General Álvaro Fernández Burial, who were involved in the plotting. The uprising began on July 19, led by Fernández Burial, while waiting for Manuel Pode, the general commander of the Balearic Islands who had at the last minute been given the responsibility for leading the rebellion in Barcelona, to take command of operations. It was all in vain, because the Civil Guard, the Generalitat security forces and anarchist groups already had the situation under control. By the time the last rebel troops in Barcelona, holed up in the Carmelite convent, had surrendered on July 20, and General Manuel God had announced their defeat and surrender on the radio, the fighting in the Catalan capital had left a balance of 450 deaths. And the war and the revolution had not even started yet. That same day, groups of armed workers and troops loyal to the Republican government stormed the La Montana barracks in Madrid, defended by some 2,000 rebels under the command of General Joaquim Fangel, supported by 500 Phalangists. The outcome was tragic. The enraged attackers, who had seen many of their comrades fall in this action, killed over 100 soldiers and Phalangists right there, after they had surrendered. Fangel survived a few days before he was tried and shot. This first massacre caused despair among some of those who defended the legitimacy of the Republic. As the socialist Julián Zugazagoitia wrote, the officers were executed by the most violent element of the militia who felt that now was not the time for mercy. 2. Indeed, Mercy was not a quality to be found in abundance during those warm July days, and even less so in the years and decades that were to follow. It was denied to Zugazegosha in 1940, for example, when, after being handed over to the Francoist authorities by the Vichy regime, he was shot in the self-same Madrid in which he had so vehemently expressed his horror at the lack of concern for human life imposed by the war. It was very important that the rebellion should succeed in Zaragoza in order to control the large area of the Ebro corridor, march on Madrid and halt the Catalans, decided Generals Mola and Cabanellas in their first meeting, on June 7, 1936 at Las Bardenas, a military base halfway between Pamplona and Zaragoza. Miguel Cabanellas, who had played a highly ambiguous role as director of the Civil Guard in the Sanjurjada in August 1932, managed to fool the Republican authorities and a fair number of CNT and UGT members, because of his membership of the Masons and his early statements declaring his democratic tradition and his love for Spain and the Republic. As he said in a communiqué broadcast on the radio on July 20 to the Zaragoza proletariat, "Have no suspicion, have no fear, I have promised in the past, and still do on my honor that the military is bound to the fatherland and the Republic, and that all the legitimate rights you have won will be maintained and even improved." 3. When Cabanellas learned of the beginning of the rebellion in Morocco on the evening of July 17, he received a telegram from the Minister of War ordering the arrest of Colonel Monasterio and Lieutenant Colonel Urrutia, the leading figures in the plot in Zaragoza, who had already agreed with Mola to take part in the coup. The next day, the Prime Minister, Casares Quiroga, telephoned Cabanellas, asking him to go to Madrid to report on the situation in the 5th Division. Cabanellas refused, and General Núñez del Prado, Director General of Aviation, traveled to Zaragoza to speak to Cabanellas, or, according to other sources, to take over the command of the 5th Division. As soon as he landed, however, he was arrested by General Alvarez Arenas, another of the rebels, transferred to Pamplona and shot. A tightly knit garrison, and the incorporation of the civil and assault guard forces into the rebel army ensured that Zaragoza very quickly fell to the rebels, in spite of the fact that the syndicalist organizations went on strike and put up some armed resistance for a few days. By the end of July, the military coup's destiny was decided. It had met with success in almost the whole of northern and northwest Spain, Galicia, Leon, Old Castillo, Oviedo, Álava, Navarre and the 3 capitals of Aragon, the Canary and Balearic Isles, except for Menorca, and large areas of Extremadura and Andalusia, including the cities of Caceres, Cádiz, Seville, Córdoba, Granada and, after July 29, Huelva. Any chance of victory would mean having to bathe the streets and districts of most of these provincial capitals in blood. To eradicate any resistance, the rebels had to work hard, firstly, against their own military colleagues loyal to the Republic or those who were doubtful about the uprising. This patriotic movement could not afford any opposition. Any attempt at opposition cost the perpetrators dearly, beginning with several field and general officers who faced summary firing squads in Tetuan and Melilla. This is what happened in Tetuan to General Manuel Romrales, arrested at gunpoint in his office by some of his subordinates. Among those court-martialed and executed in Galicia were Rear Admiral Antonio Azarola in El Ferrol on August 4, 1936, and Generals Enrique Salcedo, head of the 7th Division, and Rogelio Caridad in La Coruna on November 9. Not even pleas for clemency could prevent the shooting of Generals Miguel Campins and Domingo Baitet. The former, the military governor of Granada, opposed the uprising and was arrested at gunpoint by several officers, who forced him to sign the declaration of martial law. He was taken to Seville and sentenced to death for rebellion on August 14. He was shot 2 days later. Franco, a friend of Campins, interceded on his behalf before Quipo, but without success. Baitet, who had been head of the 4th Catalonia Division in October 1934, restoring central government authority over the Generalitat, was in July 1936 head of the 6th Division based in Burgos. He had only been there a few days, having been sent by Casares Quiroga's government to replace General Pedro de la Cerda, to halt the plot. This he could not do, and he refused to join the rebels, for which he was sentenced to death and shot on February 12, 1937. Franco ignored a plea for clemency from Quipo, and even took part in the trial against Baitet. It was his revenge against Quipo for Campan's execution. Thus it was not the army en masse that rose up against the Republic, neither could it be called the rebellion of the generals, although this term is still being used. Of the 18 division generals, including those in the Civil Guard and the Carabineros, in other words, those who commanded the most important units of intervention, just 4 took part in the uprising: Cabanellas, Quipo, God and Franco, and only one of them, Cabanellas, commanded troops in the peninsula. There were 2 further division generals, at that time without a posting, who took part in the uprising: Fanjul and Salaket, while Generals Riquelme and Masclet, who were in special postings, remained loyal to the Republican government. Nor were the brigade generals unanimous in their support for the uprising. 14 of the 56 that were serving on July 18 rebelled against the government. The most active role in the uprising was played by the Corps of Field Officers, whose action drew in several senior officers who were not involved at the beginning, and who were not averse to using violence against the undecided or those who opposed their plans. Of the 15,301 officers in all branches, corps, and services serving in July 1936, just over half clearly supported the rebellion. The rebels initially had some 120,000 armed men, of the 254,000 in the peninsula, the islands, and Africa at that time, including the forces of public order. However, various factors came together to give superiority to the rebels and lessen the effectiveness of those who remained loyal to the Republic. Firstly, the order from the Republican government to demobilize the troops, with the idea of undermining the military rebels, achieved the opposite result, because many of these soldiers, in areas where the uprising failed, subsequently refused to go back to their units and, in response to the popular and revolutionary call, joined the militias. Secondly, the anarchists and socialists, the first to organize militias, were traditionally anti-militarist, which led them to distrust many of these officers, even though they had not risen up against the Republic. A substantial part of what could have been the Republican army was fragmented from the beginning, in scattered units and with no possibility of imposing its discipline on the militias, the people in arms, that were emerging everywhere. Among the rebels, however, things were very different, because, despite the fact that the Peninsular Army was also underprepared for war, they did have disciplined and organized troops, and above all, they had the Africa Army from the outset, with almost all its 1,600 officers and 40,000 men under their command. Its best known and best trained troops were the Tercio de Extranjeros and the Legion, founded by Milan Estrée and Franco in 1920, and made up of deserters, criminals, outcasts, and fugitives, who were trained to venerate virility and violence. At the time it had 2 regiments, one in Melilla and the other in Ceuta, the latter under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Yag, Franco's right-hand man in the repression in Asturias in October 1934 and Mola's representative for the plot in Morocco. Alongside the Legion were the Fuerzas Regulares Indigenas, made up of Moroccan mercenaries and some Spaniards. By July 19, Franco was in Tetuan, in command of this powerful Morocco garrison, and it was this post that gave rise to what Paul Preston calls the making of a generalissimo, for the problem now was to transport these troops to the mainland, as the Strait of Gibraltar was under the control of the crew of the Republican fleet that had mutinied against their rebel officers, and only a small contingent of African troops had managed to reach Andalusia in the early hours of the rising. So Franco turned to Hitler and Mussolini for help. He used 2 German businessmen resident in Spanish Morocco, and local representatives of the Nazi Ausland, Foreign, Organization, Adolf Langenheim and Johannes Bernhard, to meet Hitler, via a series of elaborate contacts. On July 23, Bernhard, who in fact had offered his services to Franco, flew to Berlin with a message from Franco to the Führer, asking for fighter and transport aircraft. He first met Rudolf Hess, Hitler's right-hand man, and 2 days later, the Führer himself. Hitler was hesitant at first, but after being convinced by Bernhard that what Franco wanted was to save Spain from an imminent Bolshevik revolution, he decided to send this aid. On July 29, some 20 Junkers, 52 transport aircraft and 6 Heinkel fighters set out for Tetuan. According to Enrique Moradiellos, Hitler initially decided to support the military rebels and later intervene in the war for political and strategic reasons. If the military coup in Spain were successful, it would deprive France of a certain ally on its south flank, while a government victory would reinforce Spain's link to France and the USSR, the two powers that surrounded Germany from the east and west, and which opposed the Nazis' expansionist plans. 5. Mussolini, who received repeated calls for help from Franco through the Italian consul in Tangier and his military attaché, also decided to help the rebels for geostrategic reasons. He would gain an ally in the western Mediterranean and thereby weaken France's military position. On July 28, he sent a squadron of 12 Savoia Marchetti S.81 bombers and 2 merchant ships with Fiat CR.32 fighters. By so doing, Hitler and Mussolini, says Preston, helped turn a coup d'état going wrong into a bloody and prolonged civil war. 6. All these aircraft, with their crews and technicians, enabled Franco to evade the Republican Navy blockade, transport his troops to Andalusia and thus begin his advance on Madrid. On August 7, one day after a convoy of African troops had crossed the strait, Franco installed himself in Seville. Franco had at his disposal the military forces of the Moroccan Protectorate, and in Navarre, General Emilio Mola had the unanimous support of the Requeti, the Red Berets, a disciplined military organization that had instructed and prepared hundreds of local militants, young people, students, priests, and law-abiding citizens for rebellion against the Republic. The network set up by the plotters in Navarre was the most valuable structure in the mainland. General Mola, 5 years older than Franco, had spent a large part of his career in the army of Morocco. He was tried by the Republic for his performance as Director General of Security under Berenguer throughout 1930 until April 1931, pardoned in 1934, and rehabilitated when Gil Robles was Minister of War and Franco Chief of General Staff. After the Frente Popular's election victory in February 1936, he was transferred from the command of the military forces in Morocco, an appointment made by Gil Robles in 1935, to the 12th Infantry Brigade, a post which included the military command in Pamplona. It was there, from March 14, 1936 onwards, that he issued the various confidential instructions as director of the conspiracy and organized the deployment of the various generals and officers who were to command the rebel forces. On Sunday, July 19, the rumor went round the towns and villages of Navarre that the army had risen in Pamplona. When the rumor was confirmed, the Carlists noisily took to the streets, hoisted the monarchist and Carlist flags on the circulos, community centers, and, to the cry of "every man to war," set out for Pamplona. In Artajona, they brought out the Requeti banner, embroidered with the image of the Virgin of Jerusalem, which they believed would surely protect them in this war they were about to wage against the unbelievers. The young men, with the priests at their side, made their confession and took communion before saying goodbye to their families, as if they were going to the Crusades. All this had, as Javier Ugarte rightly put it, an air of mystic warlike rapture. Community ties, coming from the same village and family networks, were what enabled this immense ability to mobilize large sectors of the population, a genuine mass mobilization, which accompanied the uprising from the start, a magnificent example that the army and the clergy cited whenever they came across lack of enthusiasm or faint-heartedness in other regions. 7. In just those last few days in July, over 10,000 volunteers arrived in Pamplona and more than 1,000 in Vitoria. Mola had so many men in Pamplona that he was able to deploy 2,000 Requetes to crush the resistance along the Ebro and help to consolidate the rebellion in Zaragoza. On July 20, Mola traveled to Burgos, the headquarters of the 6th Division responsible for the military command in Pamplona. Here too, the city had been steeped in patriotic and religious fervor since Sunday, July 18, with solemn masses and monarchist flags. The same day, General Sanjurjo was killed trying to take off in the light aircraft that was supposed to be taking him to Spain, from his exile in Portugal, to head the rebellion. The day before, the Falangist pilot, Juan Antonio Ansaldo, had arrived at Sanjurjo's summer residence in Estoril, having been sent by Mola to collect the head of the insurrectionists. The aircraft, a flimsy two-seater Pussmoth, which was also carrying an enormous suitcase belonging to Sanjurjo, crashed immediately after takeoff and burst into flames near the aerodrome at Cascais. Ansaldo escaped unhurt from the accident. With Sanjurjo dead, and Fangel and God under arrest after their risings failed in Madrid and Barcelona, the military rebels were forced to change their plans. On July 21, Mola flew to Zaragoza to talk to Cabanellas and invite him to preside over the Junta de Defensa Nacional, the senior board for military coordination in the rebel zone, which was set up in Burgos 3 days later. As well as Cabanellas, it was made up of Generals Salaquet, Mola, Davila, and Ponte, and Colonels Montaner and Moreno. On July 30, General Gilyust, who had been head of the civil government in Vitoria since July 18, took command of the 5th Division based in Zaragoza, although a few days later he joined the Junta de Defensa and General Ponte was transferred to the 5th Division. A large proportion of the rebel senior officers had been affected by the major corporate controversy over the review of the promotions conceded illegally by Primo de Rivera's dictatorship, and subsequently revoked by the Republic in a decree issued in January 1933. Such was the case with Generals Orgaz, Aranda, and Varela, and Colonel Monasterio, although other officers, such as Asensio Tirado, Romrals, and Hidalgo de Cisneros, while in the same situation, were loyal to the Republican government. Some of them had also taken part in plots against the Republican regime. This was the case with Colonels Serrader and Martín Alonso and General Ponte, an aristocratic monarchist who had applied to join the reserves under the terms of Azenas law and was discharged for his role in Sanjurjo's uprising. The accountability for actions during the dictatorship trials, the review of promotions and Azenas Military Reform Act fed the hostility of many officers against the Republic. Order and unity in the fatherland, the total absence of public power, were phrases that appeared in all the insurrectionist communiques proclaiming martial law, but one of their main themes was the heaping of insults on politicians whom they rejected and despised as leftist and Bolshevik lackeys. Of course, this was not the first time that the army had tried to save the fatherland. But the rising initiated in Melilla on July 17 by forces of the Tercio and regulars was not just any rebellion, a mere pronunciamiento as had occurred so often in Spain's recent history. After 5 years of a republic, of opportunities to remedy unresolved problems, of times of instability and political and social mobilization, a new, violent, and decisive solution was required, such as was already a feature of fascist regimes elsewhere in Europe, to end the crisis and repair, once and for all, the fissures opened up, or widened, by the Republican regime. And if saviors were needed, they had one in General Francisco Franco, who believed that this was his mission, to save a fatherland in which there was no room for liberals, Republicans, militant workers' organizations or Frente Popular voters. They were all leftists, Reds, despicable enemies, no better than the tribes he had so often fought against in Africa, spreading terror, by eliminating, without any scruples or hesitation, anyone who does not think the same as us, declared General Mola, another savior, on July 19. And therein lay one of the clues as to what was about to occur, the elimination of anyone who did not think the same, throwing out all this rubbish about the rights of man, humanitarianism, and philanthropy, as one of his subordinates, Colonel Marcelino Gavilan, declared the same day, after taking the civil government building in Burgos by force, in short, removing the words mercy and amnesty from the dictionary, in the words of General Gonzalo Queipo Delano, number 3 in the ranking of saviors following the death of Sanjurjo. Historic utterances, incitements to violence, which Franco repeated in an interview on July 28, 1936, with the North American journalist, J. Allen, who, surprised at the general's height, remarkably small, declared, "Another little guy who wants to be a dictator." 8. The language of arms. Right from the start of the military coup, and quite some time before it evolved into open war and generated the beginning of a revolutionary process wherever it had failed, the rebels put into action a terror mechanism that destroyed the resistance capabilities of the workers and Republican organizations, intimidated their less active adversaries, and physically wiped out their political and ideological enemies. The course of events was very similar in all the cities where the rising was successful. The army left their barracks, swarmed into the streets and proclaimed martial law, thus banning meetings, strikes, and the possession of arms. Military squads with their machine guns installed outside the main public buildings showed that this was serious. Civil governors were replaced by officers. From their new post, they dismissed the political authorities, beginning with the mayors and regional council leaders, and ordered the civil guard in the various towns and villages to join the uprising. Thus began mass jailings, selective repression to eliminate resistance, systematic torture, and hot-blooded terror, the type of terror that abandoned people wherever they had been shot, in roadside ditches, against cemetery walls, in rivers, or in disused wells and mines. Mayors, civil governors, local councillors, trade union, and Frente Popular leaders were the first to suffer the terror of the paisios. One could come across a corpse anywhere, still warm or in an advanced state of decomposition, due to the high temperatures of that summer of 1936. For example, a milkman came across the Republican mayor of Salamanca, the professor of medicine, Casto Prieto Carrasco, in a ditch beside the road to Valladolid. Another doctor, Manuel Pérez Lizano, president of the Zaragoza Provincial Council, was discovered by members of the Red Cross, an institution over which he also presided, on the banks of the Aragon Imperial Canal. Non-compliance with the law was replaced by the language and dialectic of arms, by the rejection of human rights and the veneration of violence. Now that this new scenario of total war was underway, in which politics came to be assessed exclusively in military terms and one was either a friend or an enemy, the legitimation of the use of physical violence met no serious obstacles. It was enough to say that the enemy was not a human being to kill him without remorse. They were rats, red scum, rotten limbs that needed to be amputated to save the nation, the fatherland. Political and ideological adversaries, or simply adversaries, no longer had the right to be considered fellow countrymen. Under these circumstances, with no law to be obeyed, and with no fear of punishment, gangs of killers appeared everywhere, protected by the army, by landowners, and the middle class fearful of revolution. They organized shooting parties to settle old scores, dominated by young phalangists, students, and respectable citizens, but also by predatory and spiteful people who, unfettered by the inhibitions that had previously restrained their violent instincts, now gave free rein to their aggression and cruelty. Thus it is hardly surprising that the greatest bloodshed took place in the 2 months that followed the rising, before this violence was legalized. Indeed, the final days of July and the months of August and September 1936 saw the highest number of killings in almost every region that had been under the control of the rebels from the start. Between 50 and 70% of the total number of victims of this repression during the Civil War and afterwards were concentrated in this short period. If we extend this period to the end of 1936, the percentages border on the upper limit, which shows that this was not just a wartime repression, a war that still had 2 years to run, but also an emergency surgical extermination. Over 90% of the close to 3,000 killings in Navarre, and 80% of the 7,000 in Zaragoza occurred in 1936. But the percentages were very similar in Córdoba, Granada, Seville, Badajoz, and Huelva, the provinces in which, together with Navarre and Zaragoza, the stench of death was at its strongest in that wave of summer terror. In none of these provinces was the death toll below 2,000 victims, in barely 70 days. The killings were rife wherever there was the most resistance, wherever old conflicts and influential leftist organizations triggered the settling of scores. Rational behavior took a backseat amidst so much torture and death. Apparently peaceful citizens killed with impunity when they were given a uniform or acted collectively. An apparently trivial event, a commemoration, was all it took for the death toll to soar. The night of 10 to August 11, 1936 in Seville was such a case. To celebrate Sanjurjo's anti-republican coup in 1932, various left-wing figures were murdered, including the city's first Republican mayor and Cortes deputy in 1933 and 1936, José González Fernández de la Bandera, the socialist deputy Manuel Barrios, the secretary of the Andalusian Masons, Fermín de Zayas, and the Andalusian nationalist notary, Blas Infante. August, the festive month par excellence in Spain, was, in 1936, the month of death. And death came in the form of paseos on the blood-stained stage of that summer. The victims would be arrested in the streets or in their homes for being well-known leftists, for opposing the glorious national movement, sought because they appeared in the documents seized on the premises of political and trade union organizations, denounced by their neighbors or singled out for their irreligious behavior. They would be held for a few days in the many buildings that had been equipped as jails, where they would stay until the saca, cull, another word that gained a place of honor in the vocabulary of repression on both sides during 1936. Those chosen for the sacas would be taken for a walk at night, just before dawn. Sometimes the coroner would be in attendance to authorize the removal of the bodies, but usually, in those early days, they would be left abandoned, after a priest had tried to give spiritual comfort to the prisoners. The avalanche of killings in this major cleansing operation gave rise to all types of anomaly. Thousands of deaths were never registered, while many others appeared as an unidentified man or woman. For example, 581 men and 26 women appear as such in the city of Zaragoza. In Huelva, 827 were inscribed with no date of death. This was the time of mass killings in the area covered by Cuerpo de Llano's 2nd Division, in Galicia, in Extremadura, in Aragon, executions carried out by civil guards, by armed police in plain clothes, by paramilitary patrols that killed for pleasure. There was no longer any room for the dead in the cemeteries, so large mass graves were dug, as in the case of Lardro, a small village near Legrano where close to 400 people were shot and buried, or, in the case of Visner, a few kilometers from Granada, where Garcia Lorca met his death. Common graves were rapidly dug by the victims themselves or on the orders of the competent authority, as was the case with the Zaragoza city councillor, Garcia Belenguer, who on August 5, 1936 requested that compressors be taken to the cemetery to check the earth-moving works with greater speed. This hot-blooded terror needed no procedures or safeguards. 3/4 of the 1,830 killed in Caceres were taken for a walk, almost all of them in the first few months, while only 32 of the 2,578 victims of repression in the city of Zaragoza during 1936 faced a court-martial, 8 of whom were members of the army, shot in their barracks. In fact, being a member of the army was practically the only circumstance that enabled one to avoid the paseo in the rebel zone. Although, as we have seen, this did not mean that officers loyal to the Republic or who were hesitant about joining the uprising escaped the cruel persecution of their rebel colleagues. The breakdown of order. The coup did not overthrow the Republic, but by opening a wide breach in the army and the security forces, it did destroy its cohesion and caused unrest. The Prime Minister, the Republican Santiago Casares Quiroga, fearful of revolution and the popular unrest that might break out, ordered the civil governors not to distribute arms to the workers' organizations. There was little else he could do, because events very soon overtook him. He resigned on the night of July 18. The person who might have succeeded him, the experienced Diego Martínez Barrio, spent the whole night trying to reach an impossible compromise with Mola, by offering him, if various sources are to be believed, a post in government. The task was finally accepted on the morning of July 19 by José Girol, a friend and confidant of Manuel Azaña. This government consisted of leftist Republicans only, practically the same faces as had previously served under Casares Quiroga, with the addition of 2 army officers, General Poses as Interior Minister and General Castello in the War Ministry. It was Girol who decided to arm the most politically committed militant workers and Republicans, and they took to the streets to fight the rebels wherever the loyalty of certain military commanders, or the indecision of others, permitted. Madrid and Barcelona were good examples of this, as were Valencia, Jaén, and San Sebastián. Thus there is no need to continue feeding the myth. It was not the people in arms, who, alone, defeated the rebels in the streets of the major cities of Spain. The Republican state, however, by surrendering its monopoly on arms, was not capable of preventing the beginning of a sudden and violent revolutionary activity, aimed at destroying the positions of the privileged classes, wherever the insurgents were defeated. The streets were taken over by new players, armed men and women, many of whom had become known for their vehement opposition to the existence of the self-same state. They were there, not exactly to defend the Republic, which had had its chance, but to take part in a revolution. Wherever the Republic had not gone far enough with its reforms, they would with their revolution. Political measures gave way to armed action. A counter-revolutionary coup d'état, whose intention was to halt a revolution, ended up by unleashing one. That was not the first time, nor would it be the last, that this had happened in history. It is very likely that, but for the coup, and the collapse of the state's coercion mechanisms, this revolutionary process would never have got off the ground. Naturally, if support for the rising among the armed forces had been unanimous, any resistance would have easily been put down. The trade union militias, even with arms, would not have been able to do anything against a united army. The revolutionary organization had the ability to undermine and destabilize the Republic, but not to overthrow and replace it. In the Spanish army in July 1936, there was hardly any sympathy for revolutionary ideas, while a large number of officers were clearly in favor of the authoritarian and counter-revolutionary cause. And once the wheels of this military uprising and revolutionary response had started turning, it was only arms that had the right to speak. The response given to the rebels who failed in their attempt, and who were considered responsible for the violence and bloodshed that was spreading all over Spain, was brutal. Most of the rebels arrested in Barcelona were transferred to the SS Uruguay, moored in the harbor. Obviously, the leaders of the revolt headed the list of executions. After a trial on the vessel on August 11, General Manuel God and Álvaro Fernández Burial faced a firing squad the following day in the castle of Montjuic, where Francisco Ferrer y Guardia had been shot in 1909, and hundreds of anarchists had been imprisoned and tortured since the end of the 19th century. The officers who acted as judge and prosecutor in this court-martial, Colonel Carlos Caballero and Lieutenant Pedro Rodriguez, would later be shot in Barcelona in 1939, after the city had been taken by Franco's troops. Almost 100 officers who joined the revolt in the Barcelona garrison were executed between September 1936 and February 1937, after being condemned by the Jurado Popular Especial, later called the Tribunal Popular Especial, set up on September 2 for the repression of fascism, one of whose members was the notorious publicist, lawyer, and regular contributor to the libertarian press, Angel Samblancat. On November 8, all the prisoners were moved from the Uruguay to the military prisons in the castle of Montjuic, and from then on all trials were held in the Catalonia appeals courtroom. A few days after God, it was General Joaquim Fangel's turn to face the firing squad, a scene that was repeated in Menorca, Almeria, Malaga, Albacete, Guadalajara, and other cities in which the uprising failed. It should be made clear, however, that most of the defeated officers were not given the chance to face a court-martial, unlike in Barcelona, although even there, in the final days of August and September 1, 1936, a group of militiamen removed 10 officers, closely linked to God in the Rising, from the Uruguay and shot them. Impatient militiamen, who wanted the officers well and truly dead before they could be tried, were rife in the summer of 1936. On July 25, in Lerida, a city in which the popular terror wrought havoc in the early days, militiamen who were on their way to the Aragon front removed from the jail 26 Army and Civil Guard officers, who had been held there since July 20, and summarily shot them. In San Sebastián, Colonel Leon Carrasco Amilabia, who had led the rising there, was taken from the Regional Council building, where he had been detained for a few hours, and was murdered alongside the railway track. One day later, at dawn, a group of militiamen went to the provincial jail, where they killed 53 people, 41 of whom were army officers. Examples of unpunished actions against officers in prison following their defeat reached levels of exceptional cruelty in Madrid, where in all the sacas, particularly the mass sacas of autumn 1936, members of the army were picked out for execution. This initial atmosphere of impunity was ideal for settling old scores. Such was the case with General Eduardo López Ochoa, who had commanded the troops in the putting down of the revolt in Asturias in October 1934. The July 1936 coup found him as a patient in the military hospital in Carabanchel. According to the data in the Causa General, a special court set up after the Civil War to judge those accused of crimes against the nationalists, he was taken from there by the militias and, urged on by the mobs, they paraded the general's head through the central streets of Madrid. All these officers were assumed to be proven fascists, and proven fascists, as the Barcelona CNT newspaper, Solidaridad Obrera, declared on August 1, 1936, had to be killed. The military, and particularly the clergy, were the prime targets of the violent purges that predominated in the summer of 1936, wherever the defeat of the Rising opened the gates to revolution. In addition, this purifying flame also engulfed, during these first few weeks, conservative politicians, landowners, smallholders, farmers, the middle classes, shopkeepers, workers who were known in the factories for their moderate ideas, engineers and personnel managers in the various industries, and Catholics, above all, Catholics. And the source of this river of blood was the multitude of works, barrio and village committees set up and fueled by the revolution, militias, investigation and vigilance groups charged with ridding the scene of unhealthy people. And all for the good of public health. It is telling that this obsession for cleanliness, hygiene, or public health was shared in that summer of 1936 by those on both sides of the line dividing the success or failure of the military rising. The press and propaganda of the various political and trade union organizations took it upon themselves to remind people of the need for bloodshed to fight the fascists and consolidate the revolution. Thus, in the early weeks of the war, hunting for fascists, the defense of the revolution and the persecution of its opponents were elements that were closely linked, and in practice it was hard to find the dividing line. The unrestrained terror began with the elimination of those who had taken part in the rising against the Republic, continued as an urgent task to suppress reaction, and ended up contaminating the very foundations of Republican law and order. At last, the time had come for the people to cast off their shackles, and many enthusiastically subscribed to this extremist rhetoric. The Anti-Fascist Committee in the town of Asco, in the province of Tarragona, which, like other revolutionary and militia committees had taken on judicial duties, respected those individuals who belonged to collectives and worked keenly for them, but meted out to others, the justice that they deserved, under the ambiguous accusation of being well-known elements. 11 examples such as this were to be found all over Republican, or revolutionary, as others put it, Spain until autumn 1936. From that moment, reprisals and acts of individual terrorism, as they were called by the CNT leader, Joan Piró, declined, until they had almost completely disappeared by the first 3 months of 1937-12. Until this cooling down arrived, the radical elimination of all these representatives of power was achieved by the paseo, the method used in the practice of summary justice to settle scores, feed class hatred or exact revenge. The description of this method left to us by the anarchist Juan Garcia Oliver, Minister of Justice between November 1936 and May 1937, makes the matter quite clear, since the military rising meant the breaking of all social constraints, because it was carried out by the classes that traditionally maintained social order. The attempts to re-establish legal equilibrium saw the spirit of justice reverting to its oldest and purest origin, el pueblo, vox populi, supremo lex. And while this abnormality lasted, the people created and applied its own law and procedure, the paseo. 13 Murder on wheels is what Agustin de Foxa called it in Madrid de Corte a Checa. Patrols would requisition property, palaces, mansions, and cars, particularly large cars, in which they would take their victims for a spin. Some of the members of these patrols were common criminals, who had been let out of jail by the militias after the defeat of the rebels, and they were now settling old scores or venting their accumulated resentment. Out of control, they were dubbed, although this term should not be used lightly. Many people, who had nothing to do with common criminals, were convinced that the revolution consisted, firstly, of cleaning the atmosphere, taking the scalpel to the rotten organs of society, in other words, the middle class, the military, priests and landowners, parasites all of them. And there were also many, represented then by intellectuals such as Rafael Alberti, who believed in necessary killing, in the class war that would overthrow an outdated, bourgeois world, to allow the world of the proletariat family to rise from its ashes. This same radicalism with regard to the middle classes had already been proclaimed by the leading character in Siete Domingos Rojos by Ramon J. Sender, I Go Outside. A bourgeois is not a person. Not even an animal. He is the lowest of the low. He is nothing. How am I going to feel sorry about the death of a bourgeois, me, who goes out to kill them? 14. Nobody in those early weeks of committee and militia power was able to provide a satisfactory response to these excesses. The most talked about event of that month occurred in Madrid, which, as we shall see, would experience many more such events in the months that followed. On the night of 22 to August 23, a group of militiamen selected several out of the almost 2,000 inmates who were crowded into the Modelo prison at the time. Right there, they killed several officers, right-wingers, and politicians, just because of who they were, people like the Falangists Fernando Primo de Rivera and Julio Ruiz de Alda, the founder of the Partido Nacionalista, José María Albanana, the ministers in Lerua's December 1933 government, Ramón Álvarez Valdés and Manuel Rico Avello, the agrarian José Martínez de Velasco, who had also been a minister in the two Chapa Prieta governments towards the end of 1935, and the old and experienced politician, Melquiades Álvarez, aged 72, the champion of reform in Spain during the first third of the 20th century. It is of little interest to the story that the origin or excuse for these 30-odd killings was a fire that had been started by common prisoners or Falangists in an escape bid. The cleansing and the blood, which besmirched what it was supposed to clean even more, only added discredit to the cause of the legality of the Republic. Manuel Azana, who was still president of this Republic, recalled a year later, in his Cuaderno de la Pobreza, his consternation, sadness, and desolation at the murder of these well-known people. Whether they were well-known or not, it would still have been an atrocity, but their fame made the case worse from a political point of view. 15 attacks on prisons, paseos, and sacas were, therefore, how the terror unleashed by the revolutionary storm in the name of the sovereign people manifested itself in the summer of 1936. All through that summer, as with the other hot-blooded terror initiated and served up by the military, bully boys and landowners, judicial procedures were considered superfluous. The paseo was much quicker. And like that meted out by the other side, the terror wrought in the Republican zone by the militias, revolutionary justice, the investigation groups or any killer with an arm and vengeance in his heart, was at its height in the months of August and September, with the major exception of Madrid, where several thousand people met their death as a result of the sacas in November 1936. Over 50% of the 8,352 killings in Catalonia during the war had occurred by September 30, 1936, rising to 80% by the end of the year. Similar percentages were to be found, albeit with considerably fewer victims, in the eastern regions of Aragon, Córdoba, Jaén, Málaga, and Almería. In Gijón, the 430 killings that occurred during the year that the city remained under the power of the various committees had taken place by October 1936. This violence against people of order and the clergy did immense harm to the Republican cause abroad. Images of burning convents and the annihilation of the clergy were made available all round the world, while the large-scale massacres perpetrated by the military rebels in the summer of 1936 warranted no negative reaction in the political, diplomatic, and financial circles of London or Paris. Furthermore, the Red Terror damaged the efforts of the Republic to obtain international support, although it was naturally not the principal reason why the democratic powers decided to leave the Republic abandoned and almost on its own against the Nazi and fascist threat. José Giral and his government soon became aware of the problems the Republic was going to face to obtain international aid. On July 19, according to the socialist Léon Blum, the Prime Minister of France, the recently appointed Spanish Prime Minister, José Giral, sent him a telegram: "We have been caught unawares by a dangerous military coup. Please contact us immediately to supply us with arms and aircraft." The initial reaction of the French Popular Front government, made up of socialists and radicals, was to implement an aid plan,